Chapter 640. As expected, Xing Qinzi immediately learned of Jiang Zi's situation. Xing Qinzi didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, he was extremely confident and smiled. Jiang Zi will obtain a large amount of accumulated points to refine her Dharma treasure. Heh. There's no doubt about it, brother Xing Qinzi, aren't you worried about Jiang Zi? The immortal team she encountered was several times larger than her team. The immortal behind him said. It's fine. The immortal weapon Jiang Zi refined is extremely extraordinary. Even if ordinary immortals also refined immortal weapons, they won't be able to stop Jiang Zi. Xing Qinzi said confidently. Finally, the team led by Jiang Zi and the team formed by more than 30 immortals engaged in a direct battle. First was the round-faced immortal. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, causing a palm leaf fan to appear in his hand. The fan was surrounded by immortal fire, and emanated immortal light. Numerous immortal characters and magical symbols swirled around the fan, causing the entire area to heat up. The air distorted and evaporated, causing mountain toppling, sea draining heat. Immortal fire demon incinerating fan. This celestial artifact was refined by the round-faced celestial from hundreds of celestial artifacts in his dantian after he had obtained enough refining power. Its offensive power was so strong that it could even burn a level 3 true immortal into ashes with a wave of its hand. Puff, 2 of the 9 immortals under Jiang Zi's command were unable to dodge in time. Their bodies were set ablaze, and they let out heart-wrenching screams of agony. At the same time, the 30 immortals under the round-faced immortal unleashed their most powerful immortal killing moves. They attacked without any regard for their lives. Child's play. Jiang Zi's expression froze. Then, she quickly ignited an immortal talisman. Once the talisman was ignited, it quickly turned into ripples of light that spread out with Jiang Zi at the center, protecting her and her 7 immortals. This immortal talisman was a gift from Xing Qinzi. Once it was burned, it could withstand an attack from a level 4 true immortal. It could also protect her companions. This immortal talisman was an excellent life-saving trump card. Back then, in order to obtain this celestial talisman, Jiang Zi had been molested by Xing Qinzi several times in one night. She had done everything she could to please Xing Qinzi. It could be said that she had paid a hefty price. Die. B*TCH. Die for me. Die, all of you. You damn things. Do you think you can kill us just because you're a son of the stars? Die. In order to survive. Even if Xing Qinzi comes here in person, I'll fight to the death. The round-faced celestial's eyes were bloodshot, and he waved the fan in his hand again. A flaming hurricane swept out. Pucci. Jiang Zi and the other 7 immortals were enveloped by a hurricane that was filled with mysterious immortal runes. Bang! The light emitted by the life-saving immortal talisman suddenly burst into pieces. However, Jiang Zi and the others were unharmed. Fortunately, I managed to obtain such a life-saving trump card from Big Brother Xing Qinzi. Otherwise, I would not have given my body to Big Brother Xing Qinzi in vain. Jiang Zi secretly broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, the immortals around Jiang Zi began to shout. Immortal Jiang Zi. Quickly activate your immortal artifact and counterattack. Just as the round-faced immortal completed his attack with his immortal artifact, Jiang Zi immediately took out her own immortal artifact. Pfft! A ray of immortal light rose from Jiang Zi's brow. It spread out like a peacock spreading its tail, and turned into a pipa. An intense pressure covered the sky and earth, and rolled towards them. The round-faced immortal was forced to retreat. Oh no! Everyone, scatter. Run for your lives. This B*TCH's immortal artifact is very terrifying. It's not something we can defend against. Hurry! The round-faced immortal shouted in terror. The 30 or so immortals behind him immediately activated their movement techniques to escape. At that moment, the pipa emitted a crisp sound, and a circle of sound waves spread out like ripples. Space shook. Bang! 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 At least a dozen immortals under the round-faced immortal's command had their immortal bodies destroyed by the sound waves. Shio shio shio, in an instant, countless rays of light shot into Jiang Zi's body. She had killed more than a dozen immortals and gained a lot of points in an instant. She had also obtained a large number of Dharma treasures and refining power. Ha ha ha, I'll send all of you to hell. Jiang Zi was overjoyed. With a thought, the pipa emitted another sound wave attack. The terrifying sound wave attack engulfed the round-faced immortal and his remaining subordinates. Soul-splitting pipa. B*TCH. I'll kill you. The round-faced immortal was hysterical. He waved his palm leaf fan repeatedly, and waves of flaming hurricanes swept towards Jiang Zi. However, the pipa above Jiang Zi's head continued to pluck and play, and the sound waves that could kill even God spread out. The flaming hurricanes created by the round-faced immortal were destroyed by the terrifying sound waves. They could not harm Jiang Zi at all. This was a battle between immortal artifacts. It was obvious that the immortal artifact that Jiang Zi had refined was superior in quality to the round-faced immortal's immortal artifact. However, this was not surprising. Jiang Zi had 260,000 points previously, which meant that she had obtained a lot of refining power, and the grade of the Dharma treasures she refined was also high. On the other hand, the round-faced immortal only had a few 100,000 points. The immortal artifact that he refined was definitely not as good as the one that had over 200,000 points. Generally speaking, the more points one had, the more powerful the immortal artifact would be. Clang! 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 The sound of the pipa became more and more rapid and rhythmic, showing a decisive and murderous aura. The round-faced immortal was forced to retreat. He waved his palm leaf fan frantically to block the sound wave attack. However, his momentum gradually weakened. Meanwhile, the round-faced immortal's subordinates exploded one by one. One by one, they exploded and died. The points above Scarlet Z's head quickly reached a terrifying 390,000 points. There were countless Dharma treasures in her body, and the refining power was surging. Ha ha ha, ants. It's useless, stop struggling. Jiang Zi was so pleased with herself that her pipa's sound poured out like raindrops. Bitch. Don't even think about it. The round-faced immortal was filled with fear and despair. He looked around and discovered that all the immortals in his team had died. Aside from himself, all of them had perished. More than 30 immortals had died to the Crimson Lute's immortal artifact, the melody. As for himself, he was only relying on his celestial artifact to barely hold on. He could be extinguished like a candle in the wind at any time. Roar! The round-faced immortal roared in agony like a dying beast. At that moment, bang! A hole was blasted open in the round-faced immortal's Dharma treasure. The round-faced immortal's Dharma treasure was destroyed after clashing with Jiang Zi's Dharma treasure. Ha ha ha, I told you not to resist. Ha ha ha, Jiang Zi giggled. The immortal chi in the round-faced immortal's fan gradually dissipated. It dimmed. This immortal flame demon incinerating fan. It would soon become a pile of scrap. On the star-sun's side. The son of the stars nodded in satisfaction. According to the message from the communication spirit stone, Jiang Zi has already killed the entire team of immortals. Only their leader is left, but he's about to die at her hands. Ha ha ha. That guy's immortal artifact was destroyed by Jiang Zi. Not bad, as expected of my woman. Jiang Zi's points will be close to mine after this battle. Good, very good. The son of the stars could immediately grasp the situation on Jiang Zi's side. Immortal Jiang Zi is truly powerful. She single-handedly destroyed a team of more than 30 immortals. The 9 immortals under the son of the stars said. It's no big deal. Jiang Zi's Dharma treasure is enough to kill most of the immortals in the 4th zone. However, If I hadn't given her a life-saving immortal talisman to block the attack of the immortal team's leader, the battle would have been different, the Son of the Stars said proudly. At the same time, Xiao Han observed the battle between Jiang Zi and the round-faced immortal without missing a single detail. Xiao Han nodded slightly. The black-white master and the fish rib immediately asked. Brother Xiao Han, how's the battle going? When do we make our move? That female immortal is indeed powerful. She has a Dharma treasure with boundless power, Xiao Han said quickly. She actually destroyed that team of more than 30 immortals all by herself. The immortal weapon in the hands of the leader of that team was destroyed. TSK, the leader of that team will die at the hands of that female immortal in no time. Xiao Han paused for a moment, then said harshly. Brothers, get ready to attack. The female immortal has 7 immortals watching from the sidelines. None of them have any Dharma treasures, so it should be easy to deal with them. After the female immortal kills the round-faced immortal, she'll instantly obtain a huge amount of points. At that time, she'll definitely be extremely pleased with herself, and her defenses will be extremely lax. Moreover, her immortal sense won't detect us spying on her at all. At that time, I'll kill the female immortal. That'll be the best time. That immortal artifact of hers is too powerful. I don't want to fight her head-on, so I can only launch a sneak attack and kill her when she's caught off guard. All right. Brother Xiao Han, you'll be in charge of killing that female immortal. We'll use our immortal artifacts to kill the immortals under her. The black-white master and the fish rib answered. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them adjusted themselves and prepared to pounce. Finally, after the immortal artifact was destroyed, the round-faced immortal no longer had anything to rely on to defend against Jiang Zi. Clang! The immortal chi of the pipa that hovered above Jiang Zi's head released an extremely melodious melody. The sound wave swept across. The ripple-like sound wave swept across the round-faced immortal's body. Pfft! The round-faced immortal's body exploded. The immortal's body shattered. At the same time, magnificent rays of light shot into Crimson Purple's body. More than 100,000 points were added to Jiang Zi's body. Along with it came a dense array of immortal artifacts and a considerable amount of refinement power. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Zi let out an almost maniacal laughter. She turned her right hand and shouted into the communication spirit stone. Big brother star child. I did it. I've successfully killed a team of immortals and gained endless benefits. Ha 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 ha, the leader of that team was killed by me. I didn't let you down. I didn't let you down. Moreover, I'm extremely grateful to you. I can't wait to throw myself into your arms so that you can love and cherish me. Crimson Z's voice gradually became softer and softer as she transmitted the message. She seemed to be acting coquettishly and seducing at the same time. She seemed to be seducing him to the core. Ha 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 ha, the Son of Stars immediately said after receiving Crimson Z's transmission. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Zi, come back to me now. Ha ha ha. I'm in the mood too. I want to pamper you a few times now. Ha ha ha, come back. The star child's breathing grew heavier. To be continued. Chapter 641. Jiang Zi was indeed a rare beauty in the world. Her flirtatious words had bewitched an immortal like Xing Qinzi to the point that he wanted to have sex with her immediately. Although they were separated by a few hundred miles, Jiang Zi's current seductiveness was on full display. She bit her lips and spoke in a gentle voice. Ha ha ha, all right, big brother Xing Qinzi, wait for me. I'll return to your side and let you, The immortals behind Jiang Zi looked at each other speechlessly. However, at this moment, boom, the atmosphere in this area suddenly changed drastically. 3 ferocious and violent murderous auras came from afar and attacked in an instant. Before Jiang Zi and the immortals under her command could react, their vision blurred and 3 figures flashed before them. Xiao Han, Black and White Child, and Yu Yangzi were charging towards them. This time, it was completely unexpected. When Jiang Zi and the other immortals were annihilating the team of immortals, they had actually released their immortal senses to closely observe the situation around them. After all, although they were powerful in the fourth region, they did not rule out the possibility of other teams of immortals hiding in the dark and launching sneak attacks. However, the immortal senses of Jiang Zi and the other immortals could not cover a large area. Jiang Zi and her subordinates only noticed them when Xiao Han and the other two approached. Who? Jiang Zi was shocked and instinctively screamed. Over at Xing Chenzi's side. Xing Chenzi was already prepared to fight a few hundred rounds with the returning Jiang Zi. Even the 9 immortals around Xing Chenzi knew what was good for them and were prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the communication spirit stone in Xing Chenzi's hand transmitted a violent and chaotic fluctuation of immortal qi. Waves of battle intent and murderous intent surged. It penetrated through. What? Xing Chenzi was shocked and furious. Who? Jiang Zi, are you being ambushed? At the same time, Jiang Zi's terrified scream came from the communication spirit stone in Xing Chenzi's hand. Who? Xiao Han activated the boots of divine speed. He seemed to ignore the space of a few miles and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Zi, throwing out a punch. The power of the immortal body. Condensed to the limit, 40 immortal dragon power gathered on Xiao Han's fist. This punch had just blasted out when the air in all directions was sucked dry, forming a large vacuum zone. A terrifying and bone-chilling aura instantly enveloped crimson purple. Jiang Zi could even feel the scent of death. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zi instinctively resisted. The Pipa immortal artifact floating above her head suddenly trembled and was about to burst forth with an invisible sound wave that could kill people. However, Xiao Han's speed was as fast as a ghost. The moment the immortal artifact of the lute was about to send out a sound wave to protect its owner, Xiao Han's fist had already landed on Scarlet Z's body. Xiao Han's attack speed was slightly faster than Crimson Z's immortal artifact. However, such a high-quality immortal artifact was not to be trifled with. Although the Pipa immortal artifact could not send out a sound wave before Xiao Han's fist landed on Crimson Z's body, in an instant, the Pipa that was originally floating above Crimson Z's head disappeared and shot out from her dantian to block Xiao Han's fist. Bang! Xiao Han's fist landed directly on the Pipa. 40 immortal dragon power. A portion of the power passed through the Pipa and landed on Crimson Z's body. The Pipa immortal artifact was also very hard. Xiao Han's fiend godlike punch landed on the Pipa immortal artifact, but it didn't shatter. Instead, tiny cracks appeared on it. Pfft! Crimson Z spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although the punch did not directly land on Crimson Z, a portion of the power still passed through the Pipa and entered her body, destroying her internal organs and vitality. Crimson Z was heavily injured, her immortal qi dissipating as she spat out a mouthful of immortal blood. Losing control of her mind, the Pipa immortal artifact fell to the ground. She could no longer control it. Crimson Z fell 100 meters away. Xiao Han moved and chased after her. No! Don't kill me! As she retreated, Crimson Z's right hand clutched tightly onto the communication spirit stone. That was her last hope. Pfft! Crimson Z spat out another mouthful of immortal blood. Her face was pale and she could no longer gather immortal qi. She struggled to stand and looked at Xiao Han. It's you. Xiao Han. The mortal Xiao Han. The evil creature who once disobeyed Big Brother Xing Chenzi. Why did you come to the fourth region? At the same time, boom. 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 Immortal light scattered everywhere. The Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi each took out their own immortal artifacts and killed the remaining 7 immortals under Crimson Z in an instant. Yu Yangzi and the Black-White Child's success was swift with their sneak attack and immortal artifact attack. Crimson Z watched as the immortals she led were slaughtered by Xiao Han and the others. She felt incredulous. In the fourth region, it had always been Xing Chenzi's team that swept through the other immortals. Other immortals rarely launched sneak attacks and assassinations. Whoosh whoosh, the black-white child and Yu Yangzi flew over from the left and right and stood beside Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, they're all taken care of. Only this woman is left. Xiao Han took a deep breath and walked towards Crimson Z step by step. Xiao Han saw the spirit stone in Crimson Z's right hand and guessed that it was an immortal artifact communication spirit stone. Had the spirit stone in your hand should be able to communicate with Xingqianzi, right? Xiao Han smiled confidently. Xiao Han knew that Xingqianzi already knew of his current identity and whereabouts. However, Xiao Han wasn't afraid. Instead, he didn't kill Jiang Zi for the time being. He purposely gave Jiang Zi time to seek help from Xingqianzi. Xiao Han knew that Crimson Z was as beautiful as a fairy and was Xingqianzi's favorite. Now that this beauty's life was at stake, Xingqianzi would probably go crazy. Xingqianzi had killed Xiao Han's friend, Su Huizi. Xiao Han had thought of all ways to take revenge on Xingqianzi. Now that he had tortured Crimson Z to death in front of Xingqianzi, Xingqianzi's 3 corpses would definitely explode in anger and vomit blood. This was Xiao Han's official declaration of war against Xingqianzi. Of course, Xiao Han had also expanded the Eye of the Divine Eagle to its maximum range. Once he discovered Xingqianzi's men approaching, Xiao Han would immediately retreat with the black and white sages. At this moment, Crimson Z's expression surprisingly stabilized. She continuously coughed up blood and glared at Xiao Han with a slightly ferocious expression. Xiao Han, listen to me. I am Big Brother Xingqianzi's woman. If you dare to touch me, you will die a horrible death. At this moment, Xingqianzi had already heard the conversation between Xiao Han and Crimson Z through the communication spirit stone. Roar. Xiao Han. It's that mortal Xiao Han. He's hiding in the 4th division. He's mingling with us immortals. He launched a sneak attack on Crimson Z. Damn it. I'm going to exterminate him. Xingqianzi's expression was extremely distorted. In his rage, the immortal qi around his body surged violently. It was as if the surrounding space was about to be destroyed. Crimson Z, where are you? Tell me where you are. Although the communication spirit stone could be used for communication, it could not let Xingqianzi know Crimson Z's exact location. After all, the 4th division's immortal sense could only cover a few miles. Now that Crimson Z and Xingqianzi were at least a few hundred miles apart, Xingqianzi had no way of knowing Crimson Z's location. As for Crimson Z, she was suppressed by Xiao Han's aura and could not communicate with Xingqianzi through the communication spirit stone. Oh. You are Xingqianzi's woman? Interesting. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Xiao Han, don't make a mistake. Crimson Z shrieked. Now, Big Brother Xingqianzi is like the sun at noon in the 4th division. If you kill me, Big Brother Xingqianzi will definitely capture you and kill you. Moreover, when you reach the outside world, Big Brother Xingqianzi will destroy your plane and kill all your friends and family. The more Crimson Z spoke, the louder her voice became. He, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed, but he still did not attack immediately. The more Xiao Han did not attack, the more pleased Crimson Z became. Alright, Xiao Han, I see that you have obtained quite a lot of points. You are immortal, but you are able to compete with immortals and are not at a disadvantage. This shows that you are also a talent. How about this, the 3 of you join me? My team has lost 9 immortals anyway, and I need more people. After you join me, you will definitely be able to stand out in the 4th division. Moreover, Xiao Han, I know that there is some animosity between you and Big Brother Xingqianzi. But don't worry, as long as you join me, I will plead on your behalf. Ha 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 ha. Before Crimson Z could finish, Xiao Han threw his head back and laughed, interrupting her incessant chatter. Shut up. Alright, your points are not bad, and you have countless Dharma treasures in your body. After killing you, I will probably be able to obtain enough power to refine them, hee. How dare you? Xiao Han. How dare you kill me? Big brother Xing Qinzi will definitely not let you off. Crimson Z's voice was fierce. The next moment, bang! Xiao Han did not waste any more words. He did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. With a violent punch, he shattered Crimson Z's delicate body. Xiao Han. You killed this seat's woman. I will definitely kill you. I'm going to torture and kill you and everyone related to you. Even Jiao Lanzi can't protect you. Xiao Han. I will not rest until you die. Xing Qinzi let out a heart-wrenching roar. Chapter 642. Xiao Han did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Even a peerless beauty like Jiang Zi was destroyed by Xiao Han with a single punch. The communication spirit stone in Crimson Z's hand fell into the air, and the Son of the Stars' hysterical roar could be heard from it. Xiao Han grabbed the communication spirit stone and transmitted his voice. Son of Stars, the game between you and I has just begun. You probably think that you have already secured the 100 spots in the 4th region. But, wait and see. After saying this, Xiao Han exerted his strength and crushed the communication spirit stone. Boom! Following this, Xiao Han took out his storage ring and collected the pieces of the immortal corpses floating in the air, saving them for future use. Brother Xiao Han, let's leave now. Black White and Yu Yangzi came up to him. Let's go. Xiao Han did not hesitate. He used his movement technique and left with Black White and Yu Yangzi. The three of them flew in the air. Xiao Han's mind rippled and he activated the Eye of the Divine Eagle. At this moment, the points above Xiao Han's head had skyrocketed to a shocking level. Jiang Zi had single-handedly destroyed a team of 30 people. The team leader had more than 100,000 points, and all of them were taken by Jiang Zi. In addition, Jiang Zi already had more than 200,000 points. In an instant, Jiang Zi's points were approaching the 600,000 mark. Now, it was only natural that Xiao Han killed Jiang Zi. Everything that belonged to Crimson Zi was taken away. It was equivalent to Jiang Zi fighting to her death. But it was all for Xiao Han. In addition to his original points, the points floating above Xiao Han's head had exceeded 600,000, approaching 700,000. With such a huge number of points, Xiao Han's dantian was filled with thousands of immortal artifacts and dharma treasures. There were offensive, defensive, special, all kinds of immortal talismans, immortal art manuals, elixirs, there were many of them. Xiao Han was now a moving treasure trove. However, Xiao Han also took a quick look around. There were so many treasures here. There were so many treasures that were suitable for his current state. Of course. If Xiao Han were to ascend and become a real immortal, then these treasures would come in handy. Compared to the treasures, Xiao Han was more concerned about the power of refinement. What did not disappoint Xiao Han was that at this moment, the power of refinement stored in Xiao Han's dantian was like a vast ocean. It was also like a volcano filled with magma and energy that was about to erupt. Boom! 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 A huge amount of refinement power surged within Xiao Han's body, shocking everyone. With so much refinement energy, it won't be a problem to break the restriction of the Supreme Battle Will Pill. When the time comes, I can use this Supreme Mental Power Immortal Pill to refine my mind and soul again. The solidified mental power planet will become more and more perfect. And my saber intent will also increase my attack power. Xiao Han was wild with joy. Soon after, Xiao Han said to the Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi, "Brothers, we're not in a hurry to hunt. Let's follow the old rules. We'll find a secluded place to settle down and digest what we've gained today." The Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi agreed with a smile. Xiao Han had gained a lot from this hunt, but the Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi had also benefited a little. It should be noted that the 7 immortals in Jiang Zi's team had all been killed by the Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi together. These 7 immortals had followed the Son of Stars for a long time, and had killed many other immortals and gained a lot of benefits. Although none of the 7 immortals had refined immortal treasures or magic treasures, they were only a hair's breadth away. Each of them had tens of thousands of points. They also had a lot of magic treasures in their bodies. After splitting the 7 immortals' gains, the black-white child and Yu Yangzi's points were close to 200,000. Brother Xiao Han, let's find a place to cultivate. The black-white child said with a smile. With the newly obtained power of refinement in my dantian, I can probably try to refine a second magic treasure. That's right. The immortals under the Son of Stars are all fat sheep. It felt so good to kill them just now. My points increased by tens of thousands. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yangzi laughed. Yes. Xiao Han nodded slightly. There must be a lot of immortals under the Son of Stars' command. If we kill them one by one, the benefits will be indescribable. Ha 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 ha. That Son of Stars is so smug and arrogant. It's still unknown who will emerge victorious. The 3 of them chatted and laughed. Soon, they reached the sky above a vast ocean. Waves rolled. Brothers, let's go to the bottom of the sea. Xiao Han said with a smile. It would be harder for their tracks to be exposed if they went to the bottom of the sea. After all, it was more difficult for an immortal's immortal sense to search the bottom of the sea. Puff. 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 The 3 of them dove into the sea and instantly sank to the bottom. The Son of Stars was so furious that he couldn't be any more furious. Frenzied rage and hatred burned him. In fact, Master Xingqinzi's behavior had become extremely deranged. Hong hong hong, immortal energy exploded everywhere. Wherever the Son of Stars passed, mountains were flattened, rivers evaporated, and plains were riddled with craters. It was a scene of devastation. The 9 immortals following Master Xingqinzi were cowering in fear, not daring to approach Master Xingqinzi, fearing that he would vent his anger on them. The 9 immortals also communicated with each other via soul transmission, trembling with fear. This is bad. This is going to stab the heavens. Jiangzi was Big Brother Star's personal pet, and he doted on her a lot. Now she's been killed. This is a direct affront to Big Brother Star's dignity. It's not that simple. You should know that Big Brother Star has gone to great lengths to train Jiangzi. Jiangzi already has a lot of points. Then, he annihilated the team of immortals. His points were off the charts. I can't believe Xiao Han got his hands on so many points and so many treasures. This is intolerable. But it doesn't matter. Now that Xiao Han has offended Big Brother Star, he's dead for sure. The Son of Stars vented his rage for a full 2 hours. Only then did he calm down. His entire body went from moving to stillness, almost not moving an inch as he floated in the air. His face was ashen, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched non-stop. In a low voice, he gritted his teeth and repeated Xiao Han's name. Xiao Han, good, very good, very good, then. The Son of Stars glanced out of the corner of his eye at the 9 immortals cowering to the side. All right, come over here. Yes. Big Brother Star. The 9 immortals hesitated for a moment, then braced themselves and walked over to the Son of Stars. Xiao Han must die, the Son of Stars said coldly. I'll recall the remaining 8 teams and order them to surround and kill Xiao Han in the 4th region. Also, all of you, listen up. Do your best to hunt down Xiao Han. Also, spread my message to every corner of Region 4. Let the other immortal squads know that I'm going to offer a bounty. A bounty? The 9 immortals were stunned. Due to the death of Jiangzi and her immortal subordinates, there are only 90 people left in our team of 100. That means we have 10 slots to enter the arena. Listen up, send out my order. If any immortal in the 4th region captures Xiao Han and hands him over to me, I will grant him a slot to enter the arena. After a pause, the Son of Stars continued. Also, spread the word that Xiao Han has at least 500,000 points, and a few thousand magical items. If anyone is able to capture Xiao Han and bring him back for me to torture, not only will they be able to enter the arena, but they will also be able to take all of Xiao Han's points and magical items. The eyes of the 9 immortals lit up at his words. Big Brother Star, are you saying that whoever captures Shao Han will get hundreds of thousands of points and several thousand treasures? This. The eyes of the 9 immortals burned with greed. Yes, the Son of Stars said with a wave of his hand. We have to capture Shao Han at all costs. You're tempted too, aren't you? Alright, you can go as well. As long as you capture Shao Han, I'll fulfill my promise. However, just do as I say and spread the news. Humph. There are at least a few thousand immortals in the 4th realm. I refuse to believe that Shao Han will be able to escape their wrath. Master Xing Chen's expression was as fierce as ever. That's right. Night. In the 4th region. A bonfire burned brightly in a kernel. An immortal with a sword on his back stood with his hands clasped behind his back on a boulder. Immortal chi swirled around him like dragons and snakes. 310,000 points hovered above his head. He was also a man with an illustrious battle record. There were more than 30 immortals standing in the valley. Just now, the Son of the Stars ordered his subordinates to spread a piece of news. The Sword Immortal's voice was extremely sinister. It said that a mortal named Shao Han has snuck into the 4th realm. He has more than 500,000 contribution points and thousands of magical treasures. What? The immortals in the call exclaimed in shock. Boss, how is that possible? A mortal has more than 500,000 points? The Sword Immortal flicked his fingernails and said, starting tomorrow, we'll search for Shao Han. Yes. Boss. In the 4th region. In the middle of a fertile farmland. Boom. The soil split open, and a dozen black-robed immortals burst out of the earth. Each of them had more than 200,000 points, and all of them had signs that they had refined immortal weapons. Capture Shao Han, the leader of the black-robed immortals said succinctly. The Son of Stars seems to have a deep grudge against Shao Han. He's searching for him at all costs. Once we capture him, we'll be able to make a deal with him. All right. Capture Shao Han. In just one night, the Son of Stars had spread the news of Shao Han's bounty to the entire 4th region. Thousands of immortals had learned about it. Moreover, the news that Shao Han had accumulated 500,000 points and several thousand treasures in his dantian had been exaggerated. Every immortal was envious, and the desire to capture Shao Han grew in their hearts. They quickly put their desires into action. To be continued. Chapter 643. In the middle of a vast ocean. At the bottom of the sea. In this 10,000-meter deep underwater world, countless fishes were living and reproducing. The beautiful corals were glistening. Ibdu. At this moment, Shao Han, Yu Yangzi, and He He Zi were sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the sea. Immortal chi was rising from their bodies. The immortal chi was flawless and extremely glorious, attracting countless fishes and prawns. Under the illumination of the immortal chi, the beautiful scenery of the ocean was revealed. Yu Yangzi and He He Zi were using the power of refinement stored in their dantian to refine an auxiliary immortal treasure. Yu Yangzi refined a pair of battle boots that could move through the earth. In a life-and-death situation, they could use it to escape. He He Zi refined 5 one-time-use lightning strike talismans. These talismans could severely injure a level 3 true immortal. As for Shao Han, the power of refinement stored in my dantian is surging and extremely huge. Now. Shao Han's mind moved. The bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills trembled slightly. There were still 2/3 of the restrictions on the Supreme Battle Will pills that had yet to be broken. However, with Shao Han's current control of the power of refinement, it was as easy as flipping his hand to break the restrictions and obtain this bottle of mental strength divine medicine. Boom! Shao Han divided a small portion of the power of refinement and charged. Puchi. A crisp sound rang out. The restriction outside the Supreme Battle Will elixir cracked. At the same time, Shao Han flipped his right hand and the bottle of Supreme Battle Will pills appeared in his palm. The bottle was simple and unadorned, engraved with some mysterious patterns. Within the bottle. There were a total of 10 divine medicines for tempering the soul and mental strength. Every single one. All of them were beneficial to the soul and mental strength. They were extremely nourishing and strengthening effects. These were immortal pills. Moreover, the quality of the immortal pills that appeared in the treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was definitely extraordinary. These pills that specialized in tempering the soul and mental strength were extremely rare and precious even in the immortal world. Of course, this did not mean that the value of this bottle of supreme battle will pills was higher than some immortal treasures. Pills that strengthened the soul and mental strength. It was indeed precious, but only immortals who cultivated the soul and psyche would be able to see the miraculous effects. Ordinary immortals who didn't cultivate the soul and psyche wouldn't need this bottle of pills. Not bad. Xiao Han held the medicine bottle in his hand. The solid mental energy star in his sea of consciousness seemed to be attracted by an irresistible temptation. It began to show signs of restlessness as waves of throbbing throbbed. I don't think I've used an immortal pill yet. Let's directly strengthen the soul and mental strength. Today, let's try out the profundities of the immortal pill. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction. He gently uncorked the bottle. Immediately, a wave of heavenly qi floated out of the bottle and entered Xiao Han's nostrils. It also seeped into Xiao Han's pores, making him calm and relaxed. It was as if he had been reborn. Comfortable, Xiao Han sighed. Brother Xiao Han, this is a bottle of excellent quality immortal pills. Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi had obtained the auxiliary type immortal weapons that they wanted through the power of refinement. They looked towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded slightly and said, Big brother Yu Yangzi, big brother Black and White Child, please protect me. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Alright, no problem. Black and White Child nodded and reminded them. Brother Xiao Han, there are about 30 days left until the 100-day deadline of the 4th district qualifier. You must pay attention to the time limit. I know. Xiao Han nodded. Then, Black and White Child stood up and spread their immortal senses to sense the surrounding situation. If there was any sudden situation, they would immediately take out their immortal weapons to protect Xiao Han. Xiao Han also opened the divine eagle's eye and looked at the situation above the sea. The sea was quiet. This allowed Xiao Han to cultivate peacefully. Let's begin, Xiao Han murmured. Then, he took out the first Supreme Battle Will pill from the bottle. This Supreme Battle Will pill was the size of a longan. It was the color of a colored glaze and had a fragrant aroma. On the surface, it looked ordinary. However, if one used their mental strength to penetrate it, they would discover that the pill seemed to contain many strange and dazzling worlds. In these worlds, there seemed to be the world of mortals. Time was like a song. There were emperors and generals. There were all kinds of people. There were dynasties and hegemony. This is too magical. Within this small pill, there seems to be countless cycles of life. There is joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. There are spiritual illusions. If one's soul is slightly weaker, when one's mental strength penetrates into the pill and is affected by the medicinal effects, they might go crazy immediately. Just like that, Xiao Han had great confidence in this Supreme Battle Will pill. He had reason to believe that this magical pill could help him break through the bottleneck and break through the shackles. He would be able to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique with irresistible force. This extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique was one of the countless immortal talismans that were used to seal the demon egg. It was a heaven-defying cultivation technique. It was a mystical spiritual technique. This cultivation technique did not belong to the mortal world. It was a celestial technique. This extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique was made up of a total of 28 sets of profound mental finger techniques. The 1st to 10th sets of mental finger techniques belonged to the cultivation of transforming mental strength. The 11th to 20th sets of mental finger techniques belonged to the cultivation of liquefying mental strength. The 21st to 28th sets of mental finger techniques belong to the cultivation of solidifying mental strength. Every time one completed a set of finger techniques for this, extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, the strength of one's soul would transform by a bit. Finally, once one reached the 21st finger technique, they would produce a supreme state of solidifying mental strength. Solidifying mental strength, this was a step that allowed mental strength to turn from liquid to solid. The mental strength in the sea of consciousness condensed into a ball of mental strength. This ball of mental strength was like a star in the brain. As long as one cultivated to this point, even if their physical body was killed, they would not be affected at all. They could use the ball of mental strength to seize another body. Or perhaps they could reconstruct their physical body. The spirit did not die. Then it would never die. It was completely invincible. Moreover, at this point, one's spirit could travel through space and travel unhindered through the universe. They were not afraid of cosmic storms, cosmic black holes, and other physical attacks. Furthermore, when one's mental strength was strong enough to reach a solid state, one's brain was like a star. Even a plane could be blown apart. Using mental strength to blow up a plane. And now, Xiao Han's cultivation of the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, S28 finger techniques had coincidentally reached the 21st finger technique, and he had reached the state of solidifying mental strength. Of course, Xiao Han's solidifying mental strength was still at the initial stage. When he was attacking the enemy, the solidified mental strength could imitate all kinds of weapons that were close to the quality of immortal weapons. Killing the enemy. However, this kind of solidification was not enough to unleash too much power. He had to complete the 28th finger technique of the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, and make this set of cultivation technique perfect. Only then would Xiao Han's mental strength be strong enough to traverse the universe, travel through space, not fear cosmic storms, and not be swallowed by cosmic black holes. Right now, although Xiao Han's mental strength was solidified, if he released his mental strength into the vast universe, his soul would definitely scatter. Why did it say that Xiao Han had to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique to the perfect stage of the 28th finger technique before he could open the door to the ancient saber realm and cultivate the saber intent to the godly state? That was because when one's mental soul left their body, if it was not sturdy enough, it was very easy to get lost in the vast universe and be shattered by the chaotic cosmic energy flow. For example, Xiao Han had already faintly seen the door to the saber realm during his few cultivation sessions, but his soul could not get close to the door to the saber realm. There were too many dangers along the way. If he was not careful, his soul would be destroyed. To Xiao Han, continuing to cultivate the 22nd finger technique of the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, as well as the subsequent finger techniques, was something that he had to do. However, when Xiao Han completed the 21st finger technique, all his foundation was completely exhausted, and he was unable to make a breakthrough to the 22nd finger technique. Not only was he unable to make a breakthrough, but he was also far from it. Cultivating the 21st mental energy finger technique was fraught with difficulties. One had to complete at least 1,000,000 profound and obscure hand gestures in order to achieve perfection. Moreover, the completion of each hand gesture required a huge amount of accumulation and energy. When Xiao Han first completed the 21st finger technique, it was also full of ups and downs. If it was not because he fought with Kid, Naga, and the other geniuses, and swallowed their spiritual soul attacks, Xiao Han would not have had the foundation to break through to the 21st finger technique. However, breaking through to the 22nd finger technique was even more terrifying. This was because the 22nd finger technique was made up of tens of millions of hand seals. The difficulty of completing each hand seal, and the accumulation required for each hand seal, were all abnormal to the point of being ridiculous. At that time, Xiao Han was also prepared to break through to the 22nd finger technique without stopping, but he was unable to accumulate the foundation needed to break through to the 22nd finger technique. With the current strength of Xiao Han's soul, even if he refined the mental storm in the universe, the hallucinatory demonic realm, or even Kid and Naga's spiritual soul attacks, it would be difficult to obtain a satisfactory foundation. The boat rises with the tide. The higher the level of the soul, the greater the accumulation required. It could be said that in the secular world, there were no resources that could allow Xiao Han to continue to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual technique, and he would not be able to break through to the 22nd finger technique. However, if he obtained an immortal pill, then the situation would be different. An immortal pill that strengthens spiritual soul power. Very quickly, Xiao Han gathered his thoughts, and the mysterious supreme battle will pill in his hand slowly entered his mouth. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Right now, my spiritual soul is already stronger than most immortal souls. If I cultivate my soul again, and break through to the 22nd finger technique, or even the 23rd or 24th finger technique, my soul will ascend again. What kind of scene would that be? Xiao Han's heart was filled with anticipation. Impressively, after the supreme battle will pill entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a huge spiritual shock wave, directly entering Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Cultivate. Xiao Han immediately formed the first gesture of the 22nd finger technique. To be continued. Chapter 644. Xiao Han swallowed a supreme battle will pill. A violent spiritual storm and spiritual sea swept into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Puchi. That crazy spiritual power immediately attacked the solid spiritual power planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Although the solid spiritual energy star was extremely sturdy, it was still a little dry. But at this moment, the sovereign battle will pellet had turned into waves of spiritual energy that crashed into the solid spiritual energy star, nourishing, solidifying, and strengthening it. This tide of psychic power, when broken down, was a drop of dark gold, extremely dense psychic liquid. Almost every drop of psychic liquid's quality was countless times better than the psychic storm and psychedelic demonic land that Xiao Han had refined. Ibdu. This kind of nourishment was simply indescribable. It was impossible to find such a treasure that nourished the soul and spiritual power in the human world. An immortal pill was indeed an immortal pill. Now, Xiao Han's solid spiritual power planet was immersed in a sea of spiritual power. That refreshing, clear, and ethereal feeling was indescribable. Boom, a dazzling, golden spiritual power halo directly seeped out from Xiao Han's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the ocean that Xiao Han was hiding in was dyed with a heavenly color. All the underwater creatures and plants were attracted by it and gathered around. Densely packed whales, sharks, and all kinds of fish rushed towards the area where Xiao Han was. However, it was not chaotic, these marine creatures. Under the illumination of spiritual power. It was magnificent. Moreover, they seemed to have undergone some kind of evolution, as if they had intelligence. The marine plants also seemed to have absorbed the spiritual power and started to grow. Some corals that were a few meters long actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and grew tens of meters long. The colors were also brighter and full of vitality. In short, with Xiao Han as the center, the spiritual light had dyed the entire sea into a heavenly immortal world. It was as beautiful as a painting. This is. Black and white and fish stem were completely stunned. Brother Xiao Han is cultivating. What cultivation technique is he cultivating? Fish stem stared at Xiao Han. This is definitely not a cultivation technique of the mortal world. It's not a cultivation technique of mortals, it's definitely an immortal technique, and it seems to be an immortal technique of the spiritual power, yes. It should be a spirit and soul immortal art. The black and white masters nodded in agreement. The shock that Brother Xiao gave us is simply too great. Even a mortal like him is stronger than us immortals. Not to mention that he's cultivating with the help of the immortal pill. He's bound to reach a higher level. Pausing for a moment, the black-white man said in a low voice. Once his soul power becomes stronger, Brother Xiao Han's cultivation speed will be faster than ours when he ascends to become an immortal. His future is limitless. At this moment, Xiao Han was in a state where he was completely indifferent to both praise and humiliation. He was in a supreme state where there was no one around him. His hands formed a series of hand seals. The difficulty of the 20-second spiritual finger incantation was extremely high. It was made up of extremely difficult and obscure hand gestures. Every single gesture required a tremendous amount of foundation as a guarantee. However, this sovereign battle will pellet was enough for Xiao Han to attempt the 20-second spiritual finger technique. Gradually, Xiao Han's hands began to dance in a dazzling manner, like two nimble butterflies. Following the movements of Xiao Han's hands, immortal talismans that seemed to be made of jade coiled around Xiao Han's body like dragons and snakes. The spiritual light that emanated from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness became more and more condensed, more and more intense. It had a feeling of being indestructible and indestructible. The black and white masters and the fish stem were watching from the side. However, they did not forget to protect Xiao Han. Be careful, the black and white master reminded. Brother Xiao Han's cultivation seems to have reached the most crucial moment. He must not be distracted. He must not be distracted. This is also a crucial moment. He cannot be taken advantage of by others. We must defend with all our might. I understand, the fish stem said cautiously. At this moment, Xiao Han's attempt at the 20-second spiritual finger technique was very smooth. The movements of his hands were synchronized with his spiritual power. With the help of the immortal pill, he did not encounter any bottlenecks during the cultivation process. It was like a hot knife through butter. With every completion of the hand's seal, the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness would be consumed slightly. The solid spiritual power planet would become more solid and dazzling. 3 days later. Finally, the nourishment that the supreme battle will pill brought to Xiao Han's spiritual power was completely exhausted. Not a single drop was left. At the same time, the tens of millions of hand seals for the 20-second spiritual finger technique were completed. He had successfully completed the 20-second spiritual finger technique. The solidified spiritual power was even more profound. However, this successful breakthrough actually gave Xiao Han a feeling of returning to his natural state. Not only did his aura not change much, it became even more reserved, even more hidden. Phew, Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and stood up. He smiled at the black and white master and the fish stem. Brothers, thank you for protecting me for the past 3 days and 3 nights. Oh. Brother Xiao, did you succeed? The black and white master and the fish stem hurriedly asked. Even with the vision of immortals like them, they were unable to determine Xiao Han's condition. However, occasionally, if they looked closely at Xiao Han's eyes, they would feel a sense of loss, as if they were about to be swallowed by Xiao Han's eyes. Indistinctly, the image of the planet and universe appeared in the depths of Xiao Han's eyes. In terms of the spiritual power realm, I had a little breakthrough. However, it is still not enough. The cultivation technique that I am cultivating is still far from reaching the great perfection realm, Xiao Han said humbly. At this moment, although the solid spiritual power planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness did not change in size, its density had increased by 10 times. In other words, Xiao Han's soul spiritual power had increased by 10 times as compared to before. This was extremely terrifying. Moreover, as his spiritual power increased, Xiao Han's natal saber chi, saber intent, and lethality had also increased by several times. Now, let me test out my current combat power. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curved into a smile. First, Xiao Han closed the divine eagle's eye and only used his soul spiritual power to radiate outwards. Its detection range had actually reached a radius of 50 miles. This was extremely shocking. Ordinary immortals, including Xing Chenzi, who was like a crane in a flock of chickens, in the 4th region, their immortal senses could only cover an area of 3 to 4 miles. Before this, Xiao Han's soul spiritual power was comparable to an immortal's. However, in the 4th region, which was only a few miles, he had to use an auxiliary immortal treasure like the divine eagle's eye to increase the detection range to 20 miles. However, at this moment, Xiao Han did not need to use the divine eagle's eye. His soul spiritual power could already cover a radius of 50 miles. Great progress. This is great. After completing the 20-second spirit finger technique, the strength of my soul and spiritual power had indeed increased by more than 10 times. The detection range of 50 miles is enough to ensure that I am undefeatable. Xiao Han's face was glowing. In the next moment, the immortal chi between Xiao Han's eyebrows flashed. The divine eagle's eye had already appeared in Xiao Han's palm. Big Brother Black White, Big Brother Fish Stem, this is an auxiliary investigative immortal treasure. The will restriction on the exterior has long been washed away by the power of refinement. Now, you can refine it. You only need to drip a drop of blood on it to recognize its owner and wash away the trace of my spirit that I attached to the divine eagle's eye, Xiao Han said with a smile. Now, Xiao Han's spiritual power was far enough to replace the divine eagle's eye. The divine eagle's eye can increase the detection range of spiritual power to 20 miles, Xiao Han added with a smile. Black and White Child and Fish Stem were shocked. They did not stand on ceremony. Fish Stem said, Big Brother Black White, you have a calm personality. You can refine and control the divine eagle's eye. Alright, Black White did not waste time and took the divine eagle's eye from Xiao Han's hand. Brother Xiao Han, after I refine and control the divine eagle's eye, I will increase the detection range of my spiritual power. I will protect you and make sure nothing goes wrong. That's exactly what I mean. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Then, he willed it. Buzz, a strand of spiritual power was extracted from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. It transformed into a dagger and appeared in Xiao Han's hand. This dagger was radiant and overflowing with color. It had a jade-like color and there were some profound patterns on it. Big brothers, take a look at the quality of this dagger. Xiao Han smiled and handed the dagger formed from his spiritual power to Black White and Fish Stem to appraise. The two immortals took the dagger. This. Black White's eyes lit up. Brother Xiao Han, this is an immortal artifact, right? Although it is not an extremely high-quality immortal artifact, in the immortal world, it is considered very good for a level 1 or level 2 perfected immortal to possess such an immortal artifact. Black White actually thought that the dagger formed from Xiao Han's spiritual power was an immortal artifact. Hee, Xiao Han laughed. Suddenly, the dagger in Black White's hand twisted a few times and transformed into a ray of spiritual power. Xiao Han kept it back into his sea of consciousness. Hiss. This is. Black White and Fish Stem were shocked. This dagger was formed from a strand of my spiritual power, Xiao Han said with a smile. Previously, after Xiao Han broke through the 21st spiritual finger gesture, the weapons formed from his spiritual power could only be close to the level of an immortal artifact, or at least reach the level of a low-grade immortal artifact. But now, a random dagger formed from his spiritual power was of the same quality as a level 1 or level 2 perfected immortal artifact in the immortal world. If Xiao Han was in battle, he could instantly use his spiritual power to form thousands of such daggers and shoot them at the same time. Ordinary immortals would be turned into beehives. Now, I can kill immortals with just my spiritual power without relying on the power of my immortal body. Xiao Han was very confident. To be continued. Chapter 645. Xiao Han was extremely satisfied with his current cultivation level. However, his cultivation was not over yet. There are still 9 supreme battle will elixirs left. They can provide me with a huge amount of mental energy, allowing me to continue to break through to the next level. I'll continue to break through the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique in one go. Very quickly, Xiao Han calmed himself down and entered his cultivation state again. He took out the second supreme battle will elixir. Brother Xiao, don't worry and cultivate. We'll protect you. At that moment, the Black and White Child had already refined the eye of the divine eagle. A bright light shone from between his eyebrows. Xiao Han nodded and smiled. The second supreme battle will elixir was already in his mouth. Just like the first supreme battle will elixir, when the second immortal elixir entered his mouth, the elixir's energy spread and turned into a mental wave that surged into Xiao Han's consciousness. The solidified mental energy planet started to absorb the abundant elixir's energy. The deep mental energy foundation filled Xiao Han's entire consciousness. Xiao Han started to break through to the 23rd mental energy finger technique. However, to completely cultivate the 23rd mental energy finger technique was many times more difficult than the 22nd mental energy finger technique. After one's mental energy solidified, every time one cultivated a mental energy finger technique, the difficulty would increase exponentially. The foundation needed would also increase exponentially. To complete the 23rd mental energy finger technique, one had to pass through hundreds of millions of hand seals. Xiao Han's hands kept forming hand seals. He was completely in a mental state. Very quickly, the second supreme battle will elixir's energy was consumed. Xiao Han did not hesitate. He took out the third immortal elixir and consumed it. He took out the third immortal pill and consumed it. The fifth pill. The fifth pill. Until Xiao Han consumed the 10th supreme battle will elixir. After he consumed all the elixir's energy, Xiao Han woke up from his cultivation state. Time had passed. 7 days and 7 nights had passed. Xiao Han opened his eyes and retracted his mental energy and aura. He calmed himself down and thought to himself, the 23rd mental energy finger technique is too difficult to break through. I've continuously consumed the supreme battle will pills and consumed an entire bottle of pills, but I still haven't completed the 23rd psychic finger technique. I've only managed to break through the 90 million psychic finger technique. I'm still a step away from completing the psychic finger technique. Even though it was an immortal pill, as the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique continued to be cultivated, the effects of the pill were getting weaker and weaker. Xiao Han estimated. If he wanted to continue his studies, he would be able to break through to the later stages of the finger technique. Perhaps 10, 100, or even 1,000 supreme battle will pills would be consumed. Although the 23rd mental finger technique hadn't been completed yet, Xiao Han's soul-mind power had improved a little. For example, he could now monitor and investigate a radius of 60 miles with just a slight coverage of his spiritual waves. Moreover, the quality of the dagger created by his spiritual waves was also closer to perfection. When it was shot out, its lethality was even more terrifying. Forget it. I'll wait until I obtain a mental immortal pill similar to the supreme battle will pill in the future before completing the 23rd psychic finger technique. Once I've officially completed the 23rd psychic finger technique, my soul will skyrocket and its power will increase tenfold. Xiao Han collected his thoughts and looked at Black White and Yu Yangzi. Brothers, we've been dormant for a long time. It's time to go out and get some fresh air, Xiao Han said with a smile. Jiang Zi's death must be because Xing Qinzi hates me to the bone. I'm afraid he's been looking for me all over the place these days, right? Ha 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 ha, let's go out, brothers. Let's go. Black White and Yu Yangzi also laughed. Although Xing Qinzi's forces were enormous and he had refined an extremely powerful artifact on him, Xiao Han's display of spirit and bearing made them completely unafraid of Xing Qinzi. They were also full of confidence in Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, let's hurry up. There's still about 20 days before the 4th district's ranking competition ends. In these 20 days, I'll try my best to kill as many immortals as I can and earn points. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the three charged out of the sea. Meanwhile, Xing Qinzi was still in a state of extreme anger. He was on the verge of going berserk. Dozens of immortals were standing next to Master Xing Qinzi, trembling like cicadas in winter. It's been a full 10 days. Thousands of immortals have been searching for Xiao Han, but there's been no news at all. Xing Qinzi roared furiously. This is outrageous. All of you are trash. All of you are trash. You're just looking for a mortal. Big brother Xing Qinzi, please, please calm down. The leaders of Xing Qinzi's team immediately cried out in terror. We'll search for Xiao Han again. We'll capture him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. All of you, search for him. If you can't find him, I'll kill all of you. Xing Qinzi's face contorted with rage. Yes, yes. The immortals under Xing Qinzi's command scattered in all directions, determined to capture Xiao Han at all costs. At the same time, the other teams of immortals in the 4th district were also searching for Xiao Han's whereabouts. Of course, battles between immortals were ongoing all the time as well. After emerging from the bottom of the sea, Xiao Han, the black-white child, and Yu Yangzi flew eastward. Along the way, Xiao Han pushed his psychic waves to the limit, monitoring everything within a 30-kilometer radius. Now, not only do I have the boots of speed and the speed of an ordinary level 4 true immortal, but my physical strength is also equal to 40 immortal dragons. Moreover, after strengthening my soul and mind, the weapons I create with my psychic power aren't any weaker than ordinary immortal artifacts. If I encounter an immortal now, I don't even need to launch a sneak attack. I can kill them in one move, can I? Xiao Han's heart also began to stir. He actually had the thought of encountering immortals. To fight head-on. To test his combat strength. However, at this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded in the air above the 4th district. Immortals who have entered the 4th district, there are 20 days left until the end of the preliminaries. There are 2,387 people left in the 4th district. Hurry up and fight. After 20 days, if the number of people left in the 4th district is still higher than 100, then, all explorers who have entered the 4th district will be wiped out. Every day from now on, this emperor's divine soul will be in the 4th district to count the number of people left. Oh. Xiao Han was taken aback. He immediately touched his nose. There are still 2,387 people left, at this moment, in the world outside the 10 districts. 10 platforms. Whoosh, the light of teleportation enveloped the 9th platform. Soon, 100 immortals appeared. They stood on the 9th platform. These 100 immortals, one by one. Above their heads floated a considerable amount of points. All of them were covered in immortal light, and all of them had refined and controlled their Dharma treasures. The 100 people in the 9th district's preliminaries had been born. Is junior brother Xiao Han out? Xiao Mingchu growled. At the same time, Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai, Xiao Mingchu's servants, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and Xiao Han's servants all glanced over, their hearts trembling. However, the 100 people who appeared on the 9th platform were all immortals. There was not a single mortal, and Xiao Han was nowhere to be seen. Junior brother Xiao Han hasn't come out yet? Dongfang Qin muttered. There is still one district left, and the 100 people who will enter the arena have not been decided yet. Could it be that junior brother Xiao Han is among them? Those who were concerned about Xiao Han focused their attention on the last empty platform. As for the other mortals and immortals who were indifferent to Xiao Han, they also shifted their attention over. It's about to end. The preliminaries of the 10 districts are about to end. Each district will produce 100 people, and there are a total of 1,000 people. Among them, 500 mortals and 500 immortals will enter the arena. I wonder what the rules of the arena are. These mortals and immortals who had obtained a place in the arena were all sighing. The preliminaries were extremely cruel. After entering the arena, the competition would probably be even more inhumane. Of course, from another perspective, the competition was cruel. The more benefits one obtained, the greater the risk. The 4th district. Xiao Han, black and white child, and fish arm were flying and scouting at the same time. They wanted to find the nearby immortal teams to hunt and kill. With Xiao Han's current mental wave scanning range, it was more advantageous for him to hunt than any other immortal. He had a scouting range of 60 kilometers. Once someone appeared within this scouting range, they would not be able to escape Xiao Han's eyes. Brothers, let's speed up, Xiao Han said with a smile. Whoosh, black and white child summoned an immortal cloud, allowing Xiao Han and fish arm to stand on it. The immortal cloud's flying speed reached its limit, and it flashed past. After flying for a full 4 hours. Finally, about 40 kilometers away from Xiao Han's group, an immortal team appeared. This immortal team was also flying in the air. There were about 40 people, and it was considered a relatively large team. The leader of the immortal team had 340,000 points hovering above his head. Immortal light circulated around his body, and it was obvious that he had refined and controlled an artifact. Moreover, among the 40 immortals under the leader of the immortal team, there were 3 who had refined artifact. It was a rather powerful immortal team. Xiao Han paused for a moment, then said to Black and White Child and Fish Arm, "Brothers, do you want to do something big?" "Oh." Black and White Child and Fish Arm looked at Xiao Han. "There's a team ahead of us with more than 40 immortals. Once we kill them all, we'll have millions of points to split." Xiao Han licked his lips. About 40 miles away from Xiao Han's group, the team of immortals was flying aggressively. More than 40 immortals had released their immortal senses and were searching in all directions. "Boss, we've been searching for so many days, but we still can't find the whereabouts of that mortal Xiao Han. This is really... It seems like finding Xiao Han isn't that easy. It's like finding a needle in a haystack," one of the immortals under the leader grumbled. "Continue searching," the leader of the immortals said coolly. "Continue searching. Xiao Han has more than 500,000 points and thousands of artifact. It's worth our time to search for him." Shockingly. The leader frowned and waved his hand. "All of you, stop. Boss, what are you doing? I seem to sense a hidden danger." The leader's eyes blazed. "There's a faint murderous intent in the air. All right, come out, I've already sensed you," as soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh! Xiao Han, Black and White Child and Fish Arm had already appeared several kilometers away from the team. "Oh." The immortal leader's eyes focused on Xiao Han. His expression suddenly became extremely interesting. "Xiao Han. Mortal Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Xiao Han, we've been searching for you for days. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Good, good, this is great. To be continued." Chapter 646. The immortal leader of this team was a little strange. Even without his immortal sense touching Xiao Han and the others, he could sense some killing intent with his sixth sense and force Xiao Han out. Ibdu. Of course, this was also because Xiao Han had no intention of launching a sneak attack. Instead, he was intentionally getting closer to the immortal party. Perhaps Xiao Han wanted to test his ability to fight against immortals head-on. He wanted to make the most effective and accurate assessment of his current battle prowess. As a result, Xiao Han did not try to hide himself. Otherwise, if he wrapped himself in the spirit turtle's true chi and approached silently, it would be very difficult for the immortal leader to discover him. Ha 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 ha. When he saw Xiao Han, the indifference on the leader's face vanished without a trace, replaced by fanaticism, madness, and hysteria. The 40-some immortals behind him roared with laughter, all of them excited and greedy. The immortals stared repeatedly at Xiao Han, at the points hovering above his head. "Oh. Is it very funny?" Xiao Han smiled indifferently, and his killing intent gradually retracted. Black and White Sun and Yu Yangzi stood on both sides of Xiao Han. They didn't make a sound, but secretly, the two of them were paying attention to the Dharma treasures in their bodies. Once the battle started, they would immediately take out their Dharma treasures to cover Xiao Han and fight. Moreover, they were now more and more impressed by Xiao Han's courage. Facing a team of more than 40 immortals, many of whom had refined magic treasures, Xiao Han was actually fearless and wanted to swallow the whole team in one bite. As expected. True enough. Xiao Han. You're just a mortal, but your points have reached this level. The leading immortal sighed. Earlier, I received information from the Son of the Stars that you had more than 500,000 points. However, now that I've seen you with my own eyes, it turns out that your points are already nearing 700,000. Xiao Han, you're a fat sheep. Considering your current points, I'm afraid you're as rich as the Son of the Stars. I bet you'll be one of the best in the 4th region. Ha 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 ha. Once I kill you, everything you have will be stripped away by me. Ha 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 ha. At that time, my ranking will surpass Son of Star in one fell swoop. He would be able to obtain first place in the 4th region's qualifier. He entered the arena. They had a huge advantage. Ha 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 ha. It's really a windfall, and it also seems to indicate my rise this time. Unstoppable. The immortal leader's eyes shone with a dreamy light, as though he was imagining a beautiful scene in the future. Heh, Xiao Han sneered. You're so confident that you can kill me without a hitch? Since I'm able to obtain so many points, it means that the number of immortals I've killed is no less than yours. Are you really going to underestimate me? Shut up. The immortal leader looked at Xiao Han with disdain. Xiao Han, at the end of the day, you're just a mortal. You might have some tricks up your sleeve to kill some useless immortals, but in front of me, you have no ability to resist. I think most of your points were obtained by luck, right? Furthermore, even if you refined an immortal treasure, you wouldn't be able to use its power. Mortals are mortals, after all. It's a waste for mortals to wield immortal treasures. Xiao Han, you must die today, and the 2 trash immortals beside you will die with you. You're too confident. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. That's why I'm so confident. Alright, Xiao Han, I'll show you the difference between mortals and immortals. The next moment, boom. Boom. 2 beams of immortal light shot out of the immortal leader's body. One of them transformed into a suit of golden armor, and the other transformed into a giant spiked club. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you ant. I've refined 2 immortal items, one for offense and one for defense. Even if you have the ability to kill immortals, it's useless. I'll kill you as easily as killing a pig or a dog. The leader of the immortals roared with laughter. He controlled both offensive and defensive celestial artifacts, which complemented each other well. He was much more powerful than ordinary immortals. After the leader of the immortals took out the immortal artifact he had refined and controlled, the 40 immortals under him spread out in a fan shape. Immortal light brewed and steamed, and they surrounded Xiao Han, He He Zi, and Yu Yangzi. Their expressions were ferocious, and they revealed their ferocious glints. Some of the immortals roared with laughter. Boss, the Son of the Stars wants to capture Xiao Han alive. You can't torture him to death. The immortal leader looked askance at Xiao Han, his eyes glittering. Capture him alive? Humph. Xiao Han has nearly 700,000 points, and it seems that he hasn't refined any immortal treasures or immortal treasures. Such a large number of points means that he has a reserve of refining power in his Dantian region. Why would he give such a fat pig to the Son of the Stars? Ha 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 ha. I've changed my mind. I'll kill this fat pig and take everything he has. Then I'll refine a few more immortal treasures and immortal treasures. When the time comes, I'll be the one to kill the Son of the Stars. There's no reason for the Son of the Stars to flaunt his prowess. I'll be the king of the 4th region. The immortal leader spoke without the slightest scruple, completely disregarding Xiao Han. It was as if he considered Xiao Han to be a dead man. At the same time, Xiao Han sent a soul transmission to the Black-White Master and Yu Yangzi, big brothers. When it comes time to fight, I'll join you. Please leave this area. I'd like to see if I can take on this team of immortals on my own, and also to test my current strength. Brother Xiao Han, you want to kill them all by yourself? Well, why don't we use our treasures and help you from the side? The Black-White Master and Yu Yangzi found Xiao Han's decision a bit bold. After all, they were up against more than 40 immortals, and they weren't to be trifled with. One had to know that none of the surviving immortals in the 4th region were weaklings. Moreover, the leader of the immortals had refined 2 immortal treasures. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. The only exception was the immortal leader. Among the team of immortals. And 3 immortals. They had also refined and controlled immortal treasures. The Black-White Master and the Black-White Master were worried about Xiao Han's safety. It's fine. Big brothers, quickly escape. I won't be able to take care of you in a chaotic battle, Xiao Han insisted. Well, all right. Brother Shao Han, you must be careful. However, you've refined a speed-type treasure. If you really can't hold them off, we believe that you'll be able to retreat quickly. That's true. Shao Han smiled. The next moment, suddenly, the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master attacked without any warning. Rumble, rumble, both of them threw out an immortal talisman. Lightning Strike Talisman. Back at the bottom of the sea, the Black-White Master had refined and controlled 5 Lightning Strike Talismans. This was a one-time use immortal talisman. Once it was burned, it would release immortal divine lightning. Although it wasn't very powerful, it could heavily injure an ordinary level 3 true immortal. There was no problem. Then, the Black-White Master gave 2 Lightning Strike Talismans to the Black-White Master. At that moment, both of them used a Lightning Strike Talisman at the same time. 2 dazzling bolts of lightning flashed like a bolt from the blue. Kacha! Kacha! 2 bolts of lightning struck the team of immortals in front of them. This happened too suddenly. The team of immortals did not expect Shao Han and the other 2 to attack first. Logically speaking, the 3 of them would not dare to attack a powerful team of over 40 people. They should be thinking about how to escape. Therefore, the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master's sudden attack caught the team off guard. Bang! Bang! The 2 Lightning Strike Talismans shattered 2 immortals. The refining power of their point-accumulating treasures immediately entered the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master's bodies. Moreover, when the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master used the Lightning Strike Talismans, they used the dazzling bolts of lightning to increase their speed to the maximum. In a flash, the 2 of them were already more than 10 li away. Damn it! Kill! The 2 Lightning Strike Talismans not only killed the 2 immortals, but also injured a few others, causing chaos. Amidst the chaos, dozens of immortals roared and chased after the Black-White Master and the Black-White Master. The leader of the immortals roared. Don't worry about those 2 small fries. Get rid of Shao Han first. Shao Han, don't even think about escaping. Die. At the command of the immortal leader, dozens of immortals surrounded Shao Han, sealing off his escape routes to prevent him from escaping. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the immortals smiled sinisterly. He waved the wolf-tooth club in his hand and smashed it down on Shao Han's head. This smash, toppling mountains and overturning seas, crushing everything, shattering the 9 provinces, demon god traversing the sky. Shao Han, die. The leader of the immortals seemed to have heard Shao Han's body explode. However, immortal light flashed under Shao Han's feet, and he suddenly accelerated in an unbelievable way, dodging the leader's wolf-tooth club attack and dodging to the left. On Shao Han's left, 5 immortals were blocking his way. When they saw Shao Han, they roared and were about to take him down. Humph! Shao Han snorted. With a thought, the solid mental planet in his sea of knowledge suddenly wriggled. Under Shao Han's visualization, dozens of daggers comparable to immortal artifacts appeared at his will. Swoosh! 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 Within an extremely short distance, the daggers formed by Shao Han's mental energy shot toward the immortals, blocking his way at a speed faster than the speed of light. It should be noted that after Shao Han completed the 20-second mental finger technique, the quality of the weapons he visualized was comparable to the immortal artifacts used by ordinary level 2 true immortal disciples in the celestial world. Now, Shao Han could control these weapons at will. His control of the speed and angle of attack was perfect. Bang! 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 The 5 immortals blocking the way on the left didn't even have time to grunt before their bodies were pierced by the immortal daggers. The immortal light on their bodies dimmed, and they died. This caused the group of immortals to panic. Immediately, some of the immortals started shouting. Watch out! Shao Han is carrying an immortal artifact. To be continued. Chapter 647. Shao Han was surrounded by more than 40 immortals, but he was not afraid. He shuttled through the encirclement and killed 5 immortals in an instant. Xiao Han knew what was going on. Very good. Now that my solid mind power has been strengthened, the weapons I create are enough to kill a level 2 true immortal. I can kill true immortals without relying on the power of my immortal body. As for the team of immortals, they thought that Xiao Han had attacked with an immortal artifact, so they all shouted, "This kid has more than 10 dagger-type immortal artifacts on him. Kill him now. Kill him now." Boom. 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 A dense barrage of immortal techniques and immortal weapons attacked Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han's speed was really too fast. Swoosh! Once he activated the boots of divine speed, his speed was comparable to that of a level 4 true immortal. The attacks of the immortals could not touch Xiao Han at all and even caused accidental injuries among the immortals. The scene became even more chaotic. I know. This kid is relying on speed and some small immortal artifacts that are easier to control. The leader of the immortals roared. Don't attack this guy for now. Stand in your positions and surround him. His immortal artifacts are not of high quality and can only kill level 2 true immortals. All of you, use your immortal chi and put up a defensive shield. I'll kill him with my own hands. The leader of the immortals had refined a defensive immortal artifact armor that could withstand the attacks of level 3 true immortals. Therefore, he was not afraid of Xiao Han. Hearing the leader's command, the immortals under his command, as expected, they stopped attacking Xiao Han. Instead, they stood in their positions and blocked Xiao Han in the center. Then, the leader of the immortals would kill Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han did not want to play with them anymore, a bunch of scums. Go to hell. An evil thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. The solid mind power planet in his sea of consciousness exploded. In an instant, thousands of immortal artifact daggers appeared. They were born with Xiao Han's will. Then, swoosh. 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 Thousands of immortal daggers made of mental power swept out like a swarm of bees. Under Xiao Han's precise control, thousands of psychic daggers spread out, with each 100 daggers aimed at an immortal. In other words, every immortal in this team would have to face 100 psychic daggers. Pooh. Puff. 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 Pft. The sound of the immortal body exploding rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye. Apart from the leader of this team of immortals, there was no one else in this team of immortals. The rest of the immortals were all killed by Xiao Han's psychic daggers. Each of the immortals was riddled with holes. Xiao Han was like an old horse that knew the way. He took out his storage ring and stored the pieces of the celestial immortals into it for future use. At the same time, a huge amount of points, artifacts, and refining power surged into Xiao Han's body like a tide. More than 40 immortals' points were taken by Xiao Han. Xiao Han's points continued to rise, skyrocketing. From nearly 700,000 points to nearly 2 million points. Nearly 2 million points. No one in the fourth zone could compete with him. The scene turned from chaos to silence. Dead silence. The leader of the immortals stared at Xiao Han in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was the leader with dozens of fans. But now, all of his subordinates had been killed by Xiao Han. Dozens of his subordinates had died at the same time. Xiao Han's killing speed was indescribable. Furthermore, aside from the leader, the other 3 immortals who had refined and controlled their magical treasures had all been killed. There was no way for them to fight back. A strange cackling sound came from the leader's throat. It sounded like the hooting of an owl. Not only was the leader shocked, but even Black White and Yu Yangzi, who had dodged to the side, were so shocked that their mouths gaped open, speechless. Although Black White and Yu Yangzi were confident in Xiao Han's ability, they had never imagined that Xiao Han could kill more than 40 immortals in an instant. It was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. The decisiveness of the killing was displayed to the fullest. Brother Shao, this method of killing immortals, is he still immortal? Yu Yangzi spoke in a dreamy tone. With this kind of attack power, his soul and mind transformed into weapons. Their quality isn't inferior to ordinary immortal artifacts. Thousands of weapons, controlled by Brother Shao Han's soul, attacked at the fastest speed. This is too powerful, too powerful. Even Big Brother Jia Lanzi would definitely be killed by Brother Shao Han if he didn't use a supreme-grade immortal artifact and only relied on his own strength to fight Brother Shao Han. A mortal's cultivation has reached such a level, killing level 2 true immortals as if they were grass. This is an extremely shocking matter. In the immortal realm, even immortal emperors would be shocked. Madness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, thousands of mental and soul daggers transformed into light and returned to Shao Han's sea of consciousness. Shao Han wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at the leader of the immortals like a cat toying with a mouse. How is it? Don't you feel like you're at the mercy of others? You. The leader of the immortals trembled. Shao Han, you actually have thousands of low-grade immortal artifacts. No. This isn't an immortal artifact. You can't possibly have thousands of immortal artifacts. You've cultivated an immortal art. Understanding dawned on the immortal leader, and he said, I sensed a trace of soul fluctuations. I know. You've cultivated mental strength immortal arts. Mental strength solidification, mental strength materialization, can transform mental strength into all kinds of weapons. Shao Han, among mortals, you are indeed an incomparably monstrous and heaven-defying existence. After a pause, the immortals suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. This is also good. Shao Han, you'll be my companion. I'll kill them all, giving you millions of points. That's good. I won't have to kill any more of my companions. After you kill them, I'll just kill you, and get everything. The immortal leader licked his lips. Millions of points. Once I obtain millions of points, it'll be like a dream. Oh. Shao Han was slightly taken aback. Even now, you still think you have the ability to kill me, Shao Han? Ha 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 ha. What a fool. The leader of the immortals' eyes were like torches. Shao Han, it's true that your soul and mental strength can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Killing level 2 true immortals is as easy as killing pigs and dogs. However, if I didn't refine this defensive immortal artifact, I would be killed by you right now. However. Ha 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 ha. Shao Han. I can clearly tell you that this immortal artifact armor of mine can completely defend against the attacks of level 3 true immortals. Even the attacks of level 4 true immortals can only cause cracks on this immortal armor. Shao Han, the limit of your soul weapon's attack is to kill level 2 true immortals, but it can't break the defense of level 3 true immortals. Shao Han, the maximum attack power of your soul weapon can kill a level 2 true immortal, but it can't break the defense of a level 3 true immortal. Oh. Shao Han was stunned. Immediately, the solid mental strength star in his sea of consciousness expanded again. Oh. Shao Han was stunned. Immediately, the solid mental strength star in his sea of consciousness expanded again. Wang. Thousands of soul and mental strength daggers appeared again and circled around Shao Han. His dazzling mental power made Shao Han look like a god that had descended from the heavens. Ha 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 ha. It's useless, Shao Han. You can't break my defense. The leader of the immortals said confidently. Is that so? Shao Han smiled coldly. The next moment, kill. Boom! Thousands of soul-type immortal artifacts charged toward the leader of the immortals like a tide. How can this kind of attack kill me? The leader of the immortals was completely fearless. Boom! Suddenly, the immortal artifact armor that the leader of the immortals was wearing emitted a burst of immortal light. Defensive arrays appeared one after another, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. In the blink of an eye, puff, 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 puff. Dagger after dagger landed on the immortal leader's body, forcing him to retreat again and again. Brilliant sparks were burning. Xiao Han attacked with his immortal daggers at an unimaginably fast speed. In the span of a few breaths, the thousands of daggers all landed on the leader of the immortals. As expected, none of the daggers could break his defense. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. You idiot. I've already said that these attacks of yours are unable to break through my defense. Ha 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 ha. Is that all you've got? The leader of the immortals laughed wildly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. How about it, Xiao Han? Are you done with your attacks? Now it's my turn to attack, right? Ha 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 ha. Heh, at this moment, Xiao Han laughed. Do you think soul attacks are so simple? Ha 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 ha. Ha. The leader of the immortals was stunned. Shockingly, the leader of the immortals discovered something extremely strange. Although the thousands of daggers created by Xiao Han's soul and spirit were all ineffective against the leader of the immortals, when the daggers struck the surface of the leader's armor, they actually melted. The daggers that were sharp and solid, comparable to immortal artifacts, melted into liquid. The thousands of daggers melted into a pool of liquid that enveloped the leader of the immortals. Much of the spiritual liquid even seeped into the immortal armor. Huh? This is? The leader of the immortals was stunned. In the next moment, explode. Xiao Han shouted. Just as he finished speaking. Bang! The spiritual liquid melted from the daggers suddenly exploded. This explosion acted on the leader of the immortals, on the immortal armor. This explosion was simply earth-shattering. In an instant, space shattered. Time and space reversed. Crack 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 crack. The leader of the immortals coughed up blood as he exploded. The surface of his armor was already full of holes and cracks. Piece by piece, they were peeling off. This explosion acted on the inside of the immortal armor, directly destroying some of the defensive formations sealed within. This caused the immortal armor to be damaged from the inside to the outside, almost beyond repair. Then, you can die too. Xiao Han's body moved, and he was already in front of the leader of the immortals. No. Xiao Han. Don't kill me. Finally, the leader of the immortals sensed the cold of death approaching. He cried and begged for mercy at the top of his lungs. Xiao Han. Spare my life. Let me go. You bang. Xiao Han punched out. 40 immortal dragon strength directly struck the leader of the immortal's body. To be continued. Chapter 648. After destroying the immortal leader's armor, it was as easy as blowing off dust for Xiao Han to kill him. A punch landed on the immortal leader's body, shattering the immortal armor. The immortal leader's tendons and bones were broken, his internal organs shattered, his meridians twisted, and his blood vessels ruptured. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. The leader of the immortals howled in a low voice. Xiao Han, you're too vicious. You're ruthless. You're ruthless. Peng, another punch completely blew up the immortal leader. At the same time, the immortal leader's points, immortal equipment, and refinement power were all absorbed by Xiao Han. The points above Xiao Han's head broke through the 2 million mark. He had reached a whole new height. Moreover, the battle with the immortal leader had given Xiao Han a whole new understanding of soul and mind attacks. When the soul and mind transformed into weapons and failed to kill the enemy, the mind could be broken down into drops of extremely dense mind liquid, which would seep into the enemy's body and detonate. The explosive force could be used internally to disintegrate the enemy's defenses. This is great. Now I can rely on my own power to destroy an entire team of immortals without resorting to any sneak attacks. Xiao Han now had a lot of confidence in himself. Back then, Xiao Han had used shady demonic methods to kill Heaven's Son, Dark Spirit, and the other immortals. But now, he could do it openly. He could kill immortals. Like slaughtering pigs and dogs. This improvement could be said to be heaven-defying. Star Son, I, Xiao Han, am not afraid of you anymore. Xiao Han looked at the distant horizon, a hint of fighting and killing intent tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'll avenge Big Brother Su Huizi one day, Master Xing Qinzi. At this moment, the black and white suns and Yu Yangzi flew over to Xiao Han's side. Both of their faces were filled with shock that they had never seen before in their lives. Brother Xiao Han, you're really brave. You single-handedly destroyed a team of powerful immortals. Yu Yangzi stammered. Even if Big Brother Jia Lanzi was here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do better than you, Brother Xiao Han. It's just that this team of immortals is too weak. Xiao Han wasn't arrogant at all. Brothers, this is the 4th region. Our greatest enemy is the Son of Stars. As for the other teams, he could easily wipe them out. Most importantly, he had to kill the Son of Star. That was the way to go. Let's go, we'll continue flying, search and hunt along the way. All right. The 3 of them packed up and flew all the way north. Xiao Han's mental energy ripples also spread out, capturing every single movement within a 60-mile radius. However, after a whole day, Xiao Han and the others did not find any hunting targets. At night, Xiao Han and the others also found a random valley to rest in. The night passed quietly as he rested and built up his strength. On the morning of the 2nd day, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded in the 4th region again. Explorers and immortals of the 4th region, there are still 19 days before the 4th region closes. According to the scan of a strand of my divine soul, there are currently 1,408 survivors in the 4th region. Only 100 will survive in the end. Let's continue the competition. After a pause, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was still explaining, I have already announced the rules. There will be 100 winners from each of the 10 regions. They will be ranked according to their accumulated points. Those with higher accumulated points will have an advantage when they enter the arena. Currently, the first place in the 4th region is Xiao Han. 2,020,000 points, 2nd place. Son of Stars. 750,000 points, 3rd place. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice announced the top 10 existences in the 4th region. Then, his voice faded away. Oh, the ranking has been announced to the entire 4th region. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Brother Xiao Han, as expected, you're currently ranked 1st in the 4th region. With millions of points, no one can beat you. That Son of Stars only has 750,000 points. The gap between him and you, Brother Xiao Han, is too big. Black-White Child laughed. I wonder if Son of Stars will vomit blood from anger when he hears the ranking, given his conceit. Yu Yangzi also laughed. Up until now, Black and White Sun and Fish Stem's points were naturally not in the top 10. They might not even be in the top 100. However, they knew that if they followed Xiao Han, they would definitely obtain a perfect result in the end. It's fine. No matter what, Son of Stars must die. Xiao Han smiled. Let's go, brothers. Let's hurry up and hunt. Currently, there are still 1,408 immortals. We have 1,408 immortals, so we have to get rid of the extra ones. In a call where Son of Stars was, dozens of immortal subordinates surrounded Xing Qinzi like stars surrounding a bright moon. Naturally, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was heard by Son of Stars and the other immortals. What? That bastard Xiao Han, he's ranked higher than me. He's ranked 1st in the 4th region. 2 million points. How did he get 2 million points? Master Xing Qinzi was in a state of shock, rage, and madness. Well, the immortals around him were at a loss. These Son of the Stars fans had thought that the Son of the Stars would definitely take first place in the 4th region's ranking with his 750,000 points. Only today did they realize that the Son of the Stars points were actually several times lower than Xiao Han's. Compared to 2 million points, a few 100,000 points was on a completely different level. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to a puny mortal like you? The son of Xing Qinzi had always thought highly of himself. In the 4th region, he looked down on everyone. He regarded all his competitors with disdain. He regarded them as nothing. He had thought that he was the undisputed leader, but now, the truth had made him so embarrassed. He'd lost to a mortal. Moreover, the difference in points between the two was more than 1 million. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice hovered in the air above the 4th region. It was tantamount to a vicious slap to Son of Star's face. The slap had driven him mad with rage. In addition, the woman he loved had died at Xiao Han's hands. All of this made Son of Stars want nothing more than to skin Xiao Han alive, pull out his tendons, and drink his blood. Xiao Han is ranked first. Roar. No. There are 19 days left before the qualifier is over. As long as I kill Xiao Han, then I'll be able to catch up and take first place. Son of Star's eyes were bloodshot. It made sense. Killing Xiao Han was the only way for Son of Stars to take first place. There was no other way. Starting from today, I'll do my best in the 4th region. Search for Xiao Han. Son of Stars glared. You'll split into teams and be led by those who've refined and controlled the immortal artifacts. Search for Xiao Han. Once you find him, inform me through the communication spirit stone. Yes. Big Brother Son of Stars. There were currently 89 immortals under Son of Stars' command. Among them, 9 immortals followed Xing Qinzi, while the remaining 80 immortals were split into 8 teams and left in full force. Xiao Han's life was already on the line. Xiao Han, Black White, and Fish Arm were flying at high speed. I suddenly miss sect leader and senior brothers. While flying, Xiao Han suddenly had some thoughts. Moreover, he was also a little worried. I wonder if the sect master and senior brothers have broken out of the encirclement. I hope they're not in trouble. Indeed, Xiao Han was also worried that his friends and relatives would be defeated in the preliminary competition and fall in the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure vault. However, Xiao Han's soul could sense signs of life from Yan Lang and his 5 otherworldly servants. They were still alive. I'm sure Yan Lang and the others have obtained a place in the arena. Xiao Han made a rough judgment in his heart. There's no need to think so much. Let's kill our way out. The sooner we kill the Son of Stars, the sooner we can leave the 4th region. Xiao Han couldn't wait to find the Son of Stars and kill him. Big Brother Black White, Big Brother Fish Arm, from now on, we'll take the initiative to find the Son of Stars. Xiao Han said directly. Now, he was strong enough to challenge the Son of the Stars to a duel. All right. Take the initiative to find the Son of Stars. Kill him and avenge Su Huizi. At the mention of the Son of Stars, Black White and Fish Arm's eyes were filled with hatred. All right, Xiao Han said. Also, I've obtained a lot of points. You too can take more points in the upcoming hunt. The power of refinement stored in Xiao Han's dantian was as deep as the sea, as resplendent as the stars, and as bottomless as a black hole. He was prepared to use the tremendous power of refinement to attack the restriction outside the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance token tonight. He wanted to see how far he could go. Of course, Xiao Han knew that even though he had accumulated a great deal of power of refinement, he couldn't break through the restriction outside the token. In fact, even if Xiao Han killed all the remaining immortals in the 4th zone and obtained all the points, he still wouldn't be able to open the Jade Medallion of Inheritance. Therefore, Xiao Han did them a favor at little cost and let Black White and Fish Arm take more points. Xiao Han had always treated his friends with sincerity and utmost righteousness. We can take the other immortals' points, but the Son of Stars' points belong to you, Brother Xiao, the Black-White Master said concisely. Xiao Han smiled and didn't say anything else. Not long after. Oh. A squad of immortals is slowly flying in our direction 50 kilometers ahead. Xiao Han finally found his prey. This team of immortals only has 10 people. One of the leaders had refined a Dharma treasure on him. The squad of immortals Xiao Han had discovered. This was a team of 10 immortals, and it was none other than one of Master Xing Qinzi's subordinates. The 10 immortals were cursing incessantly. How unlucky. We thought we'd be invincible in the 4th region when we followed Big Brother Stars. Who would have thought that a monster like Xiao Han would appear and surpass Big Brother Stars in points? That's right. Big Brother Stars and Xiao Han aren't going to rest until one of them is dead. Every day we don't find Xiao Han, Big Brother Stars will go even crazier. If we delay any longer, Big Brother Stars might vent his anger on us. Damn it. We have to find Xiao Han. If we capture Xiao Han alive, we'll teach Xiao Han a lesson when Big Brother Master Xing Qinzi tortures and humiliates him. Big Brother Master Xing Qinzi cursed us a few times. Xiao Han's psyche waves caught the immortal squad's words. The Son of Stars men? Xiao Han's heart sank. Killing intent surged uncontrollably. To be continued. Chapter 649. In the midst of hunting, Xiao Han's psyche and soul rippled, and he finally discovered the whereabouts of a team of immortals. It was a team of immortals under the Son of the Stars' command. There were a total of 10 people, and they were coming straight at him. Upon hearing that it was the Son of the Stars' subordinates, the Black-White Master and the Fish Rib Master's expressions flickered, and expressions of fury appeared on their faces. After all, when Black-White, Fish Arm, and Su Huizi had formed a team, they had encountered a Son of the Stars team and been chased like stray dogs. In the end, Su Huizi had sacrificed himself to protect Black-White and Su Huizi. Now that they had encountered a Son of the Stars team, it was no different from meeting their mortal enemies. His eyes were extremely red. Furthermore, the Black and White Child and Fish Lily had each obtained quite a few points. They also controlled and refined Dharma treasures. They also had some foundation for revenge. Even if they weren't a match for Xing Qinzi, the two of them still dared to fight against Xing Qinzi's subordinates. Seeing the excitement on the faces of his two companions, Xiao Han also smiled. Brothers, calm down. Now, we're prepared to officially declare war on the Son of Stars. Hence, we definitely won't let this 10-man team go. This 10-man team's overall strength isn't even comparable to the team led by that bitch, Jiang Zi, that we destroyed previously. It'll be as easy as blowing off dust for us to destroy them. Ha ha ha, let's go, brothers, let's swagger over. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han smiled again. When we kill this squad, we can let them send as many messages as they want back to the Son of Xing Qinzi, allowing the Son of Xing Qinzi to hear the tragic deaths of his subordinates. This can be considered a little gift from us to the Son of Xing Qinzi. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. That's right, brother Xiao Han. We have to make the Son of the Stars feel incomparably anxious and insecure. Let's go, let's charge over. Black and White Sun and Fish Stem were also eager to try. Xiao, the three of them flashed towards the Son of the Stars team, which was completely unaware of them. At this moment, while flying at a low speed, the team of 10 under Master Xing Qinzi's command spread out their immortal senses to search the area. Xiao Han is immortal. Mortals have different auras and life fluctuations than us immortals. Therefore, once he enters the range of our celestial sense, he absolutely won't be able to hide from us. However, the range of our celestial sense is also narrow. It's only a few kilometers. If it could cover tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, I'm afraid that little bastard Xiao Han would have been captured long ago. But, there's something fishy about this. Xiao Han is just an ordinary person. How could he have accumulated 2 million points? His points were a lot higher than Son of Stars. It should be known that points were extremely valuable. They were definitely obtained through real battles, and there was nothing fake about them. Since he had obtained such a large number of points, he definitely had methods to slaughter immortals. He was a dangerous man. If we take the initiative to look for Xiao Han like this, what if his combat power is really as heaven-defying as his points? Then wouldn't we be walking right into a trap? Ha 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 ha, don't worry too much. No matter how powerful a mortal was, how powerful could he be? In terms of points, Xiao Han's points are so much higher than Son of Stars. In other words, Xiao Han's combat power is several times higher than Son of Stars. Do you believe that? Is that even possible? A genius who was renowned even in the immortal world, after descending to the lower realm, can't defeat a mortal? There's no such thing in this world. At this moment, a lazy voice rang out. Don't make wild guesses about my combat power. Just verify it for yourself. In the next moment, Xiao Han, the black-white sun and fish stem appeared in the eyes of the squad of immortals. Oh! The sudden appearance of Xiao Han and his companions stunned the squad of immortals. Then, they bared their teeth and roared, "The aura of a mortal." That's right. It's the aura of a mortal. Xiao Han. It's that little bastard Xiao Han. We've finally found him. After searching for so many days, we didn't have any hope of finding Xiao Han. But now, he's come knocking on our door. The leader of the squad took a step forward. His aura surged, and he had more than 100,000 points above his head. Immortal light glowed, a clear sign that he had refined immortal treasures. He held a communication spirit stone in his hand as he stared at Xiao Han, fish stem, and the black-white sun. Although Yu Yangzi and Hei Hei Zi had also refined their own Dharma treasures, their immortal chi wasn't as pure as before. This was because Xiao Han had disguised them. He'd split off 2 strands of spirit turtle true chi and attached them to the black-white sun and fish stem's bodies, concealing a portion of the ripples of immortal treasures. As a result, although the black-white sun and fish stem had more points than the leader of the squad, the glow of their immortal treasures was dim and unremarkable. It was easy for others to believe that they were ordinary. The leader of the immortals had noticed the calmness of Hei Bai Zi and Yu Li Zi, as well as Xiao Han's calmness. Because of that, he grew even more confident. Hei Bai Zi, Yu Li Zi, you 2 pieces of trash actually dared to mix with Xiao Han. If it weren't for the fact that you 2 were fast enough to escape last time, if it weren't for that idiot Su Huizi blocking death for you 2, the 2 of you would have been turned to ash long ago. How dare you appear before us now? You! The black-white sun and fish stem were enraged. Xiao Han waved his hand, indicating that they should not be rash. You're one of Xing Chenzi's lackeys, aren't you? Xiao Han smiled at the leader. How dare you? The leader bristled with anger. Xiao Han, I see that you're just a mortal. There's nothing special about you. You must have gotten those 2 million points out of pure luck. The 10 immortals were dazzled when they saw Xiao Han's points. Xiao Han. Do you have the feeling that the net of heaven has a long arm but no one can escape? Be executed. How dare you murder our big brother Xing Chenzi's beloved woman, Jiang Zi? That's a heinous crime. You're going to die in the 4th region, and your family, your plane, and anyone related to you will all be crushed by Big Bro Stellar Chen. Some of the immortals were getting very excited by the points floating above Xiao Han's head. They roared incessantly. Xiao Han wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he observed the 10 immortals with great interest. Moreover, he deliberately said, "Why didn't you inform the son of Xing Chenzi that you've discovered me?" The leader of the immortals was taken aback by Xiao Han's fearlessness. Meanwhile, he activated the communication spirit stone in his hand and communicated directly with the son of Xing Chenzi. Big brother Xing Chenzi. We found Xiao Han. On the other side. Roar. Xiao Han. You found Xiao Han. That's great. Tell me where you are right now. The son of Xing Chenzi's voice was extremely frenzied. About 600 kilometers east of our starting point, the immortal leader immediately reported. I'll be right there. Hold Xiao Han back for now. The son of Xing Qinzi barked impatiently from the other end of the communication stone. Meanwhile, after the leader transmitted his voice to the son of Xing Qinzi, Xiao Han glanced at the black and white child and fish stem out of the corner of his eye. Kill! Xiao Han suddenly roared. As soon as the word kill was uttered, the mental energy star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness directly exploded. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of soul-type psychic daggers materialized at Xiao Han's command. Furthermore, puff, 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 pft. In less than a breath's time. Under Xiao Han's control, the daggers pierced through the limbs of the 10 immortals. 10 immortals were instantly crippled by Xiao Han. Become a cripple. Ah! Roar! Ah! These immortals let out miserable shrieks that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. It was as miserable as the cries of cuckoos and apes. The screams reverberated throughout the area. It was as if even the heavens and earth had dimmed. On the other end of the communication stone was the son of Star. When he suddenly heard the screams of his subordinates, he seemed to be shocked and shouted at them repeatedly. What's going on? What's going on? Ah! Big brother Xing Qinzi. That's Xiao Han. The immortals howled in pain. That Xiao Han is strange. Big brother black and white, big brother fish stem, do it now. Xiao Han said. In the blink of an eye, the black and white seeds and the fish stem. They summoned their immortal treasures and unleashed all kinds of immortal spells and divine abilities to attack. Faced with a group of immortals who had been crippled by Xiao Han, they couldn't resist at all. Even the defenseless immortals, the black and white seeds and the fish stem instantly succeeded. After killing 10 immortals at once, the immortals' points, treasures, and power of refinement flowed into the black and white seeds and the fish stem. This also fulfilled Xiao Han's promise to split the spoils with the black and white seeds and the fish stem. Brothers, let's go. Xiao Han didn't hesitate. He took out his storage ring and collected the fragments of the corpses that filled the sky. Then, he fled into the distance with the black and white seeds and the fish stem. A few dozen breaths later, Hong, son of Star, almost tore through space as he led his subordinates to the area where the 10 immortals had died. Trembling, one of Master Xing's subordinates said, Big brother Xing Qinzi, it seems like a fierce battle broke out here, and immortals perished. Don't tell me that Xiao Han killed our people in this place. Shut up. Son of Star roared in anger and humiliation. Indeed, he was now certain that this was the place where his subordinates had transmitted messages to him, and then, been slaughtered. 10 immortals were slaughtered by Xiao Han in the span of a single breath. According to the fluctuations of the communication spirit stone, our people couldn't even fight back when Xiao Han made his move. Qin Yun's eyes widened in shock. All of a sudden, the child of Xing Qinzi felt a trace of desolation. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of fear quietly grew in Xing Qinzi's heart. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. Chapter 650. At this moment, the son of the stars finally realized that Xiao Han was absolutely not easy to deal with. He'd underestimated Xiao Han. He'd severely underestimated Xiao Han. The immortals at Xing Qinzi's side also began to sense Xiao Han's fearsomeness. However, now that they thought about it carefully, there were some clues. Jiang Zi had been killed by Xiao Han. After all, she'd refined an extremely powerful treasure. She'd fought with other teams of immortals, and Xiao Han had killed her with a sneak attack. However, the fact that he'd been able to kill Jiang Zi meant that Xiao Han wasn't an ordinary mortal. Xiao Han hadn't obtained more than 2 million points purely through luck. Moreover, not long ago, Xiao Han had easily and neatly slaughtered 10 of the Star Child's powerful immortals. All of these signs were enough to show how terrifying Xiao Han was. The wind was faint, but when it blew on the Star Child and the other immortals, they felt a chill run down their spines. Big Brother Star, the Star Child's expression grew as grim as an iron plate. Then, he took out a communication spirit stone and sent a message to his subordinates scattered in the 4th region. All of you, come back quickly. We need to discuss our plan to deal with Xiao Han again. The Star Child sent a message to his subordinates, asking them to return immediately. He knew he had to reformulate his plan to deal with Xiao Han. Otherwise, Xiao Han might bite back at him. In the end, the Son of the Stars completely regarded Xiao Han as his greatest threat, and as a formidable opponent who was strong enough to fight against him. He was no longer careless. The Son of the Stars chimed in coldly, Xiao Han does have his quirks. I underestimated him too much before, and he cost me 20 of my subordinates. Now, I want to pay more attention to this Xiao Han. I have to treat him as my mortal enemy. I believe that there's an insurmountable chasm between mortals and immortals. As long as I take him seriously, I'll be the one to have the last laugh. That's right, Big Brother Star. Not long after that, the immortals under the Star Child's command arrived from all over. Including the Star Child, a total of 80 immortals had gathered. Immortal chi seethed in the sky. The atmosphere was also extremely stiff and heavy. All of the immortals were feeling uneasy, and their hearts were filled with shock. It's unbelievable. Our team was slaughtered by Xiao Han in an instant. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. It looks like we've underestimated Xiao Han all this time. We thought he was just a lucky mortal who could be bullied as he pleased. Who would have thought that he could slaughter immortals as easily as picking up grass? I'm at a disadvantage. We suffered a great loss. However, now that Big Brother Son of the Stars is paying attention to this matter, given our strength, we might be able to make up for it. The immortals were all discussing spiritually with one another. At that moment, the Son of the Stars let out a furious roar. All right, stop whispering. Master Xingqianzi was very imposing, and his shout caused his subordinates to fall silent like cicadas in winter. One by one, they looked over at Master Xingqianzi. Eldest brother Xingqianzi, now that we're taking Xiao Han seriously, please give us your instructions on how to deal with him. To protect the dignity of us immortals, to avenge our comrades, and to ensure that Big Brother Son of the Stars takes first place in the preliminaries, we have to kill Xiao Han at all costs. Listen up. We still have 80 people left. From now on, we'll split into 8 teams. However, a thoughtful look appeared in the Son of the Stars' eyes. Unlike before, we'll split into teams and stop searching for Xiao Han. Upon hearing these words, all of the immortals under the Son of the Stars' command froze. Confused expressions appeared on their faces. Stop searching for Xiao Han. There's a change of plan. Each team will search for other immortal teams in Region 4, then contact them. The Son of the Stars seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. We'll gather all of the immortals scattered in Realm 4 together. Then, we'll send hundreds of immortals to hunt down Xiao Han. It'll be a great show of force. Is that so? The immortals were taken aback. One of the immortals couldn't help but ask. That's a good plan, Big Brother of the Sons of the Stars, Nye Tian said. However, I'm worried that the other teams won't want to work with us. Don't worry about it. The Son of the Stars said confidently. Xiao Han has more than 2 million points, the Son of the Stars said confidently. Every team in Realm 4, with the exception of us, will want to hunt him down and take first place. For now, we won't waste our time fighting the other teams. Let's work together and take down Xiao Han, the leader of the pack. This is a chance to fight for first place, and the other teams won't ignore it. Everyone is jealous of Xiao Han, coveting him. What's wrong with killing him first? As expected, the Son of the Stars had come up with this plan after careful consideration. Now that he had explained the whole story, the immortals were all convinced. Also, the Son of the Stars said, when you contact the other teams, you can exaggerate Xiao Han's battle prowess so that they won't dare to act alone. That way, they'll understand the importance of working together. Xiao Han really is strong. Go tell the other immortal squads that not even I, the son of the stars, am confident in being able to kill Xiao Han on my own. United, we're strong. Divided, we're weak. Let's work together to hunt down that mortal Xiao Han. It's time for the Hunt the Leading Sheep plan. This plan is called the Hunt Down Leader plan. The son of the stars said in a powerful voice. Plan to hunt the alpha sheep. The immortals exchanged glances with one another. Then. We understand, Big Brother Star. The son of the stars subordinate said eagerly. In that case, let's split up and contact the other immortals scattered in the fourth region. Go on. The son of the stars waved his hand. Be careful. If you run into Xiao Han, don't fight him head-on. Avoid him for now. Once we gather our men, we'll hunt him down. That way, we'll be absolutely safe. Understood. Xiao. The immortals split into 8 squads and flew off in different directions. While the sons of the stars were discussing the Hunt Down Leader plan, Xiao Han was stealthily lurking on a hill about 60 kilometers away from the sons of the stars and the others. At this distance, the sons of the stars and the others wouldn't be able to detect him at all. However, Xiao Han knew their every move like the back of his hand. This included the so-called Hunt Down Leader plan. This son of the stars really is a wily old fox. Xiao Han snickered. Brother Xiao Han, as expected of the son of the stars. Black and White Master and Fish Stem looked at Xiao Han. Should we charge out and hunt the son of the stars? Black and White Master asked after a brief pause. Brother Xiao Han, since we found the son of the stars' whereabouts, we can sneak behind him and wait for an opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop. Yes, Xiao Han said with a sneer. The child of Star Chenzi just discussed with all of the immortals in the fourth region to gang up on me, Xiao Han. Ha. A group of immortals working together to kill a mere mortal? That's something that rarely happens in the eons. It looks like the son of the stars is very confident in his plan. He thinks he can easily capture me. Ha, if that's the case, I won't be in a hurry to kill the son of the stars. I'll toy with him for a bit, how about this? Xiao Han's eyes darted around as he came up with a countermeasure. We'll choose a squad under the son of the stars' command and follow them. We'll wait for them to contact the other squads, then we'll kill them in one fell swoop. That way, the son of the stars will be informed of the situation immediately through the communication spirit stone. We'll kill our way through. We'll kill until the son of the stars is the only one left in the fourth region. We'll kill him until he breaks down. All right. That way, we'll be able to crush the son of the stars mentally. The Black and White Master said, nodding. That's right. Master Xing Chenzi is too arrogant. Big Bro Su Huizi died a horrible death. If we kill him right away, it'll be letting him off easy. Even if he's a genius among immortals, he won't be able to endure such torture. He'll definitely collapse. That's exactly what I'm thinking. All right then, brothers, let's choose a squad under the son of the stars' command and follow them. Xiao Han spread his psychic fluctuations and locked onto a squad of 10 subordinates of the son of the stars. Then, he, the Black and White Master, and Fish Arm chased after them. Very quickly, Xiao Han and the other 2 caught up to the small team that was flying in the northwest direction. They didn't have to worry about losing track of the squad if they followed it for about 40 kilometers. Of course, the squad didn't know that Xiao Han had his eyes on them yet. They were currently transmitting sound waves and messages with their immortal senses as they flew. Big Brother Son of the Stars subordinates are contacting other immortals to plan something big. The leader of the fourth region, the mortal Xiao Han, is growing stronger by the day. He's a great threat to us immortals. He's killed countless immortals to accumulate 2 million points. His fighting prowess has already surpassed Big Brother Son of the Stars. If we don't team up, he'll take us down one by one. Now, any immortal team that hears this message can immediately join our team. Let's work together and topple the leader first. The squad of 10 immortals continued to transmit messages as they flew, hoping that the other immortals scattered in the 4th region would hear them. A bunch of idiots, Xiao Han said, following closely behind them like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Moreover, Xiao Han wouldn't make a move just yet. He would wait until this squad of immortals contacted other immortal teams, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. That would shock the Son of the Stars even more. It would be a huge blow to his psyche. He was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 651. Now, Xiao Han and the Son of the Stars were engaged in a battle of wits and courage. YBDU. The Son of the Stars had completely taken Xiao Han seriously. He had divided his subordinates into several squads and taken the initiative to search for other teams of immortals in the 4th realm. He planned to unite all of them and form a crusade to hunt down Xiao Han, the leader of the pack. Although the plan wasn't too shocking, it was very reasonable. Yes, if hundreds or thousands of immortals joined forces, Xiao Han could very well be surrounded and killed, no matter how fierce his immortal-slaying methods were. However, Xiao Han used his formidable soul and psychic power to cover a far greater area than these immortals, and immediately learned of the Son of the Stars' plan. At the same time, Xiao Han launched a counterattack. Xiao Han fixed his eyes on one of the Son of the Stars' squads, followed them, and then found the best opportunity to kill them. After all, if Xiao Han hadn't learned of the Son of the Stars' plan in advance, he might also have fallen into a predicament. For example, the Son of the Stars squads had gathered all of the other immortal squads, and then gathered all of them together using communication spirit stones. That way, once Xiao Han's whereabouts were exposed, he might be surrounded. Even if he fought a group of immortals, it was very likely that he would be outnumbered. At this moment, the Son of the Stars squad that Xiao Han was targeting, consisting of 10 immortals, were doing their best to send out messages and sense the other immortal squads in the vicinity. Xiao Han, the fish arm, and the black and white child kept a safe distance from the squad, and closely monitored their every move. In the squad that Xiao Han and the others were tracking, the leader of the squad kept his communication spirit stone on at all times. With the Son of the Stars. With his companions. They kept in touch at all times. At this moment, the leaders of the other squads kept sending messages. I didn't let you down, Big Brother Star. I've found a squad of 45 immortals. I've convinced their leader to cooperate with us against Xiao Han. I've also met with a squad of 28 immortals. We've reached an agreement to work together. I've made a point to form an alliance with a large squad of 56 immortals. Now, I'm going to continue searching for other squads. One after another, the Son of the Stars subordinates came back with reports of success. Then, Master Xing Chenzi's voice echoed through the spirit communication stone. All right. Very good. Everyone's hard work. He also received some feedback and continued to contact other immortal teams. I believe you. We, the immortals, will definitely be able to kill that bastard Xiao Han. Yes, Big Brother Xing Chenzi's plan is progressing very smoothly. The frown on the leader of the squad of immortals that Xiao Han had been keeping an eye on eased. He seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. The other teams have already contacted the people scattered in the 4th region. We have to work harder. However, just as he finished speaking, there's a team of immortals about 2 miles ahead. The leader of the team suddenly stopped and gathered his immortal sense. That's right. It's a 27-man team. After a short pause, the squad leader waved his hand and said, Let's go. Meet up with this 27-man team. On Xiao Han's side. Naturally, the appearance of the 27-man team could not escape Xiao Han's psychic detection. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry. He smiled faintly and said, This squad of immortals has finally found another team of immortals. Let them meet up and team up. That way, I'll have fun killing them. Hee hee, Brother Xiao Han, Master Xingqianzi must be very nervous right now. Once he finds out that you've killed a few dozen more immortals, he'll definitely lose his cool. At this moment, the black-white child and Yu Yangzi knew Xiao Han was strong enough to destroy a team of celestials on his own. Therefore, they were not worried about Xiao Han's plan. Xiao, it did not take long before the squad of immortals that Xiao Han was keeping an eye on met up with the 27-man team. The leader of the 27-man team was a handsome sword cultivator with a sword on his back. He had 240,000 points hovering above his head, and there were signs that he had refined a celestial weapon. The two immortal squads clashed head-on, and the two sides immediately began to pull away from each other. Oh. A squad of 10? The sword cultivator said excitedly. Ha ha ha. What a free gift. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. Meanwhile, the leader of Master Xingqianzi's 10-man squad raised the communication spirit stone in his hand high into the air. Friend, don't be in such a hurry to attack. We're Big Brother Xingqianzi's subordinates. We're holding the communication spirit stone in our hands and are in constant contact with Big Brother Xingqianzi. If you act rashly and kill us, Big Brother Xingqianzi will immediately kill you. He'll make sure you die a graveless death. Big Brother Xingqianzi is currently ranked second in the 4th region in terms of points, and he has refined an extremely powerful weapon. Moreover, Big Brother Xingqianzi isn't someone to be trifled with. Therefore, you must consider this carefully. Don't act rashly. If you attack, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The 27-man team led by the sword cultivator was instantly intimidated by the sword cultivator's words. A hint of fear flashed in the sword cultivator's eyes as he muttered to himself. The son of Xingqianzi's subordinates, the leader of the 10-man squad led by the son of the stars, went on with his speech. Everyone, Nye Tian said. That's enough, friends. I've come to negotiate with you on my own initiative. I won't use Big Brother Xingqianzi's name to bully you. Instead, I want to work with you. A look of realization flashed across the sword cultivator's face as he nodded slightly. Work with you? Earlier, I heard that Master Xingqianzi invited us immortal squads to join forces against Xiao Han. Looks like the news is absolutely true. The leader of the 10-man team nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. This is the leading sheep hunting plan. That mortal Xiao Han. That mortal Xiao Han has already accumulated more than 2 million points. He's a threat to us immortals. Moreover, as a mortal, he openly opposed us immortals. We have no choice but to kill him. That mortal Xiao Han must have mastered some methods to kill immortals. Therefore, if we don't work together, it's very likely that we'll be defeated one by one. Let's work together for now and kill Xiao Han first. Also, Big Brother Xingqianzi said that after we surround Xiao Han, whoever kills him will get his points, treasures, and power of refinement. Whoever kills him will get the rewards. The sword cultivator's voice trembled, and his eyes turned bloodshot. More than 2 million points. That's right. Those points should have been ours, but now a mortal has taken them. We have to defend the dignity of immortals and take those points back. Think about it, if Xiao Han really gets the points and spots and kills his way out of the 4th region, we immortals will lose all face. Alright, let's work together. Let's work together to kill Xiao Han. The sword cultivator finally nodded in agreement. Ha 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 ha, good. Friends, you've made the right decision, the leader of the 10-man team said with a wide smile. After all, Big Brother Xingqianzi has the perfect communication method. Only by working together with him will we have a chance to capture that slippery Xiao Han. If you go after Xiao Han alone, not only will it be difficult to find him, but he might even kill you instead. Let's go after Xiao Han together, the sword cultivator said eagerly, licking his lips. At the same time, he began to mutter to himself. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to kill Xiao Han while the other immortals are surrounding him. Let's go, the leader of the team urged. We need to hurry and contact other teams of immortals. We'll grow stronger and stronger. Let's go, the leader of the team urged. We need to hurry and contact other teams of immortals. We'll grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, the two teams, with a total of 37 people, temporarily formed a team and continued to search for other teams. Xiao Han informed Black White Child and Fish Rib of his findings. Brother Xiao Han, when do we make our move? Black White Child asked. Fish Rib rubbed his hands together. The team ahead of us has successfully formed an alliance with another team of immortals. They'll definitely be overjoyed, and they'll definitely send word to the Son of Stars. If we attack now and wipe them out, it'll be like pouring a bucket of ice water on a raging flame. I'm sure the Son of Stars will vomit blood in anger. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed. After a brief pause, Xiao Han looked up at the evening sky and said, Big brothers, it's not the time to make our move yet. We'll wait for them to gather more people before we make our move. Don't be in such a hurry to fight. The curtains have already been drawn on our final battle with the Son of Stars. Let's wait a few more days, and we'll have to face the Son of Stars head-on. Big brother Xingqinzi, I've also made contact with a team of immortals. There are 27 of them, and their overall strength is pretty good. Right now, I'm making the best use of my time to make contact with other teams of immortals. The leader of the immortal team that Xiao Han had been following also took out a communication spirit stone and communicated with Xingqinzi. Meanwhile, the Son of Stars had personally contacted 3 teams of immortals. Now, he had more than 100 immortals by his side. Looking at the immortals he had recruited, the Son of Stars waved the communication spirit stone in his hand and said, Everyone, my plan is coming to fruition. The 7 teams of immortals I sent out have all contacted other teams. Now, we've gathered hundreds of immortals. Let's not talk about the future, but our chances of killing Xiao Han are much higher now that we're united. The immortals by the Son of Stars side cheered in agreement. Some of the immortals who had been recruited by the Son of Stars had grim expressions on their faces, and their eyes were unfocused. Perhaps they had chosen to ally with the Son of Stars because they wanted to use his power to find Xiao Han, kill him, and divide the spoils. However, no matter what, Xingqinzi's plan to hunt the leader was developing just as he had expected. This made him more and more confident that he could kill Xiao Han. To be continued. P.S. Recommending Qidian's popular guru, whose network is so strong that it defies the natural order, and who keeps himself clean. Every time he writes, he burns incense and takes a bath. He is clean, and his soul is pure and transparent. Chrysanthemum Pig Xuanhuan Monster Masterpiece, #1 in the world. This book was very strong. It gave off the feeling of being young and hot-blooded. Anyone who read it would feel as if they were young and inexperienced. Within the book, there was a very righteous and pure emotion. Chapter 652. Night. The moon and stars were beautiful. Xiao Han, Yu Yangzi, and He Heizi settled down in a tranquil valley with fireflies flying around. Xiao Han did not lose track of the team of immortals in front of him. Of course, he would not get too close and be discovered by them. Xiao Han and the other 2 maintained a distance of about 50 to 60 li from the team of immortals. It was a perfect distance. Brother Yu Yangzi, Brother He Heizi, let's stay in this valley tonight. Those guys in front of us should stop and not move forward. Xiao Han smiled. Okay. Yu Yangzi and He Heizi nodded at the same time. The 3 of them sat cross-legged and nurtured their spirits. Xiao Han looked down. Under the clear moonlight, he was like a focused statue. At this moment, Xiao Han was looking at his dantian. In Xiao Han's dantian, there were countless immortal weapons and dharma treasures. Almost 20,000 dharma treasures. Now, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Han was a moving treasure trove. However, Xiao Han's current identity was still that of a mortal. Therefore, among all these dharma treasures, Xiao Han wouldn't waste his refining power to obtain them. After all, when mortals controlled these dharma treasures, they wouldn't be able to bring out the true mysteries of these dharma treasures. Of course, among the endless dharma treasures, the greatest and most glorious was still immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's jade token of inheritance. Any Dharma treasure would appear insignificant and dim in comparison to this jade token of inheritance. Once this jade token of inheritance was opened, one could obtain immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lifetime of sword Dao cultivation. His strength would increase exponentially. He would become the king of the sword Dao in this universe, the ruler of the world. My next goal is to open this jade plate of inheritance and obtain the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Xiao Han thought to himself. He was very clear about the path he had to take. Only by obtaining the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao and gaining enlightenment will I be able to walk to the end of the fourth floor of the treasure trove and compete with the other immortals. More importantly, I will be able to compete with the demon egg in my heart, the soul of the demon god. However, it's extremely difficult to completely obtain immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. The refining power required is unimaginable, forget it. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now, let's officially start attacking this inheritance jade plate. He was officially trying to break through the inheritance jade plate. That's right, it was Xiao Han's first time wasting his energy to challenge the succession badge. Before this, Xiao Han had also obtained the power of refinement, but he did not use it to break through the inheritance jade token. Instead, he used it to break through the divine speed boots and the supreme battle will pill. Now, Xiao Han had accumulated more than 2 million points, and the amount of refining energy he had obtained was unbelievably huge. The power of refinement was as deep as the sea, accumulating in Xiao Han's dantian like a black hole filled with crazy energy. What was certain was that Xiao Han's refining power far surpassed that of any immortal in the fourth region. It wouldn't be a problem for him to crush Xing Qinzi by a few streets. With this level of refining power, he could casually refine a large number of magic treasures in his dantian. However, Xiao Han would not waste the refining power on these immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures. The inheritance jade plate was the king. Everything else was fleeting. One day, when Xiao Han obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance, he would be enlightened. By then, any immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures he wanted would be within his reach. Right now, the refining power in my body is definitely not enough to break through the inheritance jade plate. It's still a long way off. However, I'll take it one step at a time. Xiao Han's mind moved. His mind directly controlled the raging refining power in his dantian. Boom! All the refining power was mobilized by Xiao Han, not a single drop was spilled. This power of refinement gathered into a giant energy dragon. This energy dragon roared and charged directly at the jade token of inheritance. It charged at the layers of mental restrictions on the surface of the inheritance jade plate. Puchi, a loud explosion burst out from Xiao Han's dantian. A massive, powerful refinement force bombarded the jade inheritance token. It was like the crashing of waves. A tsunami rolled wildly. At that moment, a gap was opened in the restriction on the surface of the inheritance jade token. Xiao Han's mind directly entered the gap. His soul and mental strength enveloped it. Hiss! Xiao Han couldn't help but cry out in shock. He never expected that his refining power could only break through less than 1/50th of the mental restrictions on the surface of the inheritance jade plate. It was too terrifying. It was too terrifying. Before this, Xiao Han also knew that he was only testing the waters this time. He definitely wouldn't be able to break through the restrictions on the surface of the inheritance jade plate. However, he never expected that not only could he not break through, but he couldn't even break through 1/50th of the mental restrictions. It can't be. I've accumulated so much refining power and accumulated more than 2 million points. I can't even break through 1/50th of the mental restrictions with my full strength? How difficult would it be to completely control this inheritance jade plate and obtain the opportunity to be enlightened? Xiao Han's scalp went numb. Such a huge number of points, but the refining power was just a drop in the ocean. The next moment, Xiao Han's mind swept through again. The refining power in his dantian was completely empty. There was nothing left. It was dried up. It was used up. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air. It seems that it's absolutely impossible to break through the inheritance jade plate in the fourth region's preliminaries. Even if I kill all the immortals, it's impossible to break through the inheritance jade plate. I can only wait for the following matches to see if there are more opportunities. There are only slightly more than 1,000 immortals left in the fourth region. Killing all these immortals and obtaining this little bit of refining power is really a drop in the bucket to break through the inheritance jade plate. Forget it, I won't think about the preliminaries. I'll wait for the matches to see what the rules are and see if I can obtain more refining power. Xiao Han also had some ideas. However, at this moment. Boom! On the surface of the inheritance jade plate, a warm current suddenly flowed out from the small gap that had been broken through. This warm current flowed directly through Xiao Han's mind and into his soul at lightning speed. Boom! Another explosion. Xiao Han's soul consciousness actually expanded. Hiss! Xiao Han took a deep breath. He felt a slight swelling pain in his head. Then, the solid mental power planet in his sea of consciousness quickly moved a few times. His powerful soul instantly eliminated the discomfort caused by the swelling of his sea of consciousness. Then, it was replaced by a wave of comfort and coolness. In his sea of consciousness, there was a refreshing feeling. Then, Xiao Han's soul penetrated and discovered that the warm current that flowed into his sea of consciousness was actually some principles related to the Saber Tao. This principle was not profound. It seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg that had leaked out from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance jade plate. A little bit of it that had leaked out. However, it was this little bit of it that made Xiao Han directly immersed in it. Hungry and thirsty. Dreamy and illusory. For a moment, he was stunned. Originally, Xiao Han was a saber cultivator. His saber Tao originated from the immortal saber Tao that had sealed the heart demon egg. The 7-fragment saber technique was also an immortal saber technique that was not common. Moreover, Xiao Han's saber intent had been thoroughly tempered and had already reached the peak realm of great accomplishment. His natal saber chi was flawless and his divine soul could even vaguely see the gate of the ancient saber realm. In this way, Xiao Han was able to quickly absorb the mysteries of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber Tao. Of course, if it was not because of his strong soul and strong saber Tao, this little bit of knowledge would have instantly exploded Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Han was immersed in understanding the supreme mystery of the saber Tao. Inadvertently, the natal saber chi that was entrenched in his sea of consciousness became more and more dazzling. Countless saber moves, saber words, and saber comprehension were steaming out from it. Xiao Han's saber Tao realm actually began to skyrocket. So the saber chi can actually be slashed out like this. Xiao Han was immersed in the deep understanding of the saber Tao. This was the understanding of the number one person in the saber Tao. This caused Xiao Han to start learning. It was as if Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was personally guiding Xiao Han. Subconsciously, Xiao Han's natal saber chi surged out from his sea of consciousness. The golden natal saber chi contained a terrifying aura that could slay gods, demons, and ghosts. It swept out. Such a saber intent caused Black White and Yu Yangzi to stand up and look at Xiao Han in shock. Saber intent. It's actually saber intent. After being with Brother Xiao for so many days, I didn't know that Brother Xiao was such a powerful saber cultivator. Yu Yangzi blurted out. Brother Xiao is too scary. Black White said thoughtfully. Trump cards one after another. Every trump card is so powerful. Mental strength, immortal physique, and now the saber intent. The power of this saber intent is enough to slay immortals. Yu Yangzi, you definitely don't have the confidence to withstand Brother Zhao's saber, right? I don't, Yu Yangzi said honestly. Brother Zhao's powerful saber intent is built on the terrifying mental strength of the soul. Using a powerful soul to control the saber intent is the realm that every saber cultivator dreams of achieving. Xing Chenzi is really funny. He actually provoked such an abnormal opponent. Black and White, look at Brother Zhao's saber intent. Hiss. At this moment, Yu Yangzi's voice stopped abruptly. At the same time, Black and White's eyes were also dazed. Xiao Han's natal saber chi suddenly distorted and evolved into a dragon-shaped saber chi. This dragon-shaped saber chi was covered in dense scales. It emitted an ancient and desolate aura that dominated the world and devoured everything. Moreover, the dragon-shaped saber chi was very agile, as if it was a living creature. The dragon opened its mouth as if it was about to let out a destructive roar that completely absorbed the surrounding space. Every scale of this dragon-shaped saber chi seemed to be engraved with the essence of Saber Dao. Saber Chi Dragon. Finally, Black and White was extremely shocked. This is saber chi that can only be cultivated after the realm of Saber Dao has reached a certain level. When I was in the immortal world, I once heard some saber user friends say that the strongest saber user could not only comprehend saber intent and natal saber chi, but they could also use the natal saber chi to evolve into various primordial species, such as dragons, tigers, cranes, apes. That's right. Legend has it that immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, who dominated the immortal world, could evolve his natal saber chi into a primordial dragon. Back then, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was in high spirits. His saber chi dragon stood proudly on the dragon's head with his hands behind his back. Everywhere he passed, everyone bowed their heads in submission. Now, Brother Xiao Han's saber chi dragon, this. Yes. I once heard that among the top saber cultivators in the immortal world, only immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's natal saber chi could transform into a dragon. The other super saber cultivators' natal saber chi could transform into tigers, leopards, dragons, pythons, eagles. Saber Chi Dragon was immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's signature move. Now, Brother Zhao's natal saber chi has actually transformed into a primordial dragon. Does this mean that his achievements in Saber Dao will be on par with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao in the future? He will become the #1 Saber Dao cultivator in this world, s. Chapter 653. After Xiao Han absorbed a little bit of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance jade plate, his natal saber chi evolved into a primordial dragon that seemed to possess life. It turns out that every natal saber chi of a saber master is composed of saber talismans and saber techniques. In addition to the understanding of the saber, the comprehension of the saber, and the saber intent, the saber chi can be used to attack. This is a normal saber intent and saber chi. However, if I change the order of these saber talismans, saber techniques, and saber intent, it might turn the saber chi into a primordial species. Dragon. Tiger. Luan. Ferocious bird. After I absorbed a little bit of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber technique, it was equivalent to him teaching me and guiding me in my cultivation. Therefore, my natal saber chi evolved into a primordial dragon. Back then, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber chi also took the form of a dragon. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was filled with enlightenment. His understanding of the saber had reached a whole new level. At this moment, Xiao Han's saber Dao clearly contained the shadow of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. It could be said that Xiao Han had already obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance. Of course, it was not the complete inheritance. It was just a little bit, an extremely superficial inheritance, like a drop of seawater in a vast ocean. However, even so, it was still immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance. After the saber chi turned into a dragon, my saber intent combat strength increased by more than a few times. Xiao Han was extremely certain of this point. Whoosh, then, Xiao Han kept the dragon-shaped saber chi back into his sea of consciousness. An image appeared in his sea of consciousness. On the surface of the glittering, solid mental power planet, there was a terrifying and dignified primordial dragon coiled around it. Every breath of this primordial dragon contained an invincible saber intent. Once released, it would devour people, tear everything apart, and crush everything in its path. I've only broken through 1/50th of the outer restriction of this inheritance jade pendant, and I've already obtained such a powerful saber intent. If I break through all the restrictions and gain complete control of this jade pendant, how powerful will my saber intent be? Even Xiao Han himself was shocked. Xiao Han calmed himself down and stood up, thinking to himself, now, my Blade Chi Dragon has become my strongest trump card. It's many times stronger than a simple mental energy weapon. This move is more than enough to kill a Son of the Stars countless times over. Plus, it'll also give me a solid foundation to contend against other outstanding immortals in the upcoming matches. Even if those immortals have refined and mastered immortal tools, I won't be afraid of them. By the time Xiao Han had completely awakened from the wondrous state of comprehending the sword Dao, the sky was already turning bright. A new day was about to arrive. Xiao Han opened his eyes and saw that black, white, and fish stem were looking at him with shocked expressions. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. Big brothers, I was a little carried away when I comprehended the sword Dao last night. Please excuse me. No. Frail fish stuttered. Brother Xiao Han, your saber intent has become unbelievably powerful. Amazing. The black, white, and fish stem nodded repeatedly. At the same time, Xiao Han discovered that the range of his soul and psychic fluctuations had expanded from 60 kilometers to 80 kilometers. The improvement in the sword Dao has actually strengthened my soul and psychic power a little more. Xiao Han was both surprised and overjoyed. Within the range of Xiao Han's soul and psychic fluctuations, the team of immortals was already ready to set off. They were ready to set off again, contact other teams, and continue the leading sheep hunting plan. Whoosh! 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 37 immortals soared into the sky. The leader of the team of 10 under the Son of the Stars said to boost morale. Everyone, let's keep up the good work today. Let's increase the number of immortals in our team to 100. Once we reach 100, we won't have to fear Xiao Han anymore. The sword immortal nodded. Yes, no matter how monstrous a mortal is, no matter how many trump cards he has, he can't fight against 100 immortals. He can't even mount a sneak attack. Yes. The group of immortals was high-spirited and arrogant. Xiao Han stared at the team of immortals and gave the black, white, and fish stem a meaningful look. Big brothers, let's follow them. Don't let those scumbags slip away. Just like the day before, Xiao Han and the other two followed behind while maintaining an effective distance. Soon, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated through the fourth zone. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced that there were only 18 days left until the end of the fourth region's preliminaries. Currently, there were 1,400 immortals in the fourth zone. There were no changes in the top 10 of the preliminaries. Xiao Han was still at the top with 2,020,000 points, while the Son of the Stars was in second place. It was worth mentioning that the number of immortals in the fourth zone was also a little over 1,400 the day before. Today, it was still 1,400. This meant that there had been no fighting between the immortals in the fourth zone yesterday. His Son of the Stars does have some charisma, Xiao Han sneered inwardly. Under his leadership, the immortals have stopped fighting among themselves. All the spearheads are pointed at me, Xiao Han. Interesting, noon. The team of immortals that Xiao Han had been following finally had a new harvest. They encountered a large team of 66 people and persuaded them to form an alliance with them. The total number of immortals in the team was now over 100. They had formed a large team. The leader of the 10-man team under the command of the Son of the Stars was beside himself with joy. He took out a communication spirit stone and reported the good news to the Son of the Stars. Ha 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 ha. Big brother stars. Great joy. Great joy. I've formed alliances with other teams of immortals. Now, the number of people on my team has exceeded 100. Now, even if we encounter Xiao Han head-on, we'll be able to capture him with ease. Master Xing Chenzi immediately replied. His voice was also filled with a beaming smile. Good. You've done well, brother. Now, you can try searching for that bastard Xiao Han. That's right, Xiao Han wouldn't dare face a team of 100 people head-on. If he encountered them, he'd have no choice but to flee. Listen up, activate the communication spirit stone at all times. If you encounter Xiao Han, inform me of his location immediately. Alright, Big Brother stars. I hope we'll encounter Xiao Han today. I'd like to see what he's made of, and how he got his 2 million points. Ha 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 ha. The number of immortals ahead has finally exceeded 100. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. More than 100, the Black-White Master and the Fish Stem exclaimed in unison. Brother Xiao Han, can we make our move now? Xiao Han rubbed his nose, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Big brothers, it's time to make our move. What do we do? The Fish Stem asked eagerly. Now, he and the Black-White Master were bursting with confidence in Xiao Han. In their minds, Xiao Han could kill ordinary immortals as easily as picking up weeds. How about this? Xiao Han said after a moment of consideration. I'll charge forward, and you two will follow behind. Then I'll injure all the immortals, and you'll personally take care of them. That way, the power to refine their magic treasures will fall into your hands. Although Xiao Han desperately needed the power of refinement, there were over 100 immortals in front of him. Only a few of the leaders had a decent amount of points, but it wasn't a lot. They only had a few 100,000 or 200,000 points. Most of them were nobodies with very few points. In fact, most of them only had a few thousand points. They weren't worth mentioning. Xiao Han didn't care about these points. They weren't essential. In order to obtain more power to refine the magic treasures, Xiao Han would have to leave the fourth zone and find a way to do so in the arena. Of course, Xiao Han still had to get the Son of the Stars points. Hearing Xiao Han's decisiveness, the Fish Stem and the Black-White Master thanked him in low voices. Brother Xiao Han, thank you so much for helping us. We're friends and brothers, Xiao Han said with a smile. We should help each other. Then, he said, I'll charge forward now. Brothers, prepare your immortal tools. We'll clean up the mess at the last moment. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han had already used his movement technique and directly dashed forward. Moreover, he took a detour and arrived in front of the 100-man team. Meanwhile, the 100-man team was still basking in the feeling of superiority and joy of having the advantage of numbers. They didn't even notice the approaching danger and death. In fact, the leader of the 10-man team under the Son of the Stars was chatting and joking with the leaders of the other teams through communication spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I've gathered over 100 people. Not bad, right? It's nothing. I was lucky enough to gather 200 people. Ha 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 ha. Even Big Brother Star is full of praise for me. I've also gathered 96 people. Although it's not over 100, it's not far from it. Yes, our plan has been carried out perfectly. Now that we have the advantage of numbers, Xiao Han won't dare to attack us openly. I bet he can't even hide. Now, we can start searching for Xiao Han. Dig 3 feet into the ground, find him, grind his bones, scatter his ashes, and cut him into pieces. However, just as the leader of the Son of the Stars group was chatting with his companions with a smug look on his face, something happened. All of a sudden, the 100-man team stopped in their tracks. The chaotic scene instantly quieted down. All the immortals fixed their eyes on something in front of them. Ahead of them was a slender young man with a somewhat youthful appearance. Treading on clouds, he walked toward the group of immortals. There was not the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. It was none other than Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. A few of the immortals made strange noises from their throats. The Son of the Stars leader suddenly screamed, Xiao Han. You brat. How dare you show up like this? You're courting death. I'm only here to. Xiao Han smiled bitterly, then said with a serious expression, to kill you scum. S. Chapter 654. The team of 100 immortals were all in a state of shock at this moment. They hadn't expected that Xiao Han would dare show himself after things had developed to this point. After all, there were 100 immortals here. Among them, a small number of immortals had refined immortal artifacts and magic treasures into their bodies. It was a formidable lineup. Even Master Jiao Lanzi and the Son of the Stars, who were among the best of the younger generation in the immortal world, would be surrounded and killed if they didn't use their heaven-defying immortal tools or magical treasures. Even if a level 3 true immortal were to descend upon this place, it would be like ants biting an elephant to death. Therefore, no matter what, Xiao Han shouldn't have stepped forward so boldly and confidently. In the next moment, the group of immortals spread out and used their movement techniques to surround Xiao Han. They were trapped in the core. Xiao Han didn't move an inch. He smiled but said nothing. When the immortals completely surrounded Xiao Han, they immediately used their celestial senses to scan their surroundings. They suspected that Xiao Han was up to no good, and they were wary of Xiao Han's men lying in ambush. But, apart from Xiao Han and the 100 of them, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The black-white child and the fish stem had followed Xiao Han's instructions to hide in an area where the immortals' immortal senses couldn't find them. When Xiao Han made his move, the black-white child and the fish stem would rush out to clean up the mess. How strange. There's no ambush in the surroundings. The sword immortal looked at Xiao Han in confusion. Xiao Han, you're a special mortal. The current situation can't be any worse for you. You're facing so many immortals, and you've been locked down by our immortal senses. You've already been locked down by our immortal senses, and there's no way you can escape. Moreover, it's impossible for you to possess a trump card that can kill all of us. You coming out is simply courting death. Yes, you're courting death, do you know that? Ha ha ha, courting death? Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. You immortals. You're so full of superiority even in the face of death. How laughable. How laughable. At the same time, the leader of the Son of the Stars 10-man team let out a shriek into the communication stone. Big Brother Star Sun. Big Brother Star Sun. Brothers. We've surrounded him. We've surrounded Xiao Han. Catching a turtle in a jar. Right now, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. The Son of the Stars' voice came from the communication stone, panting heavily. They trembled in fear. Capture him. Roar. We can't let him escape this time. Don't kill him yet. Break his arms and legs. Leave a life. When I rush over, I will ravage and torture him. The skin and flesh on his body were peeled off piece by piece, inch by inch. Break all his bones, piece by piece. After a brief pause, the Son of the Stars howled. Quick, tell me your coordinates. I'll be right there. Quick. One of Master Star's subordinates said, all right. He nodded immediately. Just as he was about to give the approximate coordinates, Xiao Han made his move. Xiao Han's soul trembled slightly. Psychic energy suddenly spread out. The solid spiritual power star in his sea of consciousness suddenly squirmed. Densely packed spiritual daggers had already been born. After Xiao Han had comprehended a little bit of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's saber Dao, his soul and psychic energy had also increased by a lot. Therefore, the daggers that Xiao Han had created with his soul and psychic energy were of a higher quality than before. The quality of the daggers was even higher than before. At this moment, Xiao Han was surrounded by thousands of daggers, glittering with immortal light and rising immortal energy, making Xiao Han look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He was like a god worshipped by mortals. As soon as Xiao Han unleashed the soul and psychic daggers, the immortals on the other side instantly felt a sense of crisis before death. It was an intuition. An intuition that death was about to strike. Attack him. There's something strange about this guy. A few immortals with stronger combat strength roared. Then, some of the immortals who had refined and controlled Dharma treasures in the team of about 100 immortals unleashed the Dharma treasures in their bodies and were about to activate them to attack Xiao Han. At the same time, the immortals who had not refined and controlled Dharma treasures began chanting incantations, about to unleash their most powerful immortal skills to kill Shao Han. Suddenly, the immortals who had surrounded Shao Han were stirred up. All kinds of immortal light shot up into the sky, and auspicious clouds and auspicious chi were stirring. However, this seemingly peaceful atmosphere was actually filled with murderous intent. It was the atmosphere of a desperate struggle. In fact, the current situation was extremely dangerous. It should be noted that Shao Han was an ordinary person, and he was not wearing any immortal armor. Although his physical defense was comparable to that of an ordinary level 4 true immortal, he was facing the attack of hundreds of immortal skills, including several powerful immortal weapons and Dharma treasures. His life and death were hanging by a thin line. One careless move and he would be blasted into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the immortal's attack was about to take shape. Puff! 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 The thousands of daggers formed from Shao Han's soul had already shot out in all directions, with Shao Han as the center. They were so fast that they happened to be even faster than the immortal's attacks. Moreover, Shao Han controlled the daggers as if they were his own limbs. He was purely controlling his own thoughts. Under Shao Han's precise control, every dagger was aimed at the spot that Shao Han wanted it to be. The next moment, every immortal's hands, legs, shoulders, and even dantian were full of daggers. Their bones were visible. Not only did they interrupt the immortal's attacks, they were instantly crippled. More than 100 immortals were crippled. Ah! My arms and legs. All the immortal chi in my body has been destroyed. Damn it. Such a perverted and terrifying method, he's definitely not immortal. Heart-wrenching, lung-splitting screams rose and fell, resounding throughout this area. The immortal weapons and Dharma treasures in the hands of several leading immortals fell before they could fully activate their power. They were damaged by Shao Han's spiritual daggers. Shao Han's attack was a complete victory. However, he had expended a lot of his psychic power, and he felt a little dizzy. Big brother Black-White. Big brother Yu Yangzi, do it. Shao Han didn't hesitate as he roared. Boom! Boom! In the distance, the black-white sun and fish stem charged out the moment Shao Han made his move. In less than a breath's time, they arrived. Each of them unleashed their immortal weapons and spells to finish off more than 100 immortals who had been crippled. Points and treasures rose like rivers into the sea. The power of refinement flowed into the black-white sun and fish stems' bodies like rivers flowing into the sea, allowing them to reap all the benefits. More than 100 immortals were dead. The son of the stars' terrified voice came from the communication spirit stone that had fallen and floated in midair. What happened? What the hell happened? Tell me. What's going on? Shao Han grabbed the communication spirit stone with his right hand. He laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, Master of Stars and his lackeys, what kind of hunting leader plan are all of you? You want to rely on your numerical advantage to surround and kill me, Shao Han? However, ha ha ha, I've disappointed all of you. This group of immortals numbered more than 100, but I killed them all. This is just the beginning. Son of the Stars and the other immortals, it'll be your turn soon. Ha 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 ha. I, Shao Han, will kill all of you. Leave no one alive. After saying that, Shao Han brought black and white sun and fish stem and disappeared from the area at an extremely fast speed. On the other side of the communication spirit stone, the son of the stars held a communication spirit stone in his hand. His expression was unsightly. At this moment, there were more than 300 immortals standing beside Master Xingqinzi. Originally, these 300 immortals, including the son of the stars, had been in a celebratory mood. They'd thought that their plan was perfect and that they'd capture Shao Han sooner or later. Moreover, they'd just received word that 100 immortal team had surrounded Shao Han. This was a sure thing. The son of the stars was already discussing with some of the immortals around him how to torture Shao Han. Who would have thought that the tides would turn in the blink of an eye? The 100 immortal team that had surrounded Xiao Han had been completely wiped out in a few breaths' time. On top of that, Xiao Han had even told them the secret of the hunting leader plan. The Son of the Stars felt as if someone had smashed him in the head with a club, sending him into a daze. The 300 immortals standing around Master Xing were flabbergasted. They exchanged glances with one another, completely dumbfounded. After a moment of dead silence, the Son of the Stars said hoarsely, "It's the same as last time. It's the same as last time. The moment we surrounded Xiao Han, our men were annihilated by him. The difference is that last time, Xiao Han annihilated my 10-man team, but this time, Xiao Han annihilated a 100-man team. And the similarity is that when he annihilated the 10-man team and the 100-man team, he only used a few breaths of time. He killed them all in one go, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Xiao Han, what kind of immortal slaughtering magic treasure does he have in his hands?" One of the immortals beside the Son of the Stars gulped and said with great difficulty, "Just like last time, Xiao Han killed all of our men as soon as we surrounded him. Xiao Han just said that he wants to kill all of us immortals through the communication spirit stone. He wiped out a team of 100 people with a wave of his hand. That means, he really does have the ability to wipe us out." Qin Mu's eyes widened. "Son of the Stars. Your hunting the alpha sheep plan has really failed. Xiao Han has already seen through your plan. Now, we're being led by the nose by Xiao Han. Who's the prey and who's the hunter? It looks like Xiao Han is hunting us. He's going to kill us one by one and make us feel the pressure of death. Let's call off our alliance, Son of the Stars. We don't want to get involved in this mess anymore. You've got your wishful thinking on your hands, Son of the Stars. Now that you can't defeat someone as powerful as Xiao Han, you're dragging us down with you." The immortals who had been recruited by Xing Qinzi began to clamor and criticize Xing Qinzi. Many immortals even wanted to draw a clear line between themselves and Xing Qinzi and go their separate ways. "Shut up." The Son of the Stars let out an enraged roar that caused the space around him to tremble, and the immortals around him to fall completely silent. "There's no turning back now. You idiots. Xiao Han has decided to fight us to the bitter end. He won't let any of us get away. He's ruthless and decisive. Do you think you can beg Xiao Han not to kill you just because you've drawn a line between yourself and the Son of the Stars? How naive." The Son of the Stars roared. However, at this moment, the high-spirited Son of the Stars seemed to have aged a great deal. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. Chapter 655. The shock that Xiao Han had inflicted on the Son of the Stars and the Immortals was intense. The fact that he had single-handedly killed a team of over 100 Immortals was already a freakish, heaven-defying feat. The hundreds of Immortals who'd been recruited by Master Xing Qinzi were all panicking like cranes in the wind. They wanted nothing more than to disperse in a hubbub, and some of them even felt like they were in danger. They'd been scared out of their wits by Xiao Han, a mere mortal, and had lost their will to fight. However, the Son of the Stars reminded the Immortals that Xiao Han wouldn't let go of any of the Immortals in the Fourth Realm. "What we need to do now isn't to split up, but to unite," the Son of the Stars said with a livid expression. "Only by uniting will we be able to get through this crisis." Xiao Han has slaughtered Immortals without holding back, which proves that he's a decisive killer. If we don't kill him, he'll kill us. There's no turning back. We've been forced into a dead end. There's no turning back now. Upon hearing this, the clamorous Immortals fell silent and looked at the Son of the Stars. "AI. You've put us in a lot of trouble, Son of the Stars." Some of the Immortals beat their chests and stamped their feet, but didn't voice any more objections. They agreed with the Son of the Stars. "We're in grave danger now, Son of the Stars," one of the Immortals asked. "How should we unite?" No more splitting up. We won't give Xiao Han a chance to take us down one by one. The Son of the Stars quickly came up with a solution. Now, I'll use the communication spirit stone to summon all of my teams back. I have 6 more teams outside, and each team has recruited quite a few immortals. If I can recruit all of them, then I'll be able to summon all of them back. If we can recruit all of them, we'll be able to take in over 1,000 people. Humph. I don't believe that Xiao Han can play any tricks with 1,000 immortals gathered together. The Son of the Stars seemed to have regained some of his confidence. Let's stay here for now and not move. I'll summon my men back. Once everyone has gathered, we'll search for Xiao Han at all costs. Once we find him, we'll have over 1,000 immortals fight him. Over 10,000 immortals were fighting against a mortal. Those words sounded absolutely absurd, but they sounded so righteous coming from the Son of the Stars' mouth. It was reasonable. The surrounding immortals all nodded in agreement. All right. Until now, this was the only way. Xingchenzi, hurry up and gather your men. Some of the immortals hurriedly urged. The Son of the Stars nodded. All right. Then, he took out a communication spirit stone from his robe and started sending voice transmissions to his subordinates. At this moment, Xiao Han, Black and White Child, and Yu Yangzi had returned victorious. They were simply full of rewards. That was because the black and white seeds and the fish seedlings had shared a large amount of benefits. Each of them now had more than 30 million points. There were countless Dharma treasures in his body and the power of refinement surged. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed heartily. Now, with your points, you will definitely rank in the top 10 of the 4th region scoreboard. There is no doubt about that. It's all thanks to you, brother Xiao Han. The black and white seeds and the fish seedlings laughed as well. After a pause, the black and white seeds continued. Brother Xiao Han, just now, you single-handedly killed a group of over 100 immortals. It's no exaggeration to say that even if you were a level 2 true immortal in the immortal world, they wouldn't be a match for you as long as you don't use any heaven-defying Dharma treasures or artifacts. TSK, you're still immortal at the end of the day. Once you become an immortal, you'll be unimaginably terrifying. Heh. Brother Xiao Han, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't used your trump card yet, have you? Your real trump card is the dragon-formed saber energy. Yu Yangzi licked his lips. Even if dozens of immortals joined forces, they would be instantly annihilated. That's a heaven-defying killing weapon. There's no need to use saber energy to deal with some immortals, Xiao Han said confidently. The black and white seed said, Brother Xiao Han, the Son of the Stars must be panicking right now. Ha 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 ha, he'll never imagine that you're strong enough to kill 100 immortals with a wave of your hand. His so-called hunting the sheep leader plan has completely failed. The Son of the Stars will feel more and more psychological pressure, and he'll be on the verge of collapse. The fish seedling's eyes were filled with the thrill of revenge. Then, he looked up at the sky and murmured, Big Brother Su Huizi, do you see that? Brother Xiao Han is taking revenge for you bit by bit. Xiao Han suddenly said. That's right. Brothers, now that the Son of Stars' plan to hunt the leader has failed, he'll definitely change his strategy and come up with another plan to deal with us. How about this, we'll increase our flying speed and search for the other small teams of the Son of Stars scattered in the 4th district. We'll find out the Son of Stars' current plan from them. All right. The black and white seed's immortal energy surged and transformed into an immortal cloud. Let's go. We'll search the 4th region as fast as we can. Brother Xiao Han, your soul and psyche waves have a detection range of 80 kilometers. It won't be difficult for you to find the Son of the Stars puppets. Let's go. Xiao Han and the fish seedlings jumped onto the immortal cloud. The immortal cloud traveled over 100 kilometers in a single leap. While flying, Xiao Han suddenly smiled at the fish seedlings. Big Brother seedlings, there's a bottle of mind-replenishing pills in your dantian that can recover mental strength. Use the power of refinement to refine the restriction, then give it to me. Xiao Han was fully aware of the condition of the black and white seeds and the fish seedlings' treasures. He'd relied entirely on his mental strength and soul power to kill the immortals just now. As a result, Xiao Han's mental strength and soul power hadn't reached a state of overdraft, but it was still somewhat drained. Coincidentally, there was a bottle of mental strength replenishing immortal pills in the fish seedling's dantian. It was suitable for Xiao Han to consume. Hiss. The fish seedlings inhaled sharply and looked at Xiao Han with a horrified gaze. Brother Xiao Han, there are thousands of treasures in my body right now. Even I can't sort them all out in a short time. Yet, you're able to accurately know that there's a bottle of mental strength replenishing immortal pills among all these treasures? This is too miraculous. Too miraculous. The black and white seeds were astonished as well. Xiao Han didn't explain further. He merely dismissed the matter with a laugh. Of course, the fish seedlings and the black and white seeds wouldn't pursue the matter. The fish seedlings immediately used their mental strength to break the restriction on the mind-replenishing pills. Then, they took out an antique medicine bottle and handed it to Xiao Han. Xiao Han took the medicine bottle and opened it. Rays of rainbow light immediately shot out. It was a wondrous sight to behold. There were no less than 100 pills in the medicine bottle. Each pill could replenish a large amount of mental strength. This is great. The effects of this mind-replenishing pill are so strong. As soon as Xiao Han smelled the wondrous medicinal fragrance, the withered, solid mental power planet in his sea of consciousness came to life. About one mind-replenishing pill is enough to restore my mental strength and soul to its peak. Xiao Han immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. Soon, a flawless halo of mental strength seeped out from the center of Xiao Han's brows. In an instant, Xiao Han's mental strength and bearing became much more vigorous. His blood and qi surged like a tide. All right. Now that I've killed another 100 immortals, I won't feel tired anymore. Xiao Han smiled relaxedly. The black and white seeds and the fish seedlings marveled inwardly. Zone 4. It wasn't just Xing Qinzi who was burning with anxiety. After receiving his message, the teams under his command, as well as the immortals they'd recruited, were also in a state of complete panic. He was terrified. Horrified. Behind a mountain, there were close to 200 immortals. All of them had terrified looks on their faces. One of them, a small leader under Xing Qinzi's command, held a communication spirit stone in his hand. Don't panic, everyone. Stay calm. Roar. What the hell? That Xiao Han is completely different from what you've described. You said he earned 200 million points by luck, but he killed 100 immortals all by himself. He's even stronger than Xing Qinzi. You idiots. How dare you trick us into teaming up and fighting Xiao Han together? You're pushing us into a pit of fire. Naturally, the immortals they'd recruited also began to yell. All right. Don't make a fuss, everyone. Arguing won't help matters. Besides, even if you didn't ally with Big Brother Xing Qinzi, Xiao Han would still kill you. That kid has a murderous nature, and he's a monster. One of the leaders under Xing Qinzi's command apologized repeatedly. Big Brother Xing Qinzi has a new plan. What plan? All the immortals in Zone 4, don't scatter. Gather together. Gather around Big Brother Xing Qinzi. When the time comes, we'll have more than 10,000 people, the leader said with narrowed eyes. When the time comes, we'll fight Xiao Han in the final battle. The final battle. I don't believe that Xiao Han can fight against 10,000 immortals by himself. With that, the minor leader of Master Xing Qinzi's subordinates offered a few more words of advice, which convinced the immortals around him to return to Master Xing Qinzi's side with him. Meanwhile, in Zone 4, the other groups of immortals also received Xing Qinzi's message, and converged in his direction without stopping. Meanwhile, Xiao Han, the black and white child, and Yu Yangzi were also flying at high altitudes, searching for traces of the other immortals. I seem to smell the eve of the final battle. Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Chapter 656. The Fourth Region. As expected, the son of Xing Chen and the hundreds of immortals around him stayed where they were. They were waiting. Waiting for the various factions to gather. For some inexplicable reason, the immortals felt extremely anxious. Some immortals couldn't help but pace back and forth in place. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of some immortals, and their eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, our people are back. The son of the stars suddenly became excited as he looked to the east. A few breaths later, we're back, big brother Xing Chen. Xiao 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 xiao. As far as the son of stars' eyes could see, a group of people suddenly charged out from the east. The leader of the group was a leader of a 10-man team under the son of Xing Chen's command. The team had recruited some other immortals as well, adding up to about 100 people. Now that these 100 people had returned to the son of Xing Chen's side, the two groups added up to nearly 500 people. Rendezvous. The son of Xing Chen looked around at the immortals and let out a long sigh of relief. The power of unity is strong. Everyone, we have a strong army now. There's no need to worry too much about Xiao Han. As long as we join forces, we'll definitely be able to fight him. After a pause, the son of Xing Chen looked off into the distance with a slight frown, then spoke in a barely audible voice. There are still 5 groups of people outside. I hope they'll be able to gather here soon. I hope no accidents happen. It should be noted that the various immortal teams were scattered randomly in the Fourth Region. Some were closer to the son of Xing Chen, while others were further away. Even if the son of Xing Chen wanted to gather them, he couldn't possibly get them all to return at the same time. They would definitely return one after the other. In the depths of his heart, the son of Xing Chen was silently praying that the 5 groups of people outside would return to his side safely. Xiao Han had tormented the son of Xing Chen like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Xiao Han, the black-white child, and Yu Yangzi traversed the Fourth Region on a rainbow-like immortal cloud. After Xiao Han had taken a great mental supplement pill, his depleted mental strength was already full. Xiao Han was in high spirits. A powerful soul fluctuation spread out, extending for 80 li. As he flew, Xiao Han's position kept changing rapidly. However, the range of his spiritual sense was maintained at a range of 80 miles. This way, Xiao Han would be able to monitor his surroundings. Xiao Han was also very confident. If we fly at such a high speed, coupled with my detection range, we'll definitely be able to find the immortal teams under the Son of the Stars' command. Sure enough, after flying for a short while, Xiao Han scanned the area with his soul force. About 60 li to the west, a group of immortals appeared within Xiao Han's range. Brother Black and White, fly to the west. Slow down a bit. Xiao Han immediately said to Bai Zi. The black and white chess controlled the immortal cloud under their feet and headed west according to the direction Xiao Han pointed out. Yu Yangzi whispered, Brother Xiao Han, have you found the target? I found a group of immortals. There are about. Xiao Han's psyche waves locked onto the group of immortals. 154 people. A few of them have refined magical treasures, but most of them are small fries. One of them is holding a communication spirit stone. It seems he's a leader under the Son of the Stars' command. Good, very good. They look like they're in a hurry, as if they're on their way. Interesting. Xiao Han focused all of his attention on the group of immortals. The group of immortals still didn't know that Xiao Han had his eyes on them. At this moment, they were on their way to the Son of the Stars' location. One by one, they were shouting. Hurry! Hurry up! It's already dusk. Let's try to return to Big Brother Xing Chenzi's side before the sky turns dark, the leader of Xing Chenzi's subordinates hurriedly barked. Now, after that incident, the entire Fourth Region is in a state of panic, and no one is able to find peace. If we run into Xiao Han while we're wandering around, we'll have to fight a bloody battle. Besides, forget it. The sooner we get back to Big Brother, the sooner we'll be safe. That's right, another immortal said solemnly. Although we have more than 100 people, we don't dare to wander around anymore. Only by returning to Big Brother's side can we ensure that we won't be assassinated by Shao Han one by one. I didn't expect us immortals to be forced into a corner, and by a mere mortal no less. How depressing. It's fine. Once we get back to Big Brother's side, we won't have to run like this. We can raise our battle flags and take the initiative to kill Shao Han. How can 1,000 immortals not be able to kill Shao Han? I don't believe he's some god descended from the heavens. The immortals couldn't help but discuss nervously as they hurried along. In the second level of the treasure, not only was the coverage of the immortals' immortal senses restricted to a range of a few miles, but their flying speed was also affected. It was definitely not as fast as flying outside. Otherwise, these teams of immortals would have rushed back to regroup with Xing Qinzi long ago. At this time, Shao Han had already heard the words of the immortal team. Oh, the Son of the Stars has changed his strategy. He's going to gather all the immortals and increase their numbers to over 1,000. Then, he'll fight me again. The black-white child blinked. The Son of the Stars is truly shameless. He wants to gather 1,000 immortals to fight you, Brother Shao Han. He's afraid of death. He's clearly very wary of you, Brother Shao Han, and doesn't dare face you alone. The more the merrier, Fish Ribs said with a smile. Soon after, he furrowed his brows. But if he really does gather 1,000 immortals, it won't be easy to deal with them. Yes, although Shao Han's battle prowess was terrifying, it was impossible for him to fight against 1,000 immortals alone. Even in the world of immortals, a level 4 true immortal, or even a level 5 true immortal who cultivated powerful immortal arts and wielded extraordinary treasures, could only die in a desperate fight against 1,000 level 2 true immortals. Brother Shao Han, the black-white child said. Brother Shao Han, since we've discovered that the immortals are moving in the Son of the Stars direction, we can intercept them in advance. We can prevent them from converging. Yes, Shao Han nodded slightly and then smiled. We will definitely kill him. However, now is not the time. After pausing for a moment, Shao Han continued. We'll keep an eye on them. When they're close to the Son of the Stars, we'll make our move. That way, we'll be able to find the Son of the Stars' location with them leading the way. My psychic waves can cover an area of 80 kilometers. The Son of the Stars and the other immortals' immortal senses can only cover a few kilometers. That way, I'll be able to find the Son of the Stars' location in advance without being discovered. That way, I'll have the upper hand. Shao Han was very confident. All right. Brother Shao Han, let's not make our move for now. We'll follow the immortals until we find the Son of the Stars. The black-white child and Fish Ribs said in unison. Dusk approached. The day was nearing its end. Like an old man past his twilight years. In the Son of the Stars area. Currently, only one of the 6 groups had returned to Master Xing Qinzi's side. The other 5 groups had yet to return. This made the immortals around the Son of the Stars feel uneasy. Big Brother Son of the Stars, are the others going to be fine? That Shao Han is not only decisive in his killing, but also cunning and treacherous. One of the immortals asked worriedly. Don't tell me that kid is going to kill our people halfway? The Son of the Stars shook his head with a grim expression. There's no danger for the time being. Although the other 5 groups haven't met up with us yet, I've asked them through communication spirit stones. They're on their way here, and their journey has been peaceful. They haven't been ambushed by Shao Han. Moreover, they'll soon return and meet up with us. That's good. That being said, the immortals were still nervous. It wasn't hard to imagine that if the other groups were ambushed by Shao Han, the Son of the Stars' morale and faith would plummet again. Their psychological defenses would crumble. The group of immortals that Shao Han was following. There were 154 of them. Hurry! Hurry! We're less than 50 kilometers away from Big Brother Star's group. We'll meet up with Big Brother Star soon, the leader of the Star's subordinates urged. Behind them. Oh. We're about to find the son of the Star's location. Less than 50 kilometers? Xiao Han, who had been waiting for his prey, tensed up his entire body and condensed the solidified mental power star in his sea of consciousness. Big brothers, Xiao Han instructed in a low voice, as soon as the son of the stars appears within range of my psychic fluctuations, I'll attack the group of immortals ahead of us. Big brothers, prepare your immortal weapons and finish them off. Alright, let's get closer to the group of immortals ahead of us. We'll keep a distance of 5 to 5 kilometers from them so we can launch an attack instantly. Alright. The black-white child and Yu Yangzi grew serious and slowly took out their immortal weapons. Xiao xiao xiao, the three of them closed in on the group of immortals ahead of them. In front of them. We're only a few dozen kilometers away from Big Brother Star's group. I've already sent word to Big Brother Star. We'll meet up with them in a few dozen breaths. The tense expressions of the immortals ahead of them finally relaxed. They were as relaxed and happy as birds returning to their nests. Finally, we can sleep in peace, on Xiao Han's side. Finally. The son of the stars and the other immortals appeared within range of Xiao Han's psychic fluctuations. The current situation was, the group of immortals that Xiao Han was following was about 70 kilometers away from the Sons of the Stars group. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was about 10 kilometers away from them. Xiao Han was 80 kilometers away from the Sons of the Stars. Now's the time. Big brothers, attack. Be quick and decisive. Kill all the scum in front of us. Xiao Han shouted excitedly. S. Chapter 657. The group of immortals Xiao Han had been following was about to join up with Master Xing's main force. This caused their taut hearts to completely relax. Do. Their faces were full of smiles. Alright, it's finally settled. The immortals were all very lazy. As long as we join up with the main force, our numbers will increase dramatically. Then we won't have to fear Xiao Han's harassment. Ha 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 ha. That's right, we have the numbers advantage. What would Xiao Han dare do? Some of the immortals had forgotten their earlier fear of Xiao Han, and were instead mocking him. Meanwhile, Master Xing was all smiles. Good. The second group will join up with us. That'll bring our numbers to nearly 700. Very good, everything is going according to my plan. However, in the midst of this extremely peaceful, even somewhat warm atmosphere, something terrible happened. Whoosh. 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 A dense swarm of jade-colored daggers filled the sky like locusts, appearing out of thin air. They formed a net and flew toward the group of immortals Xiao Han had been following. This could also be considered a sneak attack. From beginning to end, the immortals hadn't noticed that Xiao Han, the god of death, had been following them for several hours. Xiao Han was brimming with psychic power. The quality of the daggers he'd conjured was far superior to the immortal treasures used by ordinary level 2 true immortals in the world of immortals. Moreover, the daggers were Xiao Han's thoughts. Xiao Han was unleashed. It was incredibly fast. Moreover, he could control the angle and position of the daggers at will. Even in a head-on battle, most of these immortals wouldn't be able to evade the countless daggers that filled the sky, let alone sneak attacks that were currently being carried out against the unsuspecting. Moreover, every immortal in the group was in a state of complete relaxation. In a situation where he was completely defenseless, thud. 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 In less than a tenth of a breath's time, Xiao Han's psychic daggers had pierced through the bodies of all 154 immortals. Their immortal energy was obliterated, and they howled like animals in a slaughterhouse. The instant the immortals were crippled by Xiao Han, Yuyangzi, and the black and white child joined hands to take out their immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, 154 immortals. In an instant, it exploded into pieces. All sorts of points, Dharma treasures, and refinement power surged into the bodies of black and white child and fish rib. Xiao Han also took out his storage ring and collected the countless fragments of the immortals' corpses into it. Then, he laughed heartily and said, "Son of Stars, I've come personally to give you a generous gift. I hope you'll accept it." Ha 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 ha. Even Xingqianzi, who was dozens of miles away, could hear it clearly. However, after Xiao Han succeeded, he did not stop. Together with Black, White, and Yuyangzi, they summoned their immortal clouds and flew away. The Son of Stars. Boom! 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 Xingqianzi and the immortals around him could only see a sky full of immortal lights several dozen kilometers away. Images of immortals falling filled the air, accompanied by blood-curdling screams that made one's hair stand on end. The smiles on the faces of the Son of Stars and the other immortals froze, as if they were newborn babies that had died in their wombs. The immortals were stupefied. Then, Xiao Han's lazy yet provocative voice rang out from afar, "Son of Stars, I've come here personally to give you a generous gift. I hope you'll accept it." Ha 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 ha. The Son of Stars finally snapped out of his daze. Roar! Xiao Han. It's you again. You filthy animal. The Son of Stars' eyes bulged as if they were going to pop out of their sockets. The corners of his eyes were torn, and blood seeped out. After that, Son of Stars' figure flashed explosively towards the location of the incident, and he howled like an injured wild beast. Xiao Han. Bastard. I'll grind your bones to dust. The Son of the Stars and the other immortals also charged into the fray. By the time they reached the scene of the commotion, Xiao Han was already gone. All that was left in the air were the remains of the fallen immortals, the strong aura of death, and the vengeful spirits that filled the sky. Why? Why did this happen? Why did Xiao Han come to our doorstep? Why? The Son of Stars threw his head back and wailed. His voice was filled with a sense of being at the end of his rope. The immortals around the Son of Stars were even more shocked. Their souls had flown out of their bodies. Xiao Han's assassination method was too brutal. The Son of Stars had repeatedly asked the returning immortal squads to be careful not to be followed by Xiao Han. These immortal squads had been very cautious. They had reported to the Son of Stars at all times on their way back. They hadn't been followed by Xiao Han. However, at the moment of their deaths, the immortals suddenly realized that the fallen immortal squad had been followed by Xiao Han. Like maggots in one's bones. However, the fallen immortal squad hadn't realized it even before they died. Xiao Han had been keeping an eye on this group of immortals the entire time, but he hadn't made a move yet. Only when they were close to the Son of Stars headquarters did he brazenly make a move. This was tantamount to directly challenging the Son of Stars, slapping him in the face. Moreover, this kind of courage could only be described as terrifying. It was the work of a peerless hero. 3. Xiao Han had only used 1 or 2 breaths of time to destroy this team of 154 immortals. It had happened in the blink of an eye. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The immortals felt chills run down their spines. At this moment, the Son of the Stars revealed his hysterical state. He was completely deranged. Chase. Xiao Han is nearby. Chase him. We'll all go after him. I don't believe that we can't kill Xiao Han with nearly 500 of us. Chase him. I've figured out where he's gone. Go after him. The Son of Stars gave the order. First, he charged at Xiao Han. Black and white. He dashed in the direction where Fish Cripple had disappeared. As for the other immortals, they exchanged glances, then followed Master Xingqianzi in hot pursuit. After Xiao Han and the other 2 fled for a short distance, they stopped. Wait. I'll investigate with my psychic waves. Let's see if the Son of Stars and the other immortals have caught up. Xiao Han's eyes darted around, as if formulating some sort of plan. The black and white children revered Xiao Han as if he were a god. The fact that Xiao Han could wander among countless immortals with ease and kill them without breaking a sweat was an invincible skill. Xiao Han pondered as he waited and quickly swallowed a mind replenishment pill. It replenished the psychic energy he'd used to slaughter immortals. After a few breaths, Xiao Han smiled faintly. Big brothers. Let's see if the Son of Stars and the others will catch up. Oh. Brother Xiao Han, we just slaughtered over 100 immortals right in front of Master Xingqianzi. That's bound to make him lose his composure. I'm sure he'll come after us. But, Brother Xiao Han, are we waiting for him to catch up to us? Are we really going to fight him head-on? The black-white child was a bit confused. No. Xiao Han smiled faintly. If the Son of Stars catches up to us, then I'll play a game of catch-up with them. Then I'll circle back to the Son of Stars' lair. At this moment, Xiao Han had a completely confident expression on his face, as if he had made up his mind on some kind of plan. Circle around and circle back to the Son of Stars' lair? What's that? White children blinked. Suddenly, the black and white children slapped their foreheads. I get it. Brother Xiao Han, you're trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lure the snake out of its hole. When the Son of Stars comes after us, his lair will be empty. Then, the others heading for his lair won't know what's going on. If they return to their lair without knowing what's going on, you'll be waiting for them and killing them. Ha 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 ha. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Now's not the time to fight the Son of Stars yet. I haven't had enough fun yet, ha 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 ha. This plan of luring the snake out of its hole made Black and White Zi and Yu Yangzi admire Xiao Han from the bottom of their hearts. Soon. Xiao Han. Filthy animal. I'm going to kill you. The Son of Stars' crazed voice echoed from 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, he and hundreds of immortals appeared within the range of Xiao Han's psychic fluctuations. Were you satisfied with the gift just now, Son of Stars? Ha 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 ha. If you want to kill me, then come after me. If you can kill me, that's because you're strong enough. You can take all the point-accumulating treasures you want. However, I don't think you're strong enough, ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed mockingly. Then, he led the black and white children away from the Son of Stars and the other immortals. Just like that, the Son of Stars chased after them, while Xiao Han continued to taunt and curse the Son of Stars. The Son of Stars' mind was thrown into chaos. Before long, Xiao Han abruptly turned around. Relying on the coverage of his powerful psychic soul, he somehow brushed past the Son of Stars and the other immortals dozens of kilometers to the left. This way, Xiao Han could circle around the enraged immortals and return to the Son of Stars' lair. The Son of Stars was completely unaware of this. He thought Xiao Han was still fleeing. He led his men and roared as he chased after Xiao Han, as if he wouldn't stop until he caught Xiao Han. Xiao Han, white children, and black and white children quietly made their way to the area where the Son of Stars had been. Then, they waited. Xiao Han's soul ripples spread out, covering a circumference of 80 li as he said with a faint smile. Big brothers, we've successfully lured the Son of Stars away. The Son of Stars is currently in a state of rage and can no longer maintain his rationality. He won't be able to figure out our plan in a short time. Now, let's see if other immortals are coming here. Hee hee, what awaits them isn't the Son of Stars, but me, Xiao Han. To be continued. Chapter 658. Xiao Han's plan was being carried out perfectly. The Star Child and the other immortals had already chased far into the distance, but they had no idea that Xiao Han had already snuck back into their lair. Xiao Han waited patiently. Soon, Xiao Han noticed something. A team of immortals had indeed appeared within range of Xiao Han's psychic scan. It was a team of 177 immortals. And they were moving toward the lair. Every immortal in the team wore a relaxed and peaceful expression. They were also chatting with one another. Phew, it's been a tough journey. Thankfully, we didn't run into any danger along the way. That demon Xiao Han didn't target us, so we can return safely, that's right. Once we meet up with Big Brother Star Child, we won't have to fear Xiao Han anymore. Yes. I've been in contact with Big Brother Star Child many times. He told us that he's gathered hundreds of immortals, and that the remaining groups are on their way back safely as well. I tried to contact Big Brother Star Child a moment ago, but he didn't reply. There shouldn't be any problems. Big Brother Star Child has hundreds of immortals guarding him. How would Xiao Han dare attack him? We'll be able to meet up with Big Brother Star Child in a few dozen kilometers. That's enough, everyone. Let's hurry up and meet up with Big Brother Star Child. Heh. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but I've been so worried that Xiao Han will come after us. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry too much. Zone 4 is vast and boundless. There's no way Xiao Han will target us. The immortals laughed in a relaxed and cheerful manner as they drew closer and closer to the Star Child's lair. Apart from the immortals who'd gathered around the Star Child, there were 5 other groups in Zone 4. However, Xiao Han had killed one of them, so only 4 remained. The group that had just returned was one of those 4 groups. Heh heh. Xiao Han saw everything clearly. A mocking smile spread across his face. Big bro hey bye Z, big bro Yu Yang Z, prepare to attack. Same old rules. Little bro will attack first and cripple this group of immortals. Then, big bro will deal the finishing blow. Alright, brother Xiao Han, we're already very familiar with this matter. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yangzi laughed softly. Soon, the 3 of them began to prepare their killing intent. The solid mental power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness condensed into a ball. Black, White, and Fish Stem also took out their immortal artifacts and prepared their ultimate attacks. On the other side, the team of 177 immortals was getting closer and closer to the lair. In other words, he was getting closer and closer to Xiao Han. None of the immortals could possibly have guessed that the Master of the Stars had already left his headquarters. What awaited them was Xiao Han, and his death. 40 li. 30 li. 10 li, 5 li. Ha ha ha. Big brother son of the stars, we're back. Ha 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 ha. Some of the immortals burst into laughter. However, the laughter was abruptly cut off. It stopped abruptly. What's going on? A significant portion of the immortals who hadn't laughed sensed that something was wrong. Then, a large number of immortals released their immortal senses and enveloped the lair. Big brother son of the stars. Big brother son of the stars is nowhere to be seen. It's Xiao Han. It's Xiao Han. Instantly, a group of immortals began to yell in panic. Run! Run! What's going on? Did Big Brother Son of the Stars and the others also? Impossible. How is that possible? The team of 177 immortals was in complete disarray. Just as they were about to lose their composure, Xiao Han wasn't going to give them any chance. Swoosh! 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 Psychic daggers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth stabbed toward them from all angles. None of the immortals, who were on the verge of collapse, could dodge this wave of attacks. Splurt! 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 All 177 immortals were crippled. Cries of agony filled the land. Immortal blood gushed out. Black and White Master and Fish Stem followed up with another stab like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Just like the previous times, this team of immortals was wiped out in an instant. Not a single one was left alive. The refining power of all the point-accumulating Dharma treasures was divided among the Black, white, and fish stem. Meanwhile, Shao Han collected the immortals' corpses. In the future, his left demon monarch palm could devour and absorb these corpses to strengthen its demonic power. Ha 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 ha. After doing this, Shao Han, black and white master, and fish stem looked at each other and burst into laughter. Brother Shao Han's foresight is truly flawless. He predicted that after Son of the Stars left the lair, his subordinates would return in confusion. Black and White Master marveled. Apart from the immortals around Son of the Stars, only 3 groups of people were still alive. As for the Son of Star Chenzi, he was completely consumed by rage and hatred. All he wanted to do was capture Shao Han and torture him to vent his hatred. Son of the Stars had completely lost his bearing and demeanor as an immortal. He chased after Shao Han, barked, and cursed. Countless vulgar words came out of his mouth. However, after chasing for hundreds of kilometers, Son of the Stars gradually calmed down. He realized that something wasn't right. That's strange. When I was chasing after Shao Han, he kept provoking and cursing me from afar. But after chasing for hundreds of kilometers, there's no sign of Shao Han. Moreover, my immortal sense hasn't been able to find Shao Han. Wait. Son of the Stars' heart sank. An extremely ominous premonition flashed through his mind. Is this another one of Shao Han's schemes? Instantly, a chill ran down Son of the Stars' spine. He broke out in a cold sweat. Son of the Stars stopped chasing after Shao Han, his expression as unsightly as it could be. The immortals behind Son of the Stars also swarmed forward and surrounded him. Some of the immortals among them were extremely intelligent, and they all gasped at this moment. Big brother Son of the Stars, I think we've fallen into Shao Han's trap, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Trembling, Son of the Stars roared. Go back. Go back now. Son of the Stars turned around in a panic and ran back. At the same time, he took out a communication spirit stone and shouted in a hoarse voice. Stop. Don't go back. I've already left the base. Shao Han, that bastard, is most likely hiding in our base camp. Don't go back in a hurry, on Shao Han's side. After killing a team of returning immortals, Shao Han and the others quieted down and waited for their next target. They waited for a second team of returning immortals. After a while, they finally found something. Yet another team of immortals had returned with smug looks on their faces. There were 202 people in this team of immortals. Delighted, Shao Han hastily said to the black-white child and fish seedling. Big brothers, there's something to do now. Ahahaha. Just as the 202 people were about to reach the nest, and when they were only 40 miles away, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. The immortal in the lead was holding a communication spirit stone in his hand. He was in the middle of a call when his face turned as white as a sheet of paper. What? Big brother Son of the Stars, you're not in the base? Shao Han is most likely luring the tiger away from the mountain. This is too terrifying. Listen up. Don't get close to the base. Get out. Don't let that bastard Shao Han take advantage of you. Son of the Stars' hoarse and urgent voice came through the communication spirit stone. I'm flying back. Everyone, go back, the immortal with the communication spirit stone cried out in alarm. At that moment, we can't go. A casual voice rang out. Shao Han leisurely walked up to them. Shao Han, the immortals cried out hoarsely as they stared at Shao Han, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. However, Shao Han said nothing more. What welcomed them was a swarm of locust-like spiritual daggers. This wave of attacks directly crippled 188 of the 202 immortals, and the rest fled in all directions in terror. Shao Han's will flashed, and a wisp of majestic saber chi slashed horizontally, cutting several immortals in half. As for the remaining 2 immortals, Shao Han activated his boots of divine speed and rushed forward, smashing them into pieces with 1 punch each. At the same time, the black-white child and fish seedling rushed out as well. They quickly finished off the heavily injured and crippled immortals. Right now, Master Xingqianzi was burning his immortal qi and latent potential to get back to his headquarters as quickly as possible. At the same time, he was also trying to warn his subordinates not to walk right into the trap. However, roar. Xiao Han. You're insane. Xiao Han, let me go. I promise I won't oppose you again, All sorts of screams and wails came from the communication spirit stone. The sound of immortal bodies exploding and shattering rang out incessantly. Then, there was silence. Roar. Xiao Han. You're ruthless. Son of the Stars knew that another wave of his men had perished. This caused him to completely crumble. It was a complete and utter collapse. His psychological defenses were crushed like eggshells. After cleaning up the mess, Xiao Han licked his lips and said, "Big brothers, let's go after them now. It looks like we can't just sit here and wait." Master Star must have seen through our plan, and sent word to his people through a spirit communication stone. Let's not waste our time here. Those immortals won't come knocking on our door. Then, Xiao Han, the black-white child, and the fish seedling. Chapter 659. Just like that, Xiao Han, black and white child, and fish stem began to fly around the surrounding area. Ibdu, the black and white child's glabella opened up, and the light from the eye of the divine eagle shot out, scanning the area within a 20-mile radius. Meanwhile, Xiao Han unleashed his soul consciousness to the fullest, grasping every single movement within 80 miles. Hearing ants fight. Soul lock. The three of them probed as they flew. Before long, about 60 li away from Xiao Han, a team of immortals appeared on his left. There were more than 100 of them, and they were flying at a low altitude. Right now, they were very excited, and they were arguing fiercely with each other. Xiao Han smiled faintly and immediately shifted his attention. "Everyone, now that we've separated from the Son of the Stars, we don't know what's right or wrong." What's right or wrong? If they followed Master Xingqianzi, they would die sooner or later. Perhaps there was some kind of irreconcilable enmity between Xiao Han and the Son of Star. It was only a matter of time before a battle broke out between Xiao Han and the Son of Stars. You've all seen Xiao Han's methods. Not to mention Xingqianzi, even the most outstanding person in our generation, Jia Lanzi, is no match for Xiao Han. The scariest thing is that so many immortals have perished, but we don't even know how Xiao Han did it. Even so, now that I think about it, what the Son of the Stars said isn't completely unreasonable. It's not like Xiao Han won't kill us. We've parted ways with the Sons of the Stars, but there's no guarantee that Xiao Han won't kill us. After all, we were once allies with the Son of the Stars to deal with Xiao Han. Oh, actually. He hugged the Son of Star tightly. It's not impossible. All right. Stop being overcautious. He was being overcautious. Do you want to turn back? Go back to the Son of the Stars and form an alliance again? Wouldn't that make the Son of the Stars laugh at him? There's no turning back now. Either we hide, or we find Xiao Han and reconcile with him. Damn it. Back in the immortal world, we've always been nurtured and groomed. Even some of the old-timers in the sects have to treat us with respect. We actually have to bow down to a mortal. This is really grieving. What a shame. AI. There's nothing we can do about it. We are the chosen of the heavens, and mortals are the most lowly of things. Pigs, dogs, and ants want us to lower ourselves to curry favor with a mortal. Indeed, for us immortals, this is an enormous humiliation. When I return to the immortal world in the future, I'm also worried that I'll be punished by the sect elders. Yes. This matter concerns the honor of us immortals. If the sect punishes us, it's also reasonable. Sigh. Don't worry about the punishment for now. Just pretend to be polite to Xiao Han and please him as much as possible. Wait until we enter the arena and obtain more fortuitous encounters, then we can deal with Xiao Han. Yes. First, please Xiao Han, make him believe us, and then slowly deal with him. Although he now has the means to kill immortals, mortals are still mortals, and immortals are still immortals. His potential in the later stages is definitely inferior to ours. The exploration of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is progressing step by step. Right now, we're only at the second level. There's still the third level, and the core level, the fourth level. Level after level of training, level after level of fortuitous encounters, and level after level of unlocking potential. I don't believe that Xiao Han can't compare to us in terms of potential and opportunities. Yes. In the second level, we lost to Xiao Han, this lowly mortal. We'll get back at him in the third level. Isn't Xiao Han insufferably arrogant now? Alright, we'll bear with it for now. Wait until our potential is unlocked, or when we obtain even more terrifying treasures. At that time, we'll control Xiao Han. If we want him to die, then he'll die. If we want him to be crippled, then so be it. To us, treasures are an advantage. But to Xiao Han, it's a disadvantage. After all, he's immortal and can't truly control and refine treasures. Right now, he's walking the path of evil. Let's not talk about the exploration of the third level. I reckon that in the arena after the preliminaries, someone will take care of him. The immortals were discussing among themselves. In fact, although they had decided to draw a clear line between themselves and Xingqianzi and had taken the initiative to seek reconciliation with Xiao Han, these immortals were all proud and arrogant. They looked down on mortals from the depths of their bones. Their intentions were very clear. They wanted to feign civility with Xiao Han first. Once they gained greater strength, they would definitely turn around and deal with Xiao Han. In the end, most immortals would never lower their heads to a mortal. Of course, the actions and words of these immortals were completely under Xiao Han's control. At this moment, Xiao Han was laughing coldly without end. What wishful thinking. First, they tricked me, Xiao Han, and then found a chance to turn against me. TSK, good, very good. Originally, I, Xiao Han, could have spared some immortals' lives. After all, each area can only hold 100 people. The heavens are merciful, so I didn't have to kill all these immortals. But now... Xiao Han's eyes flashed with coldness. Not every immortal is as easy to get along with as brother Jialan, He and Yu Yangzi. It seems that most immortals have a strong sense of superiority in their bones. They're forever divided and see mortals as pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, and ants. Since that's the case, I, Xiao Han, can only go on a killing spree and kill all the immortals. In the end, only I, He and Yu Yangzi will enter the arena in the fourth area. Xiao Han's killing intent grew even more resolute. Big brothers, there's a group of immortals ahead, more than 100 in number. Xiao Han's eyes flashed. Let's charge. Same rules, I'll first kill them until they're crippled, then you two big brothers will finish them off, alright. Yu Yangzi and He laughed. Brother Xiao Han, you lead the charge. We'll follow close behind. I have the divine eagle's eye, so I can observe targets from afar. Light flashed between He's brows. The group of immortals, more than 100 in number, was flying away from the sun of stars. Suddenly. Immortals, what's the matter? Have you severed ties with the son of stars? Or perhaps you're acting on the son of stars' orders. Are you out to hunt me? Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of the group of immortals. Xiao Han's black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes as bright as stars, and his lips curled into a harmless smile. His figure was slightly frail as he stood there. His aura didn't fluctuate in the slightest. It seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but it felt like an ancient well with an unfathomable depth. Xiao Han. The immortals on the other side began to shout. When the 100 immortals saw Xiao Han, their expressions changed in a myriad of ways. This was an instinctive expression and psychological reaction. There was panic, fear, and instant anger. There was killing intent, confusion, and anxiety. There was nervousness, however, after a breath's time, their expressions changed. They turned into smiles. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. We've been looking for you. Ha ha ha, please don't be hostile toward us. Some of the immortals quickly hid the killing intent and disgust in their eyes and put on extremely polite smiles, as if they were old friends. Oh. Xiao Han said with a teasing smile. I remember that all of you were together with Master Xing Qinzi yesterday, threatening to kill me. But today, you're telling me not to be hostile. TSK. Did all of you come up with some plan to kill me? Xiao Han sneered. Of course not. It's all a misunderstanding, Brother Xiao Han, some of the immortals said righteously. Before this, we were tricked and used by the Son of Stars. That's why we formed an alliance with him. Now, we've all come to a sudden realization, and have seen through Master Xing Qinzi's ugly face. Don't worry, Brother Xiao Han. We've drawn a clear line between us and the Son of Stars. We're all willing to ally with you and help you deal with the Son of Stars. That's right. We've been sick of the Son of Stars' stubbornness for a long time. Brother Xiao Han, let's enter the arena together. Brother Xiao Han, we're all willing to make friends with you, immortal. Although there's an insurmountable chasm between mortals and immortals, you're one of the most outstanding mortals. We're all willing to lower ourselves to befriend you. The immortals all began to brag and flatter Xiao Han without restraint, trying their best to befriend him and flatter him. If Xiao Han had heard their conversation beforehand, he would have been too embarrassed to kill them based on his principle of not hitting a smiling person. But now... Ahahaha. Xiao Han's mocking laughter cut through the chatter of the immortals. Oh. The immortals fell silent and turned to look at Xiao Han. The scene was rather quiet. Xiao Han said unhurriedly. Everyone, what you're saying is that you're going to pretend to be courteous with me and flatter me for a while. Then, when you have more fortunate encounters and can control me, you'll slowly torture me and kill me, right? Ha 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 ha. As soon as he said that, the immortals' expressions changed drastically. The next moment. This is no good. Attack. Fight. One of the immortals was quick to react. Knowing that he had been exposed, he immediately took out a celestial artifact to attack Xiao Han. At the same time, more than a dozen immortals reacted quickly and took out their immortal artifacts. However, their reactions were slower than Xiao Han's by at least half a beat. Xiao Han's soul and psychic power transformed into weapons to attack was a form of attack based on his thoughts. He didn't need to use any immortal arts or artifacts. It could be said that a soul attack, an attack on one's thoughts, was the fastest kind of attack. Therefore, before the immortals could unleash their attacks, Xiao Han's soul and psychic power daggers had already pierced their limbs and crippled them. For a time, wails of grief, cries of pain, curses, and pleas rose and fell, resounding through the entire space. But the next moment... Boom! Boom! The black-white child and Yu Yangzi rushed out and swung their weapons, easily killing the immortals who'd been crippled by Xiao Han. The chaotic and noisy scene instantly cooled down and turned into silence. The aura of death was drifting in all directions. Another 100 killed. The black-white child looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's gaze was fixed on the area where the Son of the Stars was, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Son of the Stars, it'll be your turn soon. Meanwhile, Master Xing Qinzi and the immortals around him grew nervous again. Hovering in midair, they gazed into the distance at the area where Xiao Han had killed the immortals. Just now, they had also heard waves of tragic wails, and they had also felt the fleeting fluctuations of the battle over there. Big Brother Xing Qinzi. Xiao Han. Xiao Han is killing again. The immortals around Xing Qinzi murmured despairingly. It's the same as all the other times. It only took a few breaths of time to end the battle. And judging from the ripples of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. The immortal who was slaughtered didn't even try to retaliate. Instant kill. Ha 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 ha. The star child threw his head back and roared. Those idiots. Damn it. They're asking for it. Ha 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 ha. I told you Shao Han wouldn't let them go. How dare they leave me? Ha ha ha. How naive. What a bunch of naive fools. They're asking for it. As soon as he finished speaking, splat. 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 100 miles away, in another area, the aftermath of the battle also rose up. They vanished in a flash as well, followed by the agonized cries of many immortals on the brink of death. Another group has died. Master Xing Qinzi's body began to tremble as he let out a piercing shriek. Shao Han. Come on. Come out. I, the Star Child, am right here. Do you dare come out and fight? Let's fight. Don't hide your head and show your tail. Let's fight. Fight to the death. After killing one group of immortals, Shao Han, the black and white child, and Yu Yangzi soon discovered another group of immortals and killed them. As a result, Shao Han had killed two groups of immortals in an extremely short amount of time, amounting to nearly 300. As a result, there were only slightly more than 400 immortals left in the fourth zone. To be continued. Chapter 660. Shao Han slaughtered immortals again and again. He didn't show any mercy at all. Ibdu. Shao Han knew of the enmity in these immortals' bones. If he didn't kill them today, there would be trouble in the future. That was why these immortals thought themselves clever and tried to sever their ties with Xing Qinzi to make peace with Shao Han. That was a fool's dream, seeking their own deaths. If all the immortals remained united with Xing Qinzi, Shao Han wouldn't be able to make a move. He had to find a way to break them up and kill them one by one. That saved Shao Han a lot of trouble. Now, apart from the 200 immortals with Xing Qinzi, there were only 200 immortals left outside. They were like wandering ghosts. Bang! 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 Dozens of immortals were killed by Shao Han's soul and mental energy daggers. They were reduced to ashes. Brother Shao Han, we've also destroyed 3 groups of immortals today. Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi stood at Shao Han's sides excitedly. In the past few days of fighting against Xing Qinzi, the ones who had benefited the most weren't Shao Han, but Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi. Their points had increased, and they had accumulated more and more treasures in their bodies. Their refinement power was also abundant. Now, each of them had refined a defensive celestial artifact. Black-White Child and Yu Yangzi had refined 2 immortal treasures, one for offense and one for defense. They complemented each other and could both attack and defend at the same time. When I was in the lower realm, I only wanted to gain a little from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Even a few low-quality treasures were great gains. Even if I didn't get anything, I could see the world. I could return to the immortal world alive. It was also a gain. But now, Yu Yangzi was trembling with excitement. He subconsciously patted his dantian. I never imagined that I could obtain so many immortal weapons and magic treasures, spirit pills and immortal medicines, and supreme-grade immortal art manuals. If I return to the immortal world, with these magic treasures, it's enough to start a small sect. Oh. Of course, most of the immortal weapons and magic treasures will be offered to my sect. Alright, Yu Yangzi, don't get carried away. Black-White Child reminded. The exploration is far from over. This is only the 2nd level. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be. This time, we were just lucky to receive Brother Shao Han's full support. That was why he had such a fortuitous encounter and returned with great rewards. If he hadn't met Brother Shao Han, we've died a long time ago, and we've become someone else's points. Fish seedlings, it's most important to stay calm. Hearing this, Yu Yangzi immediately replied in a serious manner. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Big Brother He Zi. After a pause, Fish Rib looked at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, are we going to kill the Son of Stars right now? There are still some scattered immortals in the 4th region. Let's get rid of them first, Xiao Han said confidently. In any case, there are still over 10 days until the end of the 4th region's preliminaries. We can still play with that Son of the Stars. Ha 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 ha, Black and White Child and Yu Yangzi laughed out loud. Let's go continue hunting. Xiao Han's psyche power spread out and found that about 70 miles to the west, another team of immortals had appeared. There were a few dozen of them. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han, Black and White Child, and Yu Yangzi stealthily pounced on them. The process of the massacre was exactly the same as before. Almost as soon as the immortals reacted, Xiao Han's spiritual daggers had already pierced through their immortal bodies. They couldn't resist at all. After the immortals died, all they left behind were their blood-curdling screams and howls of despair. The ones suffering the most were none other than the Son of Stars and the 200 or so immortals around him. As Xiao Han killed the fleeing immortals, the ripples of slaughter and the despairing cries of the immortals reached them from afar. The Son of Stars and the immortals around him could hear them clearly. The death of each immortal caused the Son of Stars and the others to grieve for the loss of their own kind, and their hearts grew increasingly desolate. The Son of Stars' face was as white as a sheet, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Calm down. I have to calm down. I, the Son of Stars, can't lose my composure in this moment of life and death. In this moment of life and death, Xingqianzi forcibly steadied his mind, continuously thinking of a plan to deal with Xiao Han. If I panic, I'll die for sure. I'll be killed by that bastard Xiao Han. I have to think of a way to turn the tide and turn defeat into victory. The Son of Stars lived up to his reputation as one of the best of the younger generation in the world of immortals. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in a short time. Xiao Han is very fast when he kills. Speed is a huge advantage for him. Moreover, based on the current situation, his attacks can easily break through the defenses of level 2 true immortals. He's fast and can break through defenses. The Son of Stars immediately grasped something in his mind. The reason he can break through defenses is because Xiao Han comes and goes like a shadow. His attacks are too fast. That way, every time he kills an immortal, he can take advantage of the moment they're unprepared. In other words, when Xiao Han attacks, the immortals don't have time to fortify their defenses. That's right. I got it. The Son of Stars' eyes lit up. Regardless of whether Xiao Han attacks us or not, we need to fortify our defenses first. That way, we'll be prepared in advance. No matter how fast Xiao Han's attacks are, he won't be able to break through our defenses in an instant. If Xiao Han can't break through our defenses quickly, we'll have enough time to kill him. Immortals only need 1/10 of a breath to kill mortals. That's more than enough time. The Son of Stars seemed to have regained some of his confidence. Listen up. We won't just sit here and wait for our deaths. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Those who have defensive immortal treasures, summon them at once. Those who don't have defensive immortal treasures, summon your shields. Those who have defensive immortal treasures or talismans in their dantians, refine them with your power of refinement. As soon as he finished speaking, the Son of Stars mobilized his immortal chi and formed a protective barrier around all the immortals present. Of course, maintaining this barrier consumed a huge amount of immortal energy. However, at this moment where life and death hung by a thread, Xingqianzi didn't care about that at all. As he activated the barrier, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his ring of holding. They were spirit medicines to replenish his immortal power. The Son of Stars roared. Don't be stingy with your medicinal pills. Don't hesitate to use your immortal power to activate the barrier. Then, replenish your immortal chi and power with spirit medicines at any time. Hold on. The Son of Stars had his own wishful thinking. There were still more than 10 days until the end of the preliminaries. As long as he could hold on until the last day, and as long as he wasn't killed by Shao Han, he would be able to slaughter some of the immortals around him, leaving only a few dozen people alive. That way, he and Shao Han would be able to teleport them out of the fourth region and enter the arena. At least they'd be able to survive. Like the Son of Stars, the immortals no longer cared about the consumption of immortal chi and power. Their bodies glowed with immortal light as they summoned their immortal chi barriers. Some summoned defensive immortal armor, while others burned group barrier talismans. Some obeyed Master Xing's instructions and began to gather the power of refinement in their Dantian regions, which they had originally planned to use to refine the immortal tools they desired, and used it to forge defensive immortal talismans. In an instant, the area was completely filled with layers of defensive immortal formations and immortal weapons. The glazed immortal light soared into the sky, causing the space in the area to solidify and harden. It felt like it was impregnable. As a result, the dispirited immortals seemed to have regained their confidence. What a brilliant plan, Big Brother Star. Shao Han won't be able to break through our defenses so quickly. The immortals burst into laughter. The Son of Stars let out a long sigh of relief, then roared, Shao Han. Son of a bitch. You lowly son of a bitch. You lowly thing. Come and kill us. Fight me if you have the guts. Shao Han. Vile creature. For the time being, Shao Han didn't plan on killing the Son of Stars. He, the Black-White Children, and Yu Yangzi continued to hunt down the remaining immortals. There were very few immortals in the fourth zone who hadn't joined forces with the Son of Stars. There were only about 200 of them. Moreover, they didn't seem to be very united. They were scattered into many groups and roamed the fourth zone, desperately sending out signals and shouting to reconcile with Shao Han and get along well with him. They even said a lot of obsequious things to curry favor with Shao Han. However, Shao Han wasn't moved at all. He released his soul and psyche to search the area. In just a few hours, all of the scattered immortals were killed by Shao Han. The entire fourth zone was dead silent. Brother Shao Han, we've killed all the other immortals except for the Son of Stars group. The Black-White Children and Yu Yangzi rushed over to Shao Han's left and right. Brother Shao, should we fight the Son of Stars to the death now? After a pause, the Black-White Children frowned slightly. But Brother Shao, there's something strange going on with the Son of Stars, let's go take a look. With a wave of his hand, Shao Han flew toward the Son of Stars. The Black-White Children and Yu Yangzi followed close behind. About 40 kilometers away from the Son of Stars, Shao Han and the other two came to a stop. It was dusk, and the Son of Stars area was filled with immortal light that resembled fishes and dragons swimming in the sky. The immortal light formed a tight protective barrier. There were also traces of immortal treasures, formations, and burning talismans. What a powerful defense. It's practically impregnable. Yu Yangzi clicked his tongue. This. Brother Shao, it looks like the Son of Stars intends to defend to the death. The Black-White Children frowned. He set up a turtle shell. Chapter 661. Apart from Xing Qinzi and the 200 or so immortals around him, the rest of the scattered immortals in the fourth zone had all died at Shao Han's hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vast fourth zone appeared especially empty and cold, exuding the aura of a grave. This was the grave of immortals. Every inch of space was filled with the heroism, resentment, unwillingness, and ghosts of fallen immortals. In other words, there were originally nearly 40,000 immortals in the fourth region. Such a number of immortals could form a small sect in the immortal world. However, at this moment, such a large number of immortals had withered away, leaving only about 200 people. This really showed the cruelty and tragedy of exploring immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure to the fullest. There was a feeling of natural selection to the extreme. Shao Han, the Black-White Child, and Yu Yangzi focused their gazes on where Xing Qinzi and the other immortals were. In the dusk, the area where Xing Qinzi and the other immortals were located was shrouded in an immortal glow. Rays of light were like pillars, magnificent and magnificent. Many defensive auras were being emitted, dyeing the sky in a strange and bizarre manner. Boom! Another ray of godly light burst out from the area, which turned into the shadow of a shield. It was engraved with many immortal formations, all of which were defensive in nature. Oh! Xiao Han nodded slightly as he watched. His soul and psyche rippled over from afar, carefully inspecting the area. I see. Xing Qinzi and the immortals around him are determined to defend to the death. They've all ignited their immortal qi and dispersed their defensive barriers. Some are burning defensive immortal talismans. Some are even summoning defensive immortal treasures. A few immortals are sitting cross-legged, traces of refinement flowing through their bodies. They're probably refining some defensive immortal treasure. Xiao Han had complete control over the situation, as if he were reading the lines on his palm. What a powerful defense! Black-White Child said with focused eyes. Even a level 3 true immortal can't penetrate this defense in an instant. Even a level 4 true immortal couldn't break through the defense in an instant. A level 5 true immortal might be able to, but he couldn't tear it apart in an instant. This son of Xing Qinzi had set up the defense in advance, and had even consumed his immortal qi and immortal power to support the defensive shield. In this way, they would definitely be hiding like turtles. Being forced to this extent by brother Xiao Han, this kind of thing. Once news of this reaches the world of immortals, the heavenly court will be shaken and the immortal emperors will be watching. Yu Yangzi murmured. Burning immortal energy to raise up a defensive barrier is a huge consumption. Brother Xiao Han, even if we don't take the initiative to attack, they'll run out of immortal energy sooner or later. At that time, they won't be able to use their immortal items anymore. Otherwise, we'll just wait for them to run out of immortal qi. There were still more than 10 days until the end of the 4th zone's preliminaries. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Even if Xing Qinzi and the others had medicinal pills to replenish immortal power and immortal treasures, they had to consume immortal qi to set up defenses at all times. Their demand for medicinal pills must be terrifying. Sooner or later, they'll run out of pills, immortal qi, and food. It's wishful thinking to defend to the death. Black-White Child nodded repeatedly when he heard Yu Yangzi's words. Brother Xiao, there's no hurry. We can either wait for Xing Qinzi and the others to run out of resources, or wait for them to relax and reveal a hole in their defenses. We have plenty of time anyway, heh? Xiao Han rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. Of course I'm not in a hurry. However, I won't waste time with them today. I'll rest for the night and come back tomorrow morning to plot to kill Xing Qinzi. In short, Xing Qinzi is dead for sure. No matter what tricks he uses, I'll kill him. Then, Xiao Han, Black-White Child, and Yu Yangzi found a random valley, lit a bonfire, and rested. Of course, the place they chose was close to Xing Qinzi and within Xiao Han's range of surveillance. Therefore, he could keep track of Xing Qinzi's every move at any time. Over at Xing Qinzi's side. Boom! 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 Immortal light surged. Every immortal had dragon and phoenix immortal qi rippling on their bodies, rolling and steaming. Gulp! 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 Gritting his teeth, Xing Qinzi took out medicinal pills to replenish his lost immortal qi and popped them into his mouth. Let's see if Xiao Han dares to come after us with our defenses. After a brief pause, a vicious gleam appeared in Master Xing Qinzi's eyes. Even if Xiao Han attacks from a distance, outside of the range of our immortal sense, I'll still be able to locate him in a split second. That way, I'll be able to unleash my offensive immortal tool, Shatter Space, and kill Xiao Han from a distance. Xing Qinzi looked at the immortals whose immortal auras were gradually dimming and shouted. All of you, take the medicinal pills to replenish the loss of immortal energy. Don't be reluctant to use it. Fortify the defense. Reinforce the defense at all times. The immortals took out pills from their storage rings and swallowed them as well. However, some of the immortals wept bitterly. Big brother Xingqinzi, these medicinal pills are extremely precious. We don't have many with us. If we keep using them like this, I'm afraid. Besides, it's a huge drain on our defensive immortal tools. That's right, big brother Xingqinzi. We're burning our immortal chi to reinforce the defense at all times. Most importantly, we don't have enough medicinal pills to last until the last day of the preliminaries. There's no way we can last until the end. What we fear the most is that Xiao Han won't attack us at all. If that happens, he'll be invincible. Once we run out of immortal chi, he'll come and reap our lives with ease. The immortals began to clamor. Shut up, all of you. Master Xingqinzi growled with a dark expression. I know what you're talking about, Xingqinzi said. But Xiao Han is unstoppable. You know it too. Those immortals who left us. Xiao Han killed every single one of them. If we don't set up defenses in advance, we'll be dead for sure. We have no choice but to take a gamble. There's no other way. After a pause, Master Xingqinzi looked up at the sparse stars in the sky and murmured, The immortal emperor is watching over us. I hope Xiao Han will attack as soon as possible and fight to the death with us. Early the next morning, Xiao Han, the black and white children, and Yu Yangzi hovered in the air. They were observing the sons of stars. In fact, even though Xiao Han had been resting throughout the night, he had spared some of his attention to keep an eye on the son of the stars at all times. Hee. As expected. Xiao Han nodded with a smile. The sons of stars and the others have maintained their best defense for the entire night. They haven't relaxed at all. It seems they're going to defend to the death. After a pause, Xiao Han's lips curled into a devilish smile. I believe that they must be feeling extremely anxious in their hearts. They hope that I will be able to charge through and fight with them. The black and white children also smiled. That's right, brother Xiao Han. The longer you don't attack, the more their immortal chi will be consumed. They're in a completely disadvantageous situation. Forget it, Xiao Han said with a smile. Let the sons of stars and the others worry for a few more days. Let them suffer. Brothers, let's rest for a few days. We won't take the initiative to attack during this time. The black and white children and Yu Yangzi both laughed. All right, let's torture the sons of stars a little. As expected, Xiao Han and the others bided their time for the entire day. Meanwhile, on the sons of stars side. At night. Why isn't Xiao Han attacking? Why isn't Xiao Han attacking us? Xiao Han seems to have seen through our plan. He knows we're consuming our immortal chi. As expected, the immortals were growing more and more anxious and tormented. The son of stars trembled with fear. How many more days can we hold out? How many more days can we hold out with our resources? Xiao Han, why aren't you attacking? Are we destined to die here? I refuse to accept this. I, the son of stars, am a peerless genius. Even an immortal emperor once praised me. I came to immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure to temper myself and build a foundation for my breakthrough to the immortal emperor realm. I can't die like this. The Tao of heaven won't allow me to die at the hands of a mortal. However, no matter how anxious the sons of stars and the other immortals were, Xiao Han didn't move at all. For the next few days, Xiao Han, the black and white children, and Yu Yangzi passed their days with ease, completely ignoring the sons of stars' movements. They merely observed, and didn't take the initiative to attack. Over the past few days, Xiao Han had also noticed that the sons of the stars and the others hadn't let their guard down even for a moment. Their immortal chi remained at its peak, and showed no signs of withering. Of course, this exuberance was a false phenomenon. The more exuberant it was, the more it meant that the sons of stars and the other immortals were consuming more and closer to death. There were only 11 days left until the end of the preliminaries. Finally, the sons of stars couldn't hold it in any longer. He knew that they could hold out for another 2 days at most. The medicinal pills that more than 200 immortals had brought with them to replenish their immortal chi were about to run out. What do we do, big brother stars? What do we do now? This is bad. We're running out of immortal chi. The day we run out of immortal chi is the day Shao Han attacks. Disaster is upon us. Big brother stars, we're on the brink of annihilation. The immortals were terrified. All of them were on the verge of tears. Arg. Shut up. The sons of stars were on the verge of going berserk. Now, scold them all. Curse Shao Han. Curse him. Cursing and cursing in the vilest language. Provoke Shao Han into action. Curse him. In the face of death, this mighty genius from the immortal world had come up with such a strategy that completely lost his bearing as an immortal. Soon, the sons of stars were the first to throw their heads back and roar. Shao Han. You son of a bitch. You lowly ant. Scum. You're cowardly and petty. You're pathetic. Do you dare to fight me? If you don't, you're worse than a pig or a dog. The sons of stars' eyes were bloodshot, and he had lost all rationality. Upon hearing Master Xing Qinzi's words, the immortals under his command also let loose a torrent of vulgar words that sounded like street slang. Shao Han, you son of a bitch. Shao Han. You son of a bitch. Shao Han. I curse your descendants, generation after generation, to be the most lowly, filthiest things. Men are thieves and women are prostitutes. Curses came one after another. Shockingly. Right at that moment, a saber light flashed across the sky. The shadow of a primordial dragon could be seen in the saber light. It could destroy the 9 provinces, crush the stars, and sweep through the world. A domineering pressure of the saber Tao descended from the sky. It could crush the heavens. Heh. I'd planned to let you guys live for a few more days, but since you're so eager to die, I'll get rid of you in advance. Do you think you can stop me, Shao Han, with that little bit of defense? Ha 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 ha. Shao Han's voice came from afar, pressing down on them. All around, there was an abrupt silence. The immortals' curses came to an abrupt halt. It was as if they'd been suppressed by a tremendous pressure. Shao Han had finally appeared. All of you must die. To be continued. Chapter 662. Xing Qinzi and the other 200 immortals burned their immortal chi to create defensive barriers and artifacts. It took a lot of energy to set up an impenetrable defense, ready to fight to the death with Shao Han. However, Shao Han still hadn't shown up. Their resources were running low by the day. In the last moments, Xing Qinzi and the other immortals lost all their poise and cursed Shao Han, hoping to provoke him into showing himself. Of course, they didn't have much confidence in the goading method. Even Xing Qinzi himself thought, given Shao Han's craftiness, he won't be provoked into accepting the challenge. However, just as Xing Qinzi and the other immortals were having the most fun, Shao Han showed up. Xiu's saber light flashed. Shao Han was already several hundred meters away from Xing Qinzi and the other immortals. Shao Han and the immortals were facing off. The immortals who'd been cursing Shao Han immediately fell silent and gaped at him. They hadn't expected Shao Han to really show up. And now, Shao Han. With a thought, Shao Han withdrew the domineering saber aura into the solidified psychic power planet in his sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, Shao Han's body became extremely calm and stable. Shao Han looked indifferently at Xing Qinzi and the others. Of course, the solidified psychic power planet in Shao Han's sea of consciousness was highly condensed. His natal saber aura had evolved into a primordial dragon. With a single thought from Shao Han's mind, the saber aura would follow Shao Han's thoughts and slash forward. The boots of speed on his feet were also ready to go at any time. In reality, Xiao Han wasn't provoked into charging over recklessly. Xiao Han was well aware that his soul and mental power had transformed into a dagger. Its ultimate attack power could instantly kill an unsuspecting level 2 true immortal. However, Master Xing Qinzi and the other immortals had set up a tortoise shell in advance. This way, the soul and mental power dagger would lose its advantage in sneak attacks and would not be able to break through the layers of defense. If Xiao Han's trump card had only been his psychic daggers and his speed, he wouldn't have been provoked to reveal himself. He would have waited until Master Xing and the other immortals ran out of energy, then come out and start a massacre. But Xiao Han's strongest trump card was Saber Qi. He had obtained a little bit of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Dao of the Blade. Saber Qi after transforming into a dragon. For Xiao Han, the lethality of the Saber Qi and Saber Intent was definitely greater than the Soul Mind Dagger. When Xiao Han absorbed all the mental energy in the solid mental energy star and infused it into his life Saber Qi, he slashed out. Even Xiao Han did not dare to imagine the might of this attack. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Dao of the Blade was immortal and supreme. It was a Dao of the Blade that could destroy all techniques. It was a Dao that could ignore all defenses and kill with one strike. Xiao Han was confident that he could use his natal Saber Qi to slay these despicable immortals. He hadn't made a move earlier not to wear down Master Xing Qinzi and the other immortals' immortal Qi, but just to amuse them. Master Xing Qinzi, Xiao Han said coolly. I thought that immortals should have a transcendent demeanor, aloof from worldly affairs, and free to ride cranes. But I was wrong. You immortals are like a bunch of dogs. Mad dogs. Ha ha ha, you still want to bite me? I was just teasing you a few days ago. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think that I couldn't break through your so-called impregnable defense? What a joke. Since you don't want to play anymore, then let it all end. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The final battle will end with the death of you immortals, and I, Xiao Han, will tread on the corpses of immortals to emerge from the fourth region's preliminaries and enter the arena. Ha 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 ha. The Master Xing Qinzi suddenly burst into thunderous laughter. This laughter was extremely hysterical and crazy. It was as if all the anger, hatred, fear, and panic that had accumulated in his heart had been vented to his heart's content. Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. You're so stupid. Our immortal Qi was about to run out. If you'd hold up for a few more days and waited until we ran out of food and ammunition, you could have easily killed us. But you, ha ha ha, you're still lacking in shrewdness. You couldn't take the provocation and charged out. Xiao Han, you're dead for sure. You don't know how to endure. Heh, Xiao Han laughed indifferently. Shrewdness? Patience? Yes, I'll endure when I'm not strong enough. But now that I'm strong enough to kill you, why should I? I, Xiao Han, am not one to beat around the bush. Shut up. The Master Xing Qinzi's expression turned cold. Xiao Han, you're not only stupid, you're also too conceited. You're just a mortal, yet you're threatening to kill hundreds of immortals right in front of our faces. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. Xiao Han, you've been killing immortals with sneak attacks. You've been using all sorts of despicable methods, like a thief. You think I don't know that your method of killing immortals relies on the speed of your attacks to kill immortals in an instant? But if the immortals set up defenses in advance, you won't be able to do anything. Now, we have more than 200 immortals here, and we're all on the defensive. We're huddled together, and our defenses are at their peak. Even if a level 5 true immortal were to descend, he wouldn't be able to break through our defenses so easily. Xiao Han, it's not that I, the Master Xing Qinzi, am looking down on you, but there's no way a mortal's attack can surpass a level 5 true immortals. Ha 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 Xiao Han, we can kill you in the blink of an eye. Now, we'll let you attack first. Ha 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 ha, when your attacks fail, that's when you'll die. At that moment, shio wisps of immortal glow were fired and locked onto Xiao Han's figure. Even if Xiao Han immediately used his speed to escape, he would still be instantly attacked by the immortals. However, Xiao Han's figure did not move at all. It seemed like he had no intention of escaping. Currently, Xiao Han was all alone, hovering in the air with his hands empty. There was not the slightest ripple of energy coming from his body, not even a hint of killing intent. Meanwhile, on the Master Xing Chenzi's side, the immortals had unleashed all sorts of immortal lights, immortal weapons, and immortal talismans. Layers upon layers of illusionary light formed a cocoon of light. It was extremely difficult to penetrate the cocoon of light. It was almost the perfect defense. The immortals inside the cocoon of light had gained some confidence. Initially, Xiao Han was like a ghost when he slaughtered immortals. It was extremely strange, and it became the source of the immortals' fear. Now that Xiao Han had shown up, the immortals felt a sense of superiority. Indeed, Xiao Han looked like an ordinary mortal martial artist. It was hard to imagine that a mortal like him could pose a threat to immortals. Xiao Han. You've slaughtered immortals, and now, your path has come to an end. You'll be beheaded and executed. Xiao Han. You've killed so many immortals, it's too many to count. Killing you today will be letting you off easy. But don't worry, once we get out of here, we'll kill all the mortals related to you. They'll be joining you soon enough. Xiao Han, come and attack me. I'd like to see how you're going to break through our defenses. Not far away, the black and white suns and Yu Yangzi were hovering in the air. Their hearts were completely tensed up. They were suffocating with nervousness. Big brother Black and White, do you think brother Xiao Han can kill the Sons of Stars and the others? After all, the defenses of the Sons of Stars and the others are too solid. The Black and White Suns looked into the distance. Brother Xiao Han is a strange person. His performance in the fourth zone is perfect. Even big brother Jia Lanzi couldn't do what brother Xiao Han has done. Brother Xiao Han has complete control over the fourth zone. I believe that brother Xiao Han only attacked because he's confident. Let's wait and see if brother Xiao Han can create another miracle. Xiao Han. Come at me. The Sons of Stars bared their fangs and laughed wildly. The moment you attack is the moment of your death. Ha 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 ha. I've treated you well, haven't I? I'll let you die at the most intense moment of your life. Ha 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 ha. Come at me. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. In his sea of consciousness, the solid mental power planets suddenly condensed. All the mental strength gushed out like a tide, and the natal saber chi swallowed all the mental strength like a whale drawing water. As a result, the natal saber energy became incomparably powerful. Whoosh 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 whoosh, streaks of sharp saber chi gushed out from the pores and cells of Xiao Han's body. In an instant, a funnel-shaped aura field was formed. Under the influence of this aura field, the air and space in the surroundings were completely squeezed out, forming a vacuum zone. Xiao Han's black hair moved despite the absence of wind. His aura went from calm to dazzling. His eyes were like a sovereign descending upon the world. Not good. Something's wrong. The Sons of Stars suddenly felt a premonition of imminent danger. It was a kind of intuition. Moreover, the saber energy flowing out of Xiao Han's body was formless and tangible. It pierced through the light cocoons of the immortals and cut into their bodies, sending chills down their spines. Kill. Attack. There's something strange about this Xiao Han. The Sons of Stars let out a wail as if their parents had died. He took out the Taiji symbol and prepared to attack Xiao Han. He didn't dare let Xiao Han make the first move. In the blink of an eye. Die, all of you. Xiao Han let out a roar. Rumble. A thick saber chi directly blasted out from between Xiao Han's eyebrows. The saber energy twisted a few times and transformed into a primordial dragon, covered in thick scales and emitting a terrifying, domineering aura of the great wilderness. Like a living creature, it tore through a group of immortals and devoured everything in its path. The saber energy turned into a dragon. After transforming into a dragon, the saber energy contained an unparalleled truth of saber Dao. It contained the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Vortexes of saber energy filled the world. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Saber energy flashed. The dragon-shaped saber energy tore through the defensive light cocoons of Xing Qinzi and the other immortals. The next moment. Pft. 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 Under the control of Xiao Han's mind and soul, the dragon-shaped saber energy instantly disintegrated into tens of thousands of saber beams, which slashed down on the bodies of Xing Qinzi and the other immortals. Bang! 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 One by one, the immortals exploded like fireworks, their immortal bodies shattered. Xiao Han, you monster! Ah! The sons of stars howled in pain as their immortal bodies were cut into thousands of pieces. Dead. The sons of stars were dead. To be continued. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.